Numbers, chapters 1 through 9 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the desert of Sinai, in the tabernacle of the covenant, the first day of the second month, the second year of their going out of Egypt, saying, Take the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel by their families and houses, and the names of every one, as many as are of the male sex, from 20 years old and upwards, of all the men of Israel fit for war, and you shall number them by their troops, thou and Aaron. And there shall be with you the princes of the tribes, and of the houses in their kindreds, whose names are these: of Reuben, Elisur, the son of Sedeur; of Simeon, Salamiel, the son of Surisadai; of Judah, Nahasson, the son of Amminadab; of Issachar, Nathanael, the son of Suar; of Zabulon, Eliab, the son of Helon; and of the sons of Joseph; of Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Ammiud; of Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Phaddasur; of Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gideon; of Dan, Ahiezer, the son of Ammissadai; of Aser, Phagiel, the son of Ochran; of Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Deuel; of Naphtali, Ahira, the son of Enan. These are the most noble princes of the multitude by their tribes and kindreds, and the chiefs of the army of Israel, whom Moses and Aaron took with all the multitude of the common people, and assembled them on the first day of the second month, reckoning them up by the kindreds and houses and families and heads and names of every one from 20 years old and upward, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And they were numbered in the desert of Sinai. Of Reuben, the eldest son of Israel, by their generations and families and houses, and names of every head, all that were of the male sex from 20 years old and upward, that were able to go forth to war, were 46,500. Of the sons of Simeon by their generations and families, and houses of their kindreds, were reckoned up by the names and heads of every one, all that were of the male sex from 20 years old and upward, that were able to go forth to war, 59,300. Of the sons of Gad, by their generations and families, and houses of their kindreds, were reckoned up by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, 45,650. Of the sons of Judah, by their generations and families and houses of their kindreds, by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, were reckoned up 74,600. Of the sons of Issachar, by their generations and families and houses of their kindreds, by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that could go forth to war, were reckoned up 54,400. Of the sons of Zabulon, by the generations and families and houses of their kindreds, were reckoned up by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, 57,400. Of the sons of Joseph, namely, of the sons of Ephraim, by the generations and families and houses of their kindreds, were reckoned up by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, 40,500. Moreover, of the sons of Manasseh, by the generations and families and houses of their kindreds, were reckoned up by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that could go forth to war, 32,200. Of the sons of Benjamin, by their generations and families and houses of their kindreds, were reckoned up by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, 35,400. Of the sons of Dan, by their generations and families and houses of their kindreds, were reckoned up by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, 62,700. Of the sons of Aser, by their generations and families and houses of their kindreds, were reckoned up by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, 41,500. Of the sons of Naphtali, by their generations and families and houses of their kindreds, were reckoned up by the names of every one from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, 53,400. These are they who were numbered by Moses and Aaron, and the 12 princes of Israel, every one by the houses of their kindreds. And the whole number of the children of Israel, by their houses and families, from 20 years old and upward that were able to go to war, were 603,550 men. But the Levites in the tribes of their families were not numbered with them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Number not the tribe of Levi, neither shalt thou put down the sum of them with the children of Israel, but appoint them over the tabernacle of the testimony, and all the vessels thereof, and whatsoever pertaineth to the ceremonies. They shall carry the tabernacle and all the furniture thereof, and they shall minister and shall encamp round about the tabernacle. When you are to go forward, the Levites shall take down the tabernacle. When you are to camp, they shall set it up. What stranger soever cometh to it shall be slain. And the children of Israel shall camp every man by his troops and bands and army. But the Levites shall pitch their tents round about the tabernacle, lest there come indignation upon the multitude of the children of Israel, and they shall keep watch and guard the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Israel did according to all things which the Lord had commanded Moses. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, All the children of Israel shall camp by their troops, ensigns, and standards, and the houses of their kindreds, round about the tabernacle of the covenant. On the east Judah shall pitch his tents by the bands of his army, and the prince of his sons shall be Nahason, the son of Amminadab. And the whole sum of the fighting men of his stock were 74,600. Next unto him they of the tribe of Issachar encamped, whose prince was Nathaniel, the son of Suar. And the whole number of his fighting men were 54,400. In the tribe of Zabulon the prince was Eliab, the son of Helon, and all the army of fighting men of his stock were 57,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Judah were 186,400, and they by their troops shall march first. In the camp of the sons of Reuben, on the south side, the prince shall be Elisur the son of Sedeur, and the whole army of his fighting men that were numbered were 46,500. Beside him camped they of the tribe of Simeon, whose prince was Selamiel, the son of Surisadai. And the whole army of his fighting men that were numbered were 59,300. In the tribe of Gad the prince was Eliasaph, the son of Deuel, and the whole army of his fighting men that were numbered were 45,650. All that were reckoned up in the camp of Reuben were 151,450 by their troops. They shall march in the second place. And the tabernacle of the testimony shall be carried by the officers of the Levites and their troops. As it shall be set up, so shall it be taken down. Every one shall march according to their places and ranks. On the west side shall be the camp of the sons of Ephraim, whose prince was Elisama, the son of Ammiud. The whole army of his fighting men that were numbered were 40,500. And with them the tribe of the sons of Manasseh, whose prince was Gamaliel, the son of Phaddasur. And the whole army of his fighting men that were numbered were 32,200. In the tribe of the sons of Benjamin the prince was Abidan, the son of Gideon. And the whole army of his fighting men that were reckoned up were 35,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Ephraim were 108,100 by their troops. They shall march in the third place. On the north side camped the sons of Dan, whose prince was Ahiezer, the son of Ammissadai. The whole army of his fighting men that were numbered were 62,700. Beside him they of the tribe of Aser pitched their tents, whose prince was Phagiel, the son of Ochran. The whole army of his fighting men that were numbered were 41,500. Of the tribe of the sons of Naphtali, the prince was Ahira, the son of Enan. The whole army of his fighting men were 53,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Dan were 157,600, and they shall march last. This is the number of the children of Israel, of their army divided according to the houses of their kindreds and their troops, 603,550. And the Levites were not numbered among the children of Israel, for so the Lord had commanded Moses. And the children of Israel did according to all things that the Lord had commanded. They camped by their troops, and marched by the families and houses of their fathers. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. These are the generations of Aaron and Moses in the day that the Lord spoke to Moses in Mount Sinai. And these are the names of the sons of Aaron, his firstborn Nadab, then Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar. These are the names of the sons of Aaron the priests that were anointed, and whose hands were filled and consecrated to do the functions of priesthood. Now Nadab and Abihu died without children when they offered strange fire before the Lord in the desert of Sinai, and Eleazar and Ithamar performed the priestly office in the presence of Aaron their father. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Bring the tribe of Levi, and make them stand in the sight of Aaron the priest, to minister to him, and let them watch and observe whatsoever appertaineth to the service of the multitude before the tabernacle of the testimony, and let them keep the vessels of the tabernacle, serving in the ministry thereof. And thou shalt give the Levites for a gift to Aaron and to his sons, to whom they are delivered by the children of Israel. But thou shalt appoint Aaron and his sons over the service of priesthood. The stranger that approacheth to minister shall be put to death. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I have taken the Levites from the children of Israel, for every firstborn that openeth the womb among the children of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine. For every firstborn is mine, since I struck the firstborn in the land of Egypt. I have sanctified to myself whatsoever is firstborn in Israel, both of man and beast. They are mine. I am the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the desert of Sinai, saying, Number the sons of Levi by the houses of their fathers and their families, every male from 1 month and upward. Moses numbered them as the Lord had commanded. And there were found sons of Levi by their names, Gerson, and Kehath, and Merari. The sons of Gerson, Libni, and Simei. The sons of Kehath, Amram, and Jesear, Hebron, and Oziel. The sons of Merari, Maholi, and Musai. Of Gerson were 2 families, the Libnites and the Semeites, of which were numbered people of the male sex from 1 month and upward 7,500. These shall pitch behind the tabernacle on the west, under their prince Eliasaph, the son of Lael, and their charge shall be in the tabernacle of the covenant, the tabernacle itself and the cover thereof, the hanging that is drawn before the doors of the tabernacle of the covenant, and the curtains of the court, the hanging also that is hanged in the entry of the court of the tabernacle, and whatsoever belongeth to the right of the altar, the cords of the tabernacle, and all the furniture thereof. Of the kindred of Kehath come the families of the Amramites, and Jesearites, and Hebronites, and Ozielites. These are the families of the Kehathites reckoned up by their names, all of the male sex from 1 month and upward, 8,600. They shall have the guard of the sanctuary, and shall camp on the south side. And their prince shall be Elisaphan, the son of Oziel. And they shall keep the ark, and the table, and the candlestick, the altars, and the vessels of the sanctuary, wherewith they minister, and the veil, and all the furniture of this kind. And the prince of the princes of the Levites, Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, shall be over them that watch for the guard of the sanctuary. And of Merari are the families of the Maholites and the Musites, reckoned up by their names, all of the male kind from 1 month and upward, 6,200. Their prince Suriel, the son of Abihail, they shall camp on the north side. Under their custody shall be the boards of the tabernacle, and the bars, and the pillars, and their sockets, and all things that pertain to this kind of service, and the pillars of the court round about with their sockets, and the pins with their cords. Before the tabernacle of the covenant, that is to say, on the east side, shall Moses and Aaron camp, with their sons, having the custody of the sanctuary in the midst of the children of Israel. What stranger soever cometh unto it shall be put to death. All the Levites that Moses and Aaron numbered according to the precept of the Lord by their families of the male kind from 1 month and upward were 22,000. And the Lord said to Moses, Number the firstborn of the male sex of the children of Israel, from 1 month and upward, and thou shalt take the sum of them. And thou shalt take the Levites to me for all the firstborn of the children of Israel. I am the Lord, and their cattle for all the firstborn of the cattle of the children of Israel. Moses reckoned up, as the Lord had commanded, the firstborn of the children of Israel. And the males by their names from 1 month and upward were 22,273. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the Levites for the firstborn of the children of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites for their cattle, and the Levites shall be mine. I am the Lord. But for the price of the 273 of the firstborn of the children of Israel, that exceed the number of the Levites, thou shalt take 5 seahs for every head, according to the weight of the sanctuary. A sickle hath 20 obols. And then shalt give the money to Aaron and his sons, the price of them that are above. Moses therefore took the money of them that were above, and whom they had redeemed from the Levites, for the firstborn of the children of Israel, 1,365 sickles, according to the weight of the sanctuary, and gave it to Aaron and his sons, according to the word that the Lord had commanded him. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, Take the sum of the sons of Kohath from the midst of the Levites, by their houses and families. From 30 years old and upward to 50 years old, of all that go in to stand and to minister in the tabernacle of the covenant. This is the service of the sons of Kohath. When the camp is to set forward, Aaron and his sons shall go into the tabernacle of the covenant, and the Holy of Holies, and shall take down the veil that hangeth before the door, and shall wrap up the ark of the testimony in it, and shall cover it again with a cover of violet skins, and shall spread over it a cloth all of violet, and shall put in the bars. They shall wrap up also the table of proposition in a cloth of violet, and shall put with it the censers and little mortars, the cups and bowls to pour out the libations. The leaves shall be always on it. And they shall spread over it a cloth of scarlet, which again they shall cover with a covering of violet skins, and shall put in the bars. They shall take also a cloth of violet, wherewith they shall cover the candlestick with the lamps and tongs thereof, and the snuffers and all the oil vessels, which are necessary for the dressing of the lamps. And over all they shall put a cover of violet skins, and put in the bars. And they shall wrap up the golden altar also in a cloth of violet, and shall spread over it a cover of violet skins, and put in the bars. All the vessels wherewith they minister in the sanctuary they shall wrap up in a cloth of violet, and shall spread over it a cover of violet skins, and put in the bars. They shall cleanse the altar also from the ashes, and shall wrap it up in a purple cloth, and shall put it with all the vessels that they use in the ministry thereof, that is to say, firepans, flesh hooks and forks, pot hooks and shovels. They shall cover all the vessels of the altar together with a covering of violet skins, and shall put in the bars. And when Aaron and his sons have wrapped up the sanctuary, and the vessels thereof at the removing of the camp, then shall the sons of Kohath enter in to carry the things wrapped up, and they shall not touch the vessels of the sanctuary, lest they die. These are the burdens of the sons of Kehath in the tabernacle of the covenant. And over them shall be Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, to whose charge pertaineth the oil to dress the lamps, and the sweet incense, and the sacrifice that is always offered, and the oil of unction, and whatsoever pertaineth to the service of the tabernacle, and of all the vessels that are in the sanctuary. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, Destroy not the people of Kehath from the midst of the Levites, but do this to them, that they may live and not die by touching the Holy of Holies. Aaron and his sons shall go in, and they shall appoint every man his work, and shall divide the burdens that every man is to carry. Let not others by any curiosity see the things that are in the sanctuary before they be wrapped up, otherwise they shall die. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the sum of the sons of Gerson also by their houses and families and kindreds, from 30 years old and upward unto 50 years old. Number them all that go in and minister in the tabernacle of the covenant. This is the office of the family of the Gersonites, to carry the curtains of the tabernacle, and the roof of the covenant, the other covering, and the violet covering over all, and the hanging that hangeth in the entry of the tabernacle of the covenant, the curtains of the court, and the veil in the entry that is before the tabernacle, all things that pertain to the altar, the cords, and the vessels of the ministry, the sons of Gerson shall carry, by the commandment of Aaron and his sons, and each man shall know to what burden he must be assigned. This is the service of the family of the Gersonites in the tabernacle of the covenant, and they shall be under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. Thou shalt reckon up the sons of Merari also by the families and houses of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward unto 50 years old, all that go into the office of their ministry and to the service of the covenant of the testimony. These are their burdens. They shall carry the boards of the tabernacle, and the bars thereof, the pillars, and their sockets, the pillars also of the court round about, with their sockets and pins and cords. They shall receive by account all the vessels and furniture, and so shall carry them. This is the office of the family of the Merarites, and their ministry in the tabernacle of the covenant, and they shall be under the hand of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. So Moses and Aaron and the princes of the synagogue reckoned up the sons of Kehath by their kindreds and the houses of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward unto 50 years old, all that go in to the ministry of the tabernacle of the covenant. And they were found 2,750. This is the number of the people of Kehath that go into the tabernacle of the covenant. These did Moses and Aaron number according to the word of the Lord by the hand of Moses. The sons of Gerson also were numbered by the kindreds and houses of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward unto 50 years old, all that go in to minister in the tabernacle of the covenant. And they were found 2,630. This is the people of the Gersonites, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the word of the Lord. The sons of Merari also were numbered by the kindreds and houses of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward unto 50 years old, all that go in to fulfill the rites of the tabernacle of the covenant. And they were found 3,200. This is the number of the sons of Merari, whom Moses and Aaron reckoned up according to the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. All that were reckoned up of the Levites, and whom Moses and Aaron and the princes of Israel took by name, by the kindreds and houses of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward until 50 years old, that go into the ministry of the tabernacle, and to carry the burdens, were in all 8,580. Moses reckoned them up according to the word of the Lord, every one according to their office and burdens, as the Lord had commanded him. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, that they cast out of the camp every leper, and whosoever hath an issue of seed, or is defiled by the dead. Whether it be man or woman, cast ye them out of the camp, lest they defile it when I shall dwell with you. And the children of Israel did so, and they cast them forth without the camp, as the Lord had spoken to Moses. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to the children of Israel, When a man or woman shall have committed any of all the sins that men are wont to commit, and by negligence shall have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and offended, they shall confess their sin, and restore the principal itself, and the 5th part over and above to him against whom they have sinned. But if there be no one to receive it, they shall give it to the Lord, and it shall be the priest's, besides the ram that is offered for expiation, to be an atoning sacrifice. All the firstfruits also, which the children of Israel offer, belong to the priest. And whatsoever is offered into the sanctuary by every one, and is delivered into the hands of the priest, it shall be his. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, The man whose wife shall have gone astray, and, contemning her husband, shall have slept with another man, and her husband cannot discover it, but the adultery is secret, and cannot be proved by witnesses, because she was not found in the adultery. If the spirit of jealousy stir up the husband against his wife, who either is defiled or is charged with false suspicion, he shall bring her to the priest, and shall offer an oblation for her, the 10th part of a measure of barley meal. He shall not pour oil thereon, nor put frankincense upon it, because it is a sacrifice of jealousy, and an oblation searching out adultery. The priest therefore shall offer it, and set it before the Lord. And he shall take holy water in an earthen vessel, and he shall cast a little earth of the pavement of the tabernacle into it. And when the woman shall stand before the Lord, he shall uncover her head, and shall put on her hands the sacrifice of remembrance, and the oblation of jealousy. And he himself shall hold the most bitter waters, whereon he hath heaped curses with execration. And he shall adjure her, and shall say, If another man hath not slept with thee, and if thou be not defiled by forsaking thy husband's bed, these most bitter waters, on which I have heaped curses, shall not hurt thee. But if thou hast gone aside from thy husband, and art defiled, and hast lain with another man, these curses shall light upon thee. The Lord make thee a curse and an example for all among his people. May he make thy thigh to rot, and may thy belly swell and burst asunder. Let the cursed waters enter into thy belly, and may thy womb swell and thy thigh rot, And the woman shall answer, Amen, Amen. And the priest shall write these curses in a book, and shall wash them out with the most bitter waters, upon which he hath heaped the curses, and he shall give them her to drink. And when she hath drunk them up, the priest shall take from her hand the sacrifice of jealousy, and shall elevate it before the Lord, and shall put it upon the altar, yet so as first to take a handful of the sacrifice of that which is offered, and burn it upon the altar, and so give the most bitter waters to the woman to drink. And when she hath drunk them, if she be defiled, and having despised her husband be guilty of adultery, the malediction shall go through her, and her belly swelling, her thigh shall rot, and the woman shall be a curse and an example to all the people. But if she be not defiled, she shall not be hurt, and shall bear children. This is the law of jealousy. If a woman hath gone aside from her husband, and be defiled, and the husband stirred up by the spirit of jealousy, bring her before the Lord, and the priest do to her according to all things that are here written, the husband shall be blameless, and she shall bear her iniquity. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, When a man or woman shall make a vow to be sanctified, and will consecrate themselves to the Lord, they shall abstain from wine, and from everything that may make a man drunk. They shall not drink vinegar of wine, or of any other drink, nor anything that is pressed out of the grape, nor shall they eat grapes, either fresh or dried. All the days that they are consecrated to the Lord by vow, they shall eat nothing that cometh of the vineyard, from the raisin even to the kernel. All the time of his separation no razor shall pass over his head, until the day be fulfilled of his consecration to the Lord. He shall be holy, and shall let the hair of his head grow. All the time of his consecration he shall not go in to any dead, neither shall he make himself unclean, even for his father, or for his mother, or for his brother, or for his sister, when they die, because the consecration of his God is upon his head. All the days of his separation he shall be holy to the Lord. But if any man die suddenly before him, the head of his consecration shall be defiled, and he shall shave it forthwith on the same day of his purification, and again on the 7th day. And on the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons to the priest in the entry of the covenant of the testimony. And the priest shall offer one for sin, and the other for a holocaust, and shall pray for him, for that he hath sinned by the dead, and he shall sanctify his head that day, and shall consecrate to the Lord the days of his separation, offering a lamb of 1 year for sin, yet so that the former days be made void, because his sanctification was profaned. This is the law of consecration. When the days which he had determined by vow shall be expired, he shall bring him to the door of the tabernacle of the covenant, and shall offer his oblation to the Lord, 1 he-lamb of 1 year old without blemish for a holocaust, and 1 ewe-lamb of 1 year old without blemish for a sin offering, and 1 ram without blemish for a victim of peace offering, a basket also of unleavened bread, tempered with oil, and wafers without leaven, anointed with oil, and the libations of each. And the priest shall present them before the Lord, and shall offer both the sin offering and the holocaust. But the ram he shall immolate for a sacrifice of peace offering to the Lord, offering at the same time the basket of unleavened bread and the libations that are due by custom. Then shall the hair of the consecration of the Nazarite be shaved off before the door of the tabernacle of the covenant, and he shall take his hair and lay it upon the fire which is under the sacrifice of the peace offerings, and shall take the boiled shoulder of the ram, and one unleavened cake out of the basket, and one unleavened wafer, and he shall deliver them into the hands of the Nazarite after his head is shaven. And receiving them again from him, he shall elevate them in the sight of the Lord, and they being sanctified shall belong to the priest, as the breast which was commanded to be separated, and the shoulder. After this the Nazarite may drink wine. This is the law of the Nazarite, when he hath vowed his oblation to the Lord in the time of his consecration, besides those things which his hand shall find, according to that which he had vowed in his mind, so shall he do for the fulfilling of his sanctification. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to Aaron and his sons, Thus shall you bless the children of Israel, and you shall say to them, The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord show his face to thee, and have mercy on thee. The Lord turn his countenance to thee, and give thee peace. And they shall invoke my name upon the children of Israel, and I will bless them. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. And it came to pass in the day that Moses had finished the tabernacle, and set it up, and had anointed and sanctified it with all its vessels, the altar likewise, and all the vessels thereof, the princes of Israel, and the heads of the families in every tribe, who were the rulers of them who had been numbered, offered their gifts before the Lord, 6 wagons covered, and 12 oxen. 2 princes offered 1 wagon, and each one an ox, and they offered them before the tabernacle. And the Lord said to Moses, Receive them from them to serve in the ministry of the tabernacle, and thou shalt deliver them to the Levites according to the order of their ministry. Moses therefore, receiving the wagons and the oxen, delivered them to the Levites. 2 wagons and 4 oxen he gave to the sons of Gerson, according to their necessity. The other 4 wagons and 8 oxen he gave to the sons of Merari, according to their offices and service, under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. But to the sons of Kehath he gave no wagons or oxen, because they serve in the sanctuary, and carry their burdens upon their own shoulders. And the princes offered for the dedication of the altar on the day when it was anointed their oblation before the altar. And the Lord said to Moses, Let each of the princes one day after another offer their gifts for the dedication of the altar. The first day Nahason, the son of Amminadab of the tribe of Judah, offered his offering. And his offering was a silver dish, weighing 130 sickles, a silver bowl of 70 sickles, according to the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice, a little mortar of 10 sidis of gold full of incense, an ox of the herd, and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Nahason, the son of Amminadab. The second day, Nathaniel, the son of Sur, prince of the tribe of Issachar, made his offering, a silver dish weighing 130 seahs, a silver bowl of 70 seahs, according to the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice, a little mortar of gold weighing 10 seahs full of incense, an ox of the herd and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Nathaniel, the son of Sur. The third day, the prince of the sons of Zabulon, Eliab, the son of Helon, offered a silver dish weighing 130 seahs, a silver bowl of 70 seahs by the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice, a little mortar of gold weighing 10 seahs full of incense, an ox of the herd and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin. And for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This is the oblation of Eliab, the son of Helon. The fourth day, the prince of the sons of Reuben, Elizur, the son of Sedeur, offered a silver dish weighing 130 seahs, a silver bowl of 70 seahs, according to the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice, a little mortar of gold weighing 10 seahs, full of incense, an ox of the herd and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin. And for victims of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Elizur, the son of Sedeur. The fifth day, the prince of the sons of Simeon, Selamiel, the son of Surisadai, offered a silver dish weighing 130 seahs, a silver bowl of 70 seahs after the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice, a little mortar of gold weighing 10 seahs full of incense, an ox of the herd and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin, and for sacrifices of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Selamiel, the son of Surisadai. The sixth day, the prince of the sons of Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Deuel, offered a silver dish weighing 130 seahs, a silver bowl of 70 seahs by the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice, a little mortar of gold weighing 10 seahs full of incense, an ox of the herd and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin. And for sacrifices of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Eliasaph, the son of Deuel. The seventh day, the prince of the sons of Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Ammiud, offered a silver dish weighing 130 seahs, a silver bowl of 70 seahs, according to the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour, tempered with oil for a sacrifice, a little mortar of gold weighing 10 seahs, full of incense, an ox of the herd and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin. And for sacrifices of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Elisama the son of Ammiud. The 8th day the prince of the sons of Manasseh, Gamaliel the son of Phadazer, offered a silver dish weighing 130 sickles, a silver bowl of 70 sickles, according to the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice. A little mortar of gold, weighing 10 sickles, full of incense. An ox of the herd, and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin. And for sacrifices of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Gamaliel the son of Phadazer. The 9th day the prince of the sons of Benjamin, Abidan the son of Gideon, offered a silver dish weighing 130 sidis, a silver bowl of 70 sidis by the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice. A little mortar of gold weighing 10 sidis, full of incense. An ox of the herd, and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin. And for sacrifices of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Abidan the son of Gideon. The 10th day the prince of the sons of Dan, Ahiezer the son of Ammissadai, offered a silver dish weighing 130 sidis, a silver bowl of 70 sidis, according to the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice. A little mortar of gold, weighing 10 sidis, full of incense. An ox of the herd, and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin. And for sacrifices of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Ahiezer the son of Ammissadai. The 11th day the prince of the sons of Aser, Phagiel the son of Ochran, offered a silver dish weighing 130 sidis, a silver bowl of 70 sidis, according to the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice. A little mortar of gold, weighing 10 sidis, full of incense. An ox of the herd, and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin. And for sacrifices of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Phagiel the son of Ochran. The 12th day the prince of the sons of Naphtali, Ahira the son of Enan, offered a silver dish weighing 130 sidis, a silver bowl of 70 sidis, according to the weight of the sanctuary, both full of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice. A little mortar of gold, weighing 10 sidis, full of incense. An ox of the herd, and a ram, and a lamb of a year old for a holocaust, and a buck goat for sin. And for sacrifices of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 buck goats, 5 lambs of a year old. This was the offering of Ahira the son of Enan. These were the offerings made by the princes of Israel in the dedication of the altar, in the day wherein it was consecrated. 12 dishes of silver, 12 silver bowls, 12 little mortars of gold, each dish weighing 130 sidis of silver, and each bowl 70 sidis, that is, putting all the vessels of silver together, 2,400 cities by the weight of the sanctuary. 12 little mortars of gold full of incense, weighing 10 cities apiece by the weight of the sanctuary. That is, in all, 120 cities of gold. 12 oxen out of the herd for a holocaust, 12 rams, 12 lambs of a year old and their libations, 12 buck goats for sin, and for sacrifices of peace offerings, oxen 24, rams 60, buck goats 60, lambs of a year old 60. These things were offered in the dedication of the altar when it was anointed. And when Moses entered into the tabernacle of the covenant to consult the oracle, he heard the voice of one speaking to him from the propitiatory that was over the ark between the 2 cherubims, and from this place he spoke to him. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron, and thou shalt say to him, When thou shalt place the 7 lamps, let the candlestick be set up on the south side. Give orders, therefore, that the lamps look over against the north, towards the table of the leaves of proposition. Over against that part shall they give light, towards which the candlestick looketh. And Aaron did so, and he put the lamps upon the candlestick, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Now this was the work of the candlestick. It was of beaten gold, both the shaft in the middle, and all that came out of both sides of the branches. According to the pattern which the Lord had shown to Moses, so he made the candlestick. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the Levites out of the midst of the children of Israel, and thou shalt purify them according to this rite. Let them be sprinkled with the water of purification, and let them shave all the hairs of their flesh. And when they shall have washed their garments, and are cleansed, they shall take an ox of the herd, and for the offering thereof fine flour tempered with oil. And thou shalt take another ox of the herd for a sin offering. And thou shalt bring the Levites before the tabernacle of the covenant, calling together all the multitude of the children of Israel. And when the Levites are before the Lord, the children of Israel shall put their hands upon them, and Aaron shall offer the Levites as a gift in the sight of the Lord from the children of Israel, that they may serve in his ministry. The Levites also shall put their hands upon the heads of the oxen, of which thou shalt sacrifice one for sin, and the other for a holocaust to the Lord, to pray for them. And thou shalt set the Levites in the sight of Aaron and of his sons, and shalt consecrate them, being offered to the Lord, and shalt separate them from the midst of the children of Israel, to be mine. And afterwards they shall enter into the tabernacle of the covenant, to serve me. And thus shalt thou purify and consecrate them for an oblation of the Lord, for as a gift they were given me by the children of Israel. I have taken them instead of the firstborn that open every womb in Israel, for all the firstborn of the children of Israel, both of men and of beasts, are mine. From the day that I slew every firstborn in the land of Egypt, have I sanctified them to myself. And I have taken the Levites for all the firstborn of the children of Israel, and have delivered them for a gift to Aaron and his sons out of the midst of the people, to serve me for Israel in the tabernacle of the covenant, and to pray for them, lest there should be a plague among the people, if they should presume to approach unto my sanctuary. And Moses and Aaron and all the multitude of the children of Israel did with the Levites all that the Lord had commanded Moses. And they were purified, and washed their garments. And Aaron lifted them up in the sight of the Lord, and prayed for them, that being purified, they might go into the tabernacle of the covenant, to do their services before Aaron and his sons, as the Lord had commanded Moses touching the Levites, so was it done. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This is the law of the Levites. From 25 years old and upwards they shall go in to minister in the tabernacle of the covenant. And when they shall have accomplished the 50th year of their age, they shall cease to serve, and they shall be the ministers of their brethren in the tabernacle of the covenant, to keep the things that are committed to their care, but not to do the works. Thus shalt thou order the Levites touching their charge. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. The Lord spoke to Moses in the desert of Sinai, the 2nd year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, in the 1st month, saying, Let the children of Israel make the Fazee in its due time, the 14th day of this month in the evening, according to all the ceremonies and justifications thereof. And Moses commanded the children of Israel that they should make the Fazee. And they made it in its proper time, the 14th day of the month at evening, in Mount Sinai. The children of Israel did according to all things that the Lord had commanded Moses. But behold, some who were unclean by occasion of the soul of a man, who could not make the Fazee on that day, coming to Moses and Aaron, said to them, We are unclean by occasion of the soul of a man. Why are we kept back, that we may not offer in its season the offering to the Lord among the children of Israel? And Moses answered them, Stay, that I may consult the Lord what he will ordain concerning you. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to the children of Israel, The man that shall be unclean by occasion of one that is dead, or shall be in a journey afar off in your nation, let him make the Fazee to the Lord. In the 2nd month, on the 14th day of the month in the evening, they shall eat it with unleavened bread and wild lettuce. They shall not leave anything thereof until morning, nor break a bone thereof. They shall observe all the ceremonies of the Fazee. But if any man is clean, and was not on a journey, and did not make the Fazee, that soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he offered not sacrifice to the Lord in due season. He shall bear his sin. The sojourner also, and the stranger, if they be among you, shall make the Fazee to the Lord, according to the ceremonies and justifications thereof. The same ordinance shall be with you both for the stranger and for him that was born in the land. Now on the day that the tabernacle was reared up, a cloud covered it, but from the evening there was over the tabernacle, as it were, the appearance of fire until the morning. So it was always. By day the cloud covered it, and by night, as it were, the appearance of fire. And when the cloud that covered the tabernacle was taken up, then the children of Israel marched forward, and in the place where the cloud stood still, there they camped. At the commandment of the Lord they marched, and at his commandment they pitched the tabernacle. All the days that the cloud abode over the tabernacle, they remained in the same place. And if it was so that it continued over it a long time, the children of Israel kept the watches of the Lord, and marched not, for as many days soever as the cloud stayed over the tabernacle. At the commandment of the Lord they pitched their tents, and at his commandment they took them down. If the cloud tarried from evening until morning, and immediately at break of day left the tabernacle, they marched forward, and if it departed after a day and a night, they took down their tents. But if it remained over the tabernacle for 2 days, or a month, or a longer time, the children of Israel remained in the same place, and marched not, but immediately as soon as it departed, they removed the camp. By the word of the Lord they pitched their tents, and by his word they marched, and kept the watches of the Lord according to his commandment by the hand of Moses. End of chapter 9. Numbers, chapters 10 through 19 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Make thee 2 trumpets of beaten silver, wherewith thou mayest call together the multitude when the camp is to be removed. And when thou shalt sound the trumpets, all the multitude shall gather unto thee to the door of the tabernacle of the covenant. If thou sound but once, the princes and the heads of the multitude of Israel shall come to thee. But if the sound of the trumpets be longer, and with interruptions, they that are on the east side shall first go forward. And at the second sounding and like noise of the trumpet, they who lie on the south side shall take up their tents. And after this manner shall the rest do, when the trumpets shall sound for a march. But when the people is to be gathered together, the sound of the trumpets shall be plain, and they shall not make a broken sound. And the sons of Aaron the priest shall sound the trumpets, and this shall be an ordinance forever in your generations. If you go forth to war out of your land against the enemies that fight against you, you shall sound aloud with the trumpets, and there shall be a remembrance of you before the Lord your God, that you may be delivered out of the hands of your enemies. If at any time you shall have a banquet, and on your festival days and on the first days of your months you shall sound the trumpets over the holocausts and the sacrifices of peace offerings, that they may be to you for a remembrance of your God. I am the Lord your God. The 2nd year, in the 2nd month, the 20th day of the month, the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle of the covenant, and the children of Israel marched by their troops from the desert of Sinai, and the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran. And the first went forward according to the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. The sons of Judah by their troops, whose prince was Nahasson, the son of Amminadab. In the tribe of the sons of Issachar, the prince was Nathaniel, the son of Suar. In the tribe of Zabulon, the prince was Eliab, the son of Helon. And the tabernacle was taken down, and the sons of Gerson and Merari set forward bearing it. And the sons of Reuben also marched, by their troops and ranks, whose prince was Heliser, the son of Sidur. And in the tribe of Simeon, the prince was Selamiel, the son of Surisadai. And in the tribe of Gad, the prince was Eliasaph, the son of Douai. Then the Kehathites also marched, carrying the sanctuary. So long was the tabernacle carried, till they came to the place of setting it up. The sons of Ephraim also moved their camp by their troops, in whose army the prince was Elishama, the son of Ammiud. And in the tribe of the sons of Manasseh, the prince was Gamaliel, the son of Phedassur. And in the tribe of Benjamin, the prince was Abidan, the son of Gideon. The last of all the camp marched the sons of Dan by their troops, in whose army the prince was Ahiezer, the son of Ammissadai. And in the tribe of the sons of Aser, the prince was Phagiel, the son of Ochran. And in the tribe of the sons of Naphtali, the prince was Ahira, the son of Enan. This was the order of the camps and marches of the children of Israel by their troops when they set forward. And Moses said to Hobab, the son of Rachel the Midianite, his kinsman, We are going towards the place which the Lord will give us. Come with us, that we may do thee good, for the Lord hath promised good things to Israel. But he answered him, I will not go with thee, but I will return to my country, wherein I was born. And he said, Do not leave us, for thou knowest in what places we should encamp in the wilderness, and thou shalt be our guide. And if thou comest with us, we will give thee what is the best of the riches, which the Lord shall deliver to us. So they marched from the mount of the Lord 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them for 3 days, providing a place for the camp. The cloud also of the Lord was over them by day when they marched. And when the ark was lifted up, Moses said, Arise, O Lord, and let thy enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee from before thy face. And when it was set down, he said, Return, O Lord, to the multitude of the host of Israel. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. In the meantime there arose a murmuring of the people against the Lord, as it were repining at their fatigue. And when the Lord heard it, he was angry, and the fire of the Lord being kindled against them, devoured them that were at the uttermost part of the camp. And when the people cried to Moses, Moses prayed to the Lord, and the fire was swallowed up. And he called the name of that place the Burning, for that the fire of the Lord had been kindled against them. For a mixed multitude of people that came up with them burned with desire, sitting and weeping, the children of Israel also being joined with them, and said, Who shall give us flesh to eat? We remember the fish that we ate in Egypt, free cost. The cucumbers come into our mind, and the melons, and the leeks, and the onions, and the garlic. Our soul is dry, our eyes behold nothing else but manna. Now the manna was like coriander seed, of the color of bdellium. And the people went about, and gathering it, ground it in a mill, or beat it in a mortar, and boiled it in a pot, and made cakes thereof, of the taste of bread tempered with oil. And when the dew fell in the night upon the camp, the manna also fell with it. Now Moses heard the people weeping by their families, every one at the door of his tent, and the wrath of the Lord was exceedingly enkindled. To Moses also the thing seemed insupportable. And he said to the Lord, Why hast thou afflicted thy servant? Wherefore do I not find favor before thee? And why hast thou laid the weight of all this people upon me? Have I conceived all this multitude, or begotten them, that thou shouldst say to me, Carry them in thy bosom, as the nurse is wont to carry the little infant, and bear them into the land for which thou hast sworn to their fathers? Whence should I have flesh to give to so great a multitude? They weep against me, saying, Give us flesh that we may eat. I am not able alone to bear all this people, because it is too heavy for me. But if it seem unto thee otherwise, I beseech thee to kill me, and let me find grace in thy eyes, that I be not afflicted with so great evils. And the Lord said to Moses, Gather unto me 70 men of the ancients of Israel, whom thou knowest to be ancients and masters of the people, and thou shalt bring them to the door of the tabernacle of the covenant, and shalt make them stand there with thee, that I may come down and speak with thee. And I will take of thy spirit, and will give to them, that they may bear with thee the burden of the people, and thou mayest not be burthened alone. And thou shalt say to the people, Be ye sanctified. Tomorrow you shall eat flesh, for I have heard you say, Who will give us flesh to eat? It was well with us in Egypt, that the Lord may give you flesh, and you may eat, not for 1 day, nor 2, nor 5, nor 10, no, nor for 20, but even for a month of days, till it come out at your nostrils, and become loathsome to you, because you have cast off the Lord, who is in the midst of you, and have wept before him, saying, Why came we out of Egypt? And Moses said, There are 600,000 footmen of this people, and sayest thou, I will give them flesh to eat a whole month? Shall then a multitude of sheep and oxen be killed, that it may suffice for their food? Or shall the fishes of the sea be gathered together to fill them? And the Lord answered him, Is the hand of the Lord unable? Thou shalt presently see whether my word shall come to pass or no. Moses therefore came and told the people the words of the Lord, and assembled 70 men of the ancients of Israel, and made them to stand about the tabernacle. And the Lord came down in a cloud, and spoke to him, taking away of the spirit that was in Moses, and giving to the 70 men. And when the Spirit had rested on them, they prophesied, nor did they cease afterwards. Now there remained in the camp 2 of the men, of whom one was called Eldad, and the other Medad, upon whom the Spirit rested. For they also had been enrolled, but were not gone forth to the tabernacle. And when they prophesied in the camp, there ran a young man, and told Moses, saying, Eldad and Medad prophesy in the camp. Forthwith Joshua the son of Nun, the minister of Moses, and chosen out of many, said, My lord Moses forbid them. But he said, Why hast thou emulation for me? Oh, that all the people might prophesy, and that the Lord would give them his Spirit. And Moses returned with the ancients of Israel into the camp. And a wind going out from the Lord, taking quails up beyond the sea, brought them, and cast them into the camp, for the space of 1 day's journey, on every side of the camp round about, and they flew in the air 2 cubits high above the ground. The people therefore, rising up all that day and night, and the next day, gathered together of quails, he that did least 10 cores, and they dried them round about the camp. As yet the flesh was between their teeth, neither had that kind of meat failed, when, behold, the wrath of the Lord being provoked against the people, struck them with an exceeding great plague. And that place was called the Graves of Lust. For there they buried the people that had lusted. And departing from the graves of lust, they came unto Hazeroth, and abode there. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. And Mary and Aaron spoke against Moses because of his wife the Ethiopian. And they said, Hath the Lord spoken by Moses only? Hath he not also spoken to us in like manner? And when the Lord heard this, for Moses was a man exceeding meek above all men that dwelt upon earth, immediately he spoke to him and to Aaron and Mary, Come out, you three only, to the tabernacle of the covenant. And when they were come out, the Lord came down in a pillar of the cloud, and stood in the entry of the tabernacle, calling to Aaron and Mary. And when they were come, he said to them, Hear my words. If there be among you a prophet of the Lord, I will appear to him in a vision, or I will speak to him in a dream. But it is not so with my servant Moses, who is most faithful in all my house. For I speak to him mouth to mouth, and plainly, and not by riddles and figures doth he see the Lord. Why then were you not afraid to speak ill of my servant Moses? And being angry with them, he went away. The cloud also that was over the tabernacle departed, and behold, Mary appeared white as snow with a leprosy. And when Aaron had looked on her, and saw her all covered with leprosy, he said to Moses, I beseech thee, my Lord, lay not upon us this sin which we have foolishly committed. Let her not be as one dead, and as an abortive that is cast forth from the mother's womb. Lo, now 1/2 of her flesh is consumed with the leprosy. And Moses cried to the Lord, saying, O God, I beseech thee, heal her. And the Lord answered him, If her father had spitten upon her face, ought she not to have been ashamed for 7 days at least? Let her be separated 7 days without the camp, and afterwards she shall be called again. Mary therefore was put out of the camp 7 days, and the people moved not from that place until Mary was called again. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. And the people marched from Hazeroth, and pitched their tents in the desert of Paran. And there the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Send men to view the land of Canaan, which I will give to the children of Israel, one of every tribe of the rulers. Moses did what the Lord had commanded, sending from the desert of Paran principal men, whose names are these. Of the tribe of Reuben, Semua, the son of Zechar. Of the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, the son of Hurl. Of the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. Of the tribe of Issachar, Agal, the son of Joseph. Of the tribe of Ephraim, Osi, the son of Nun. Of the tribe of Benjamin, Phalti, the son of Rephu. Of the tribe of Zabulon, Gediel, the son of Sodai. Of the tribe of Joseph, of the scepter of Manasseh, Gadai, the son of Susai. Of the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gemalli. Of the tribe of Aser, Sethur, the son of Michael. Of the tribe of Naphtali, Nahabai, the son of Vapsi. Of the tribe of Gad, Guel, the son of Machi. These are the names of the men whom Moses sent to view the land. And he called Osi, the son of Nun, Joshu. And Moses sent them to view the land of Canaan, and said to them, Go you up by the south side, and when you shall come to the mountains, view the land, of what sort it is, and the people that are the inhabitants thereof, whether they be strong or weak, few in number or many. The land itself, whether it be good or bad, what manner of cities, walled or without walls, the ground fat or barren, woody or without trees. Be of good courage, and bring us of the fruits of the land. Now it was the time when the first ripe grapes are fit to be eaten. And when they were gone up, they viewed the land from the desert of Sin unto Rehob as you enter into Emath. And they went up at the south side, and came to Hebron, where there were Achaman, and Sisai, and Tholmai, the sons of Enak. For Hebron was built 7 years before Tanis, the city of Egypt. And going forward as far as the torrent of the cluster of grapes, they cut off a branch with its cluster of grapes, which 2 men carried upon a lever. They took also of the pomegranates, and of the figs of that place, which was called Nehaleskol, that is to say, the torrent of the cluster of grapes, because from thence the children of Israel had carried a cluster of grapes. And they that went to spy out the land returned after 40 days, having gone round all the country, and came to Moses and Aaron, and to all the assembly of the children of Israel, to the desert of Paran, which is in Kadesh. And speaking to them, and to all the multitude, they showed them the fruits of the land. And they related and said, We came into the land to which thou sentest us, which in very deed floweth with milk and honey, as may be known by these fruits. But it hath very strong inhabitants, and the cities are great and walled. We saw there the race of Enak. Amalek dwelleth in the south, the Hittite, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite in the mountains. But the Canaanite abideth by the sea, and near the streams of the Jordan. In the meantime Caleb, to still the murmuring of the people that rose against Moses, said, Let us go up and possess the land, for we shall be able to conquer it. But the others that had been with him said, No, we are not able to go up to this people, because they are stronger than we. And they spoke ill of the land which they had viewed before the children of Israel, saying, The land which we have viewed devoureth its inhabitants. The people that we beheld are of a tall stature. There we saw certain monsters of the sons of Enak, of the giant kind, in comparison of whom we seemed like locusts. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Wherefore the whole multitude crying wept that night, and all the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron, saying, Would God that we had died in Egypt, and would God we may die in this vast wilderness, and that the Lord may not bring us into this land, lest we fall by the sword, and our wives and children be led away captives. Is it not better to return into Egypt? And they said one to another, Let us appoint a captain, and let us return into Egypt. And when Moses and Aaron heard this, they fell down flat upon the ground before the multitude of the children of Israel. But Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, who themselves also had viewed the land, rent their garments, and said to all the multitude of the children of Israel, The land which we have gone round is very good. If the Lord be favorable, he will bring us into it, and give us a land flowing with milk and honey. Be not rebellious against the Lord, and fear ye not the people of this land, for we are able to eat them up as bread. All aid is gone from them. The Lord is with us. Fear ye not. And when all the multitude cried out, and would have stoned them, the glory of the Lord appeared over the tabernacle of the covenant to all the children of Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, How long will this people detract me? How long will they not believe me for all the signs that I have wrought before them? I will strike them therefore with pestilence, and will consume them. But thee I will make a ruler over a great nation, and a mightier than this is. And Moses said to the Lord, That the Egyptians, from the midst of whom thou hast brought forth this people, and the inhabitants of this land, who have heard that thou, O Lord, art among this people, and art seen face to face, and thy cloud protecteth them, and thou goest before them in a pillar of a cloud by day, and in a pillar of fire by night, may hear that thou hast killed so great a multitude as it were one man, and may say, He could not bring the people into the land for which he had sworn, therefore did he kill them in the wilderness. Let then the strength of the Lord be magnified, as thou hast sworn, saying, The Lord is patient and full of mercy, taking away iniquity and wickedness, and leaving no man clear, who visitest the sins of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. Forgive, I beseech thee, the sins of this people, according to the greatness of thy mercy, as thou hast been merciful to them from their going out of Egypt unto this place. And the Lord said, I have forgiven according to thy word. As I live, and the whole earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord. But yet all the men that have seen my majesty, and the signs that I have done in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have tempted me now 10 times, and have not obeyed my voice, shall not see the land for which I swore to their fathers, neither shall any one of them that hath detracted me behold it. My servant Caleb, who being full of another spirit hath followed me, I will bring into this land, which he hath gone round, and his seed shall possess it. For the Amalekite and the Canaanite dwell in the valleys. Tomorrow remove the camp, and return into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, How long doth this wicked multitude murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Say therefore to them, As I live, saith the Lord, according as you have spoken in my hearing, so will I do to you. In the wilderness shall your carcasses lie. All you that were numbered from 20 years old and upward, and have murmured against me, shall not enter into the land over which I lifted up my hand to make you dwell therein, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua the son of Nun. But your children, of whom you said that they should be a prey to the enemies, will I bring in, that they may see the land which you have despised. Your carcasses shall lie in the wilderness. Your children shall wander in the desert 40 years, and shall bear your fornication until the carcasses of their fathers be consumed in the desert, according to the number of the 40 days wherein you viewed the land. Year shall be counted for a day, and 40 years you shall receive your iniquities, and shall know my revenge. For as I have spoken, so will I do to all this wicked multitude that hath risen up together against me. In this wilderness shall it faint away and die. Therefore all the men whom Moses had sent to view the land, and who at their return had made the whole multitude to murmur against him, speaking ill of the land that it was not, died and were struck in the sight of the Lord. But Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh lived, of all them that had gone to view the land. And Moses spoke all these words to all the children of Israel, and the people mourned exceedingly. And behold, rising up very early in the morning, they went up to the top of the mountain, and said, We are ready to go up to the place of which the Lord hath spoken, for we have sinned. And Moses said to them, Why transgress you the word of the Lord, which shall not succeed prosperously with you? Go not up, for the Lord is not with you, lest you fall before your enemies. The Amalekite and the Canaanite are before you, and by their sword you shall fall, because you would not consent to the Lord, neither will the Lord be with you. But they, being blinded, went up to the top of the mountain. But the ark of the testament of the Lord and Moses departed not from the camp. And the Amalekite came down, and the Canaanite that dwelt in the mountain, and smiting and slaying them, pursued them as far as Hormah. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, When you shall be come into the land of your habitation, which I will give you, and shall make an offering to the Lord for a holocaust, or a victim paying your vows, or voluntarily offering gifts, or in your solemnities burning a sweet savour unto the Lord of oxen or of sheep, whosoever immolateth the victim shall offer a sacrifice of fine flour, the 10th part of an ephah, tempered with the 4th part of a hin of oil. And he shall give the same measure of wine to pour out in libations for the holocaust or for the victim. For every lamb and for every ram there shall be a sacrifice of flour of 2/10, which shall be tempered with the 3rd part of a hin of oil. And he shall offer the 3rd part of the same measure of wine for the libation, for a sweet savour to the Lord. But when thou offerest a holocaust or sacrifice of oxen, to fulfill thy vow, or for victims of peace offerings, thou shalt give for every ox 3/10 of flour tempered with half a hin of oil, and wine for libations of the same measure, for an offering of most sweet savour to the Lord. Thus shalt thou do for every ox and ram and lamb and kid. Both they that are born in the land and the strangers shall offer sacrifices after the same rite. There shall be all one law and judgment, both for you and for them who are strangers in the land. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, When you are come into the land which I will give you, and shall eat of the bread of that country, you shall separate first fruits to the Lord of the things you eat. As you separate first fruits of your barn floors, so also shall you give first fruits of your dough to the Lord. And if through ignorance you omit any of these things which the Lord hath spoken to Moses, and by him hath commanded you from the day that he began to command and thenceforward, and the multitude have forgotten to do it, they shall offer a calf out of the herd, a holocaust for a most sweet savour to the Lord, and the sacrifice and libations thereof, as the ceremonies require, and a buck-goat for sin. And the priest shall pray for all the multitude of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them, because they sinned ignorantly, offering notwithstanding a burnt offering to the Lord for themselves, and for their sin and their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the people of the children of Israel, and the strangers that sojourn among them, because it is the fault of all the people through ignorance. But if one soul shall sin ignorantly, he shall offer a she-goat of a year old for his sin. And the priest shall pray for him, because he sinned ignorantly before the Lord, and he shall obtain his pardon, and it shall be forgiven him. The same law shall be for all that sin by ignorance, whether they be natives or strangers. But the soul that committeth anything through pride, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, because he hath been rebellious against the Lord, shall be cut off from among his people. For he hath contemned the word the Lord, and made void his precept. Therefore shall he be destroyed, and shall bear his iniquity. And it came to pass, when the children of Israel were in the wilderness, and had found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day, that they brought him to Moses and Aaron and the whole multitude. And they put him into prison, not knowing what they should do with him. And the Lord said to Moses, Let that man die, let all the multitude stone him without the camp. And when they had brought him out, they stoned him, and he died as the Lord had commanded. The Lord also said to Moses, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt tell them to make to themselves fringes in the corners of their garments, putting in them ribands of blue, that when they shall see them, they may remember all the commandments of the Lord, and not follow their own thoughts and eyes, going astray after divers things, but rather, being mindful of the precepts of the Lord, may do them, and be holy to their God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that I might be your God. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. And behold, Kori, the son of Isaar, the son of Keath, the son of Levi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and Hon, the son of Pheleth, of the children of Reuben, rose up against Moses, and with them 250 others of the children of Israel, leading men of the synagogue, and who in the time of assembly were called by name. And when they had stood up against Moses and Aaron, they said, Let it be enough for you that all the multitude consisteth of holy ones, and the Lord is among them. Why lift you up yourselves above the people of the Lord? When Moses heard this, he fell flat on his face. And speaking to Kori and all the multitude, he said, In the morning the Lord will make known who belong to him, and the holy he will join to himself, and whom he shall choose, they shall approach to him. Do this, therefore, take every man of you your censers, thou, Kori, and all thy company, and putting fire in them tomorrow, put incense upon it before the Lord, and whomsoever he shall choose, the same shall be holy. You take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. And he said again to Kori, Hear ye, sons of Levi, is it a small thing unto you that the God of Israel hath spared you from all the people, and joined you to himself, that you should serve him in the service of the tabernacle, and should stand before the congregation of the people, and should minister to him? Did he therefore make thee and all thy brethren the sons of Levi to approach unto him, that you should challenge to yourselves the priesthood also, and that all thy company should stand against the Lord? For what is Aaron that you murmur against him? Then Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab. But they answered, We will not come. Is it a small matter to thee that thou hast brought us out of a land that flowed with milk and honey, to kill us in the desert, except thou rule also like a lord over us? Thou hast brought us indeed into a land that floweth with rivers of milk and honey, and hast given us possessions of fields and vineyards. Wilt thou also pull out our eyes? We will not come. Moses therefore, being very angry, said to the Lord, Respect not their sacrifices. Thou knowest that I have not taken of them so much as a young ass at any time, nor have injured any of them. And he said to Korah, Do thou and thy congregation stand apart before the Lord tomorrow, and Aaron apart. Take every one of you censers, and put incense upon them, offering to the Lord 250 censers. Let Aaron also hold his censer. When they had done this, Moses and Aaron standing, and had drawn up all the multitude against them to the door of the tabernacle, the glory of the Lord appeared to them all. And the Lord speaking to Moses and Aaron said, Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may presently destroy them. They fell flat on their face, and said, O most mighty, the God of the spirits of all flesh, for one man's sin shall thy wrath rage against all? And the Lord said to Moses, Command the whole people to separate themselves from the tents of Korah and Dathan and Abiram. And Moses arose, and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the ancients of Israel following him, he said to the multitude, Depart from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest you be involved in their sins. And when they were departed from their tents round about, Dathan and Abiram coming out stood in the entry of their pavilions, with their wives and children, and all the people. And Moses said, By this you shall know that the Lord hath sent me to do all things that you see, and that I have not forged them of my own head. If these men die the common death of men, and if they be visited with a plague, wherewith others also are wont to be visited, the Lord did not send me. But if the Lord do a new thing, and the earth opening her mouth swallow them down, and all things that belong to them, and they go down alive into hell, you shall know that they have blasphemed the Lord. And immediately as he had made an end of speaking, the earth broke asunder under their feet, and opening her mouth devoured them with their tents and all their substance. And they went down alive into hell, the ground closing upon them, and they perished from among the people. But all Israel that was standing round about fled at the cry of them that were perishing, saying, Lest perhaps the earth swallow us up also. And a fire coming out from the Lord destroyed the 250 men that offered the incense. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, to take up the censers that lie in the burning, and to scatter the fire of one side and the other, because they are sanctified in the deaths of the sinners, and let him beat them into plates, and fasten them to the altar, because incense hath been offered in them to the Lord, and they are sanctified, that the children of Israel may see them for a sign and a memorial. Then Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers, wherein they had offered, whom the burning fire had devoured, and beat them into plates, fastening them to the altar, that the children of Israel might have for the time to come wherewith they should be admonished, that no stranger, or any one that is not of seed of Aaron, should come near to offer incense to the Lord, lest he should suffer as Korah suffered, and all his congregation, according as the Lord spoke to Moses. The following day all the multitude of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron, saying, You have killed the people of the Lord. And when there arose a sedition, and the tumult increased, Moses and Aaron fled to the tabernacle of the covenant. And when they were gone into it, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And the Lord said to Moses, Get you out from the midst of this multitude. This moment will I destroy them. And as they were lying on the ground, Moses said to Aaron, Take the censer, and putting fire in it from the altar, put incense upon it, and go quickly to the people to pray for them, for already wrath is gone out from the Lord, and the plague rageth. When Aaron had done this, and had run to the midst of the multitude, which the burning fire was now destroying, he offered the incense, and standing between the dead and the living, he prayed for the people, and the plague ceased. And the number of them that were slain was 14,700 men, besides them that had perished in the sedition of Korah. And Aaron returned to Moses to the door of the tabernacle of the covenant, after the destruction was over. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and take of every one of them a rod by their kindreds, of all the princes of the tribes, 12 rods, and write the name of every man upon his rod. And the name of Aaron shall be for the tribe of Levi, and 1 rod shall contain all their families. And thou shalt lay them up in the tabernacle of the covenant before the testimony, where I will speak to thee. Whomsoever of these I shall choose, his rod shall blossom, and I will make to cease from me the murmurings of the children of Israel, wherewith they murmur against you. And Moses spoke to the children of Israel, and all the princes gave him rods, 1 for every tribe, and there were 12 rods besides the rod of Aaron. And when Moses had laid them up before the Lord in the tabernacle of the testimony, he returned on the following day, and found that the rod of Aaron for the house of Levi was budded, and that the buds swelling it had bloomed blossoms, which, spreading the leaves, were formed into almonds. Moses therefore brought out all the rods from before the Lord to all the children of Israel, and they saw, and every one received their rods. And the Lord said to Moses, Carry back the rod of Aaron into the tabernacle of the testimony, that it may be kept there for a token of the rebellious children of Israel, and that their complaints may cease from me, lest they die. And Moses did as the Lord had commanded. And the children of Israel said to Moses, Behold, we are consumed, we all perish. Whosoever approacheth to the tabernacle of the Lord, he dieth. Are we all to a man to be utterly destroyed? End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. And the Lord said to Aaron, Thou and thy sons and thy father's house with thee shall bear the iniquity of the sanctuary, and thou and thy sons with thee shall bear the sins of your priesthood. And take with thee thy brethren also of the tribe of Levi, and the scepter of thy father, and let them be ready in hand, and minister to thee. But thou and thy sons shall minister in the tabernacle of the testimony. And the Levites shall watch to do thy commands, and about all the works of the tabernacle. Only they shall not come nigh the vessels of the sanctuary, nor the altar, lest both they die, and you also perish with them. But let them be with thee, and watch in the charge of the tabernacle, and in all the ceremonies thereof. A stranger shall not join himself with you. Watch ye in the charge of the sanctuary, and in the ministry of the altar, lest indignation rise upon the children of Israel. I have given you your brethren the Levites from among the children of Israel, and have delivered them for a gift to the Lord, to serve in the ministries of the tabernacle. But thou and thy sons look ye to the priesthood, and all things that pertain to the service of the altar, and that are within the veil, shall be executed by the priests. If any stranger shall approach, he shall be slain. And the Lord said to Aaron, Behold, I have given thee the charge of my firstfruits. All things that are sanctified by the children of Israel I have delivered to thee and to thy sons for the priestly office, by everlasting ordinances. These therefore shalt thou take of the things that are sanctified and are offered to the Lord. Every offering and sacrifice, and whatsoever is rendered to me for sin and for trespass, and becometh holy of holies, shall be for thee and thy sons. Thou shalt eat it in the sanctuary. The males only shall eat thereof, because it is a consecrated thing to thee. But the firstfruits, which the children of Israel shall vow and offer, I have given to thee, and to thy sons, and to thy daughters, by a perpetual law. He that is clean in thy house shall eat them. All the best of the oil, and of the wine, and of the corn, whatsoever firstfruits they offer to the Lord, I have given them to thee. All the first ripe of the fruits that the ground bringeth forth, and which are brought to the Lord, shall be for thy use. He that is clean in thy house shall eat them. Everything that the children of Israel shall give by vow shall be thine. Whatsoever is firstborn of all flesh, which they offer to the Lord, whether it be of men or of beasts, shall belong to thee. Only for the firstborn of man thou shalt take a price, and every beast that is unclean thou shalt cause to be redeemed, and the redemption of it shall be after 1 month, for 5 sickles of silver by the weight of the sanctuary. A sickle hath 20 obols. But the firstling of a cow, and of a sheep, and of a goat, thou shalt not cause to be redeemed, because they are sanctified to the Lord. Their blood only thou shalt pour upon the altar, and their fat thou shalt burn for a most sweet odor to the Lord. But the flesh shall fall to thy use, as the consecrated breast, and the right shoulder shall be thine. All the firstfruits of the sanctuary, which the children of Israel offer to the Lord, I have given to thee and to thy sons and daughters by a perpetual ordinance. It is a covenant of salt forever before the Lord, to thee and to thy sons. And the Lord said to Aaron, You shall possess nothing in their land, neither shall you have a portion among them. I am thy portion and inheritance in the midst of the children of Israel. And I have given to the sons of Levi all the tithes of Israel for a possession for the ministry wherewith they serve me in the tabernacle of the covenant, that the children of Israel may not approach any more to the tabernacle, nor commit deadly sin, but only the sons of Levi may serve me in the tabernacle, and bear the sins of the people. It shall be an everlasting ordinance in your generations. They shall not possess any other thing, but be content with the oblation or tithes, which I have separated for their uses and necessities. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the Levites, and declare unto them, When you shall receive of the children of Israel the tithes which I have given you, offer the firstfruits of them to the Lord, that is to say, the 10th part of the 10th, that it may be reckoned to you as an oblation of firstfruits, as well of the barn floors as of the wine presses, and of all the things of which you receive tithes, offer the firstfruits to the Lord, and give them to Aaron the priest. All the things that you shall offer of the tithes, and shall separate for the gifts of the Lord, shall be the best and choicest things. And thou shalt say to them, If you offer all the goodly and the better things of the tithes, it shall be reckoned to you as if you had given the firstfruits of the barn floor and the winepress. And you shall eat them in all your places, both you and your families, because it is your reward for the ministry, wherewith you serve in the tabernacle of the testimony. And you shall not sin in this point by reserving the choicest and fat things to yourselves, lest you profane the oblations of the children of Israel and die. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, This is the observance of the victim which the Lord hath ordained. Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee a red cow of full age, in which there is no blemish, and which hath not carried the yoke. And you shall deliver her to Eleazar the priest, who shall bring her forth without the camp, and shall immolate her in the sight of all. And dipping his finger in her blood, shall sprinkle it over against the door of the tabernacle 7 times, and shall burn her in the sight of all, delivering up to the fire her skin, and her flesh, and her blood, and her dung. The priest shall also take cedar wood and hyssop, and scarlet twice dyed, and cast it into the flame with which the cow is consumed. And then, after washing his garments and body, he shall enter into the camp, and shall be unclean until the evening. He also that hath burned her shall wash his garments and his body, and shall be unclean until the evening. And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the cow, and shall pour them forth without the camp in a most clean place, that they may be reserved for the multitude of the children of Israel, and for a water of aspersion, because the cow was burnt for sin. And when he that carried the ashes of the cow hath washed his garments, he shall be unclean until the evening. The children of Israel and the strangers that dwell among them shall observe this for a holy thing by a perpetual ordinance. He that toucheth the corpse of a man, and is therefore unclean 7 days, shall be sprinkled with this water on the 3rd day, and on the 7th, and so shall be cleansed. If he were not sprinkled on the 3rd day, he cannot be cleansed on the 7th. Every one that toucheth the corpse of a man, and is not sprinkled with mixture, shall profane the tabernacle of the Lord, and shall perish out of Israel, because he was not sprinkled with the water of expiation. He shall be unclean, and his uncleanness shall remain upon him. This is the law of a man that dieth in a tent. All that go into his tent, and all the vessels that are there, shall be unclean 7 days. The vessel that hath no cover, nor binding over it, shall be unclean. If any man in the field touch the corpse of a man that was slain, or that died of himself, or his bone, or his grave, he shall be unclean 7 days. And they shall take of the ashes of the burning and of the sin offering, and shall pour living waters upon them into a vessel. And a man that is clean shall dip hyssop in them, and shall sprinkle therewith all the tent and all the furniture, and the men that are defiled with touching any such thing. And in this manner he that is clean shall purify the unclean on the 3rd and on the 7th day. And being expiated the 7th day, he shall wash both himself and his garments, and be unclean until the evening. If any man be not expiated after this rite, his soul shall perish out of the midst of the church, because he hath profaned the sanctuary of the Lord, and was not sprinkled with the water of purification. This precept shall be an ordinance forever. He also that sprinkled the water shall wash his garments. Every one that shall touch the waters of expiation shall be unclean until the evening. Whatsoever a person toucheth who is unclean, he shall make it unclean. And the person that toucheth any of these things shall be unclean until the evening. End of chapter 19. Numbers, chapters 20 through 30 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. And the children of Israel and all the multitude came into the desert of Sin in the 1st month, and the people abode in Kadesh, and Mary died there, and was buried in the same place. And the people wanting water came together against Moses and Aaron, and making a sedition, they said, Would God we had perished among our brethren before the Lord! Why have you brought out the church of the Lord into the wilderness, that both we and our cattle should die? Why have you made us come up out of Egypt, and have brought us into this wretched place, which cannot be sowed, nor bringeth forth figs, nor vines, nor pomegranates, neither is there any water to drink? And Moses and Aaron, leaving the multitude, went into the tabernacle of the covenant, and fell flat upon the ground, and cried to the Lord, and said, O Lord God, hear the cry of this people. and open to them thy treasure, a fountain of living water, that being satisfied they may cease to murmur. And the glory of the Lord appeared over them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the rod, and assemble the people together, thou and Aaron thy brother, and speak to the rock before them, and it shall yield waters. And when thou hast brought forth water out of the rock, all the multitude and their cattle shall drink. Moses therefore took the rod which was before the Lord, as he had commanded him, and having gathered together the multitude before the rock, he said to them, Hear, ye rebellious and incredulous, can we bring you forth water out of this rock? And when Moses had lifted up his hand and struck the rock twice with the rod, there came forth water in great abundance, so that the people and their cattle drank. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, Because you have not believed me, to sanctify me before the children of Israel, you shall not bring these people into the land which I will give them. This is the water of contradiction, where the children of Israel strove with words against the Lord, and he was sanctified in them. In the meantime Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom to say, Thus saith thy brother Israel, Thou knowest all the labor that hath come upon us, in what manner our fathers went down into Egypt, and there we dwelt a long time, and the Egyptians afflicted us and our fathers, and how we cried to the Lord, and he heard us, and sent an angel, who hath brought us out of Egypt. Lo, we are now in the city of Kadesh, which is in the uttermost of thy borders. And we beseech thee, that we may have leave to pass through thy country. We will not go through the fields, nor through the vineyards, we will not drink the waters of thy wells, but we will go by the common highway, neither turning aside to the right hand, nor to the left, till we are past thy borders. And Edom answered them, Thou shalt not pass by me. If thou dost, I will come out armed against thee. And the children of Israel said, We will go by the beaten way, and if we and our cattle drink of thy waters, we will give thee what is just. There shall be no difficulty in the price, only let us pass speedily. But he answered, Thou shalt not pass. And immediately he came forth to meet them, with an infinite multitude, and a strong hand. Neither would he condescend to their desire to grant them passage through his borders. Wherefore Israel turned another way from him. And when they had removed the camp from Kadesh, they came to Mount Hor, which is in the borders of the land of Edom, where the Lord spoke to Moses. Let Aaron, saith he, go to his people, for he shall not go into the land which I have given the children of Israel, because he was incredulous to my words at the waters of contradiction. Take Aaron and his son with him, and bring them up into Mount Hor, and when thou hast stripped the father of his vesture, thou shalt vest therewith Eleazar his son. Aaron shall be gathered to his people, and die there. Moses did as the Lord had commanded, and they went up into Mount Hor before all the multitude. And when he had stripped Aaron of his vestments, he vested Eleazar his son with them. And Aaron being dead in the top of the mountain, he came down with Eleazar. And all the multitude, seeing that Aaron was dead, mourned for him 30 days throughout all their families. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. And when King Arad the Canaanite, who dwelt towards the south, had heard this, to wit, that Israel was come by the way of the spies, he fought against them, and overcoming them carried off their spoils. But Israel, binding himself by vow to the Lord, said, If thou wilt deliver this people into my hand, I will utterly destroy their cities. And the Lord heard the prayers of Israel, and delivered up the Canaanite, and they cut them off and destroyed their cities. And they called the name of that place Hormah, that is to say, anathema. And they marched from Mount Hor by the way that leadeth to the Red Sea, to compass the land of Edom. And the people began to be weary of their journey and labor. And speaking against God and Moses, they said, Why didst thou bring us out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread, nor have we any waters. Our soul now loatheth this very light food. Wherefore the Lord sent among the people fiery serpents, which bit them and killed many of them. Upon which they came to Moses, and said, We have sinned, because we have spoken against the Lord and thee. Pray that he may take away these serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said to him, Make a brazen serpent, and set it up for a sign. Whosoever being struck shall look on it, and live. Moses therefore made a brazen serpent, and set it up for a sign, which when they that were bitten looked upon, they were healed. And the children of Israel, setting forwards, camped in Oboth. And departing thence, they pitched their tents in Jeabarim, in the wilderness that faceth Moab toward the east. And removing from thence, they came to the torrent Zered, which they left and encamped over against Arnon, which is in the desert, and standeth out on the borders of the Amorite. For Arnon is the border of Moab, dividing the Moabites and the Amorites. Wherefore it is said in the book of the wars of the Lord, As he did in the Red Sea, so will he do in the streams of Amen. The rocks of the torrents were bowed down, that they might rest in Ar, and lie down in the borders of the Moabites. When they went from that place, the well appeared, whereof the Lord said to Moses, Gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Israel sung this song, Let the well spring up. They sung thereto. The well which the princes dug, and the chiefs of the people prepared by the direction of the lawgiver, and with their staves. And they marched from the wilderness to Methana, from Methana unto Nahaliel, from Nahaliel unto Bamoth. From Bamoth is a valley in the country of Moab, to the top of Phasgah, which looked towards the desert. And Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, I beseech thee that I may have leave to pass through thy land. We will not go aside into the fields or the vineyards. We will not drink waters of the wells. We will go the king's highway, till we be past thy borders. And he would not grant that Israel should pass by his borders, but rather gathering an army went forth to meet them in the desert, and came to Jassah, and fought against them. And he was slain by them with the edge of the sword, and they possessed his land from the Arnon unto the Jabbok, and to the confines of the children of Ammon, for the borders of the Ammonites were kept with a strong garrison. So Israel took all his cities, and dwelt in the cities of the Amorite, to wit, in Heshbon, and in the villages thereof. Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who fought against the king of Moab, and took all the land that had been of his dominions, as far as the Arnon. Therefore it is said in the proverb, Come into Heshbon, let the city of Sihon be built and set up. A fire is gone out of Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon, and hath consumed Ar of the Moabites, and the inhabitants of the high places of the Arnon. Woe to thee, Moab! Thou art undone, O people of Chemos! He hath given his sons to flight, and his daughters into captivity to Sihon, the king of the Amorites. Their yoke is perished from Heshbon unto Daban. They came weary to Nophi, and unto Medaba. So Israel dwelt in the land of the Amorite. And Moses sent some to take a view of Jazer, and they took the villages of it, and conquered the inhabitants. And they turned themselves, and went up by the way of Basan, and Og, the king of Basan, came against them with all his people, to fight in Edrei. And the Lord said to Moses, Fear him not, for I have delivered him and all his people and his country into thy hand, and thou shalt do to him as thou didst to Sihon the king of the Amorites, the inhabitant of Heshbon. So they slew him also with his sons and all his people, not letting any one escape, and they possessed his land. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. And they went forward and encamped in the plains of Moab, over against where Jericho is situate beyond the Jordan. And Balak the son of Ziphor, seeing all that Israel had done to the Amorite, and that the Moabites were in great fear of him, and were not able to sustain his assault, he said to the elders of Madian, So will this people destroy all that dwell in our borders, as the ox is wont to eat the grass to the very roots. Now he was at that time king in Moab. He sent therefore messengers to Balaam the son of Beor, a soothsayer, who dwelt by the river of the land of the children of Ammon, to call him, and to say, Behold, a people is come out of Egypt, that hath covered the face of the earth, sitting over against me. Come therefore and curse this people, because it is mightier than I, if by any means I may beat them, and drive them out of my land. For I know that he whom thou shalt bless is blessed, and he whom thou shalt curse is cursed. And the ancients of Moab and the elders of Madian went with the price of divination in their hands. And when they were come to Balaam, and had told him all the words of Balak, he answered, Tarry here this night, and I will answer whatsoever the Lord shall say to me. And while they stayed with Balaam, God came and said to him, What mean these men that are with thee? He answered, Balak the son of Ziphor, king of the Moabites, hath sent to me, saying, Behold, a people that is come out of Egypt hath covered the face of the land. Come and curse them, if by any means I may fight with them, and drive them away. And God said to Balaam, Thou shalt not go with them, nor shalt thou curse the people, because it is blessed. And he rose in the morning, and said to the princes, Go into your country, because the Lord hath forbid me to come with you. The princes returning said to Balak, Balaam would not come with us. Then he sent many more, and more noble than he had sent before, who, when they were come to Balaam, said, Thus saith Balak the son of Ziphor, Delay not to come to me, for I am ready to honor thee, and will give thee whatsoever thou wilt. Come and curse this people. Balaam answered, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot alter the word of the Lord my God, to speak either more or less. I pray you to stay here this night also, that I may know what the Lord will answer me once more. God therefore came to Balaam in the night, and said to him, If these men be come to call thee, arise and go with them, yet so that thou do what I shall command thee. Balaam arose in the morning, and saddling his ass, went with them. And God was angry, and an angel of the Lord stood in the way against Balaam, who sat on the ass, and had 2 servants with him. The ass, seeing the angel standing in the way, with a drawn sword, turned herself out of the way, and went into the field. And when Balaam beat her, and had a mind to bring her again to the way, the angel stood in a narrow place between 2 walls, wherewith the vineyards were enclosed. And the ass, seeing him, thrust herself close to the wall, and bruised the foot of the rider, but he beat her again. And nevertheless the angel, going on to a narrow place, where there was no way to turn aside either to the right hand or to the left, stood to meet him. And when the ass saw the angel standing, she fell under the feet of the rider, who, being angry, beat her sides more vehemently with a staff. And the Lord opened the mouth of the ass, and she said, What have I done to thee? Why strikest thou me, lo now, this 3rd time? Balaam answered, Because thou hast deserved it, and hast served me ill. I would I had a sword, that I might kill thee. The ass said, Am not I thy beast, on which thou hast been always accustomed to ride until this present day? Tell me if I ever did the like thing to thee. But he said, Never. Forthwith the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel standing in the way, with a drawn sword, and he worshipped him, falling flat on the ground. And the angel said to him, Why beatest thou thy ass these 3 times? I am come to withstand thee, because thy way is perverse, and contrary to me. And unless the ass had turned out of the way, giving place to me who stood against thee, I had slain thee, and she should have lived. Balaam said, I have sinned, not knowing that thou didst stand against me, and now if it displease thee that I go, I will return. The angel said, Go with these men, and see thou speak no other thing than what I shall command thee. He went therefore with the princes. And when Balak heard it, he came forth to meet him in a town of the Moabites, that is situate in the uttermost borders of Arnon. And he said to Balaam, I sent messengers to call thee. Why didst thou not come immediately to me? Was it because I am not able to reward thy coming? He answered him, Lo, here I am. Shall I have power to speak any other thing but that which God shall put in my mouth? So they went on together, and came into a city that was in the uttermost borders of his kingdom. And when Balak had killed oxen and sheep, he sent presents to Balaam, and to the princes that were with him. And when morning was come, he brought him to the high places of Baal, and he beheld the uttermost part of the people. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. And Balaam said to Balak, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare as many calves, and the same number of rams. And when he had done according to the word of Balaam, they laid together a calf and a ram upon every altar. And Balaam said to Balak, Stand a while by thy burnt offering, until I go to see if perhaps the Lord will meet me, and whatsoever he shall command, I will speak to thee. And when he was gone with speed, God met him. And Balaam, speaking to him, said, I have erected 7 altars, and have laid on every one a calf and a ram. And the Lord put the word in his mouth, and said, Return to Balak, and thus shalt thou speak. Returning, he found Balak standing by his burnt offering, with all the princes of the Moabites. And taking up his parable, he said, Balak, king of the Moabites, hath brought me from Aram, from the mountains of the east. Come, said he, and curse Jacob, make haste and detest Israel. How shall I curse him whom God hath not cursed? By what means should I detest him whom the Lord detesteth not? I shall see him from the tops of the rocks, and shall consider him from the hills. This people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, and know the number of the stock of Israel? Let my soul die the death of the just, and my last end be like to them. And Balak said to Balaam, What is this that thou dost? I sent for thee to curse my enemies, and thou contrariwise blessest them. He answered him, Can I speak anything else but what the Lord commandeth? Balak therefore said, Come with me to another place from whence thou mayest see part of Israel, and canst not see them all. Curse them from thence. And when he had brought him to a high place, upon the top of Mount Phasca, Balaam built 7 altars, and laying on every one a calf and a ram, he said to Balak, Stand here by thy burnt offering, while I go to meet him. And when the Lord had met him, and had put the word in his mouth, he said, Return to Balak, and thus shalt thou say to him. Returning, he found him standing by his burnt sacrifice, and the princes of the Moabites with him. And Balak said to him, What hath the Lord spoken? But he, taking up his parable, said, Stand, O Balak, and give ear. Hear, thou son of Sephor. God is not a man, that he should lie, nor as the Son of Man, that he should be changed. Hath he said then, and will he not do? Hath he spoken, and will he not fulfill? I was brought to bless, the blessing I am not able to hinder. There is no idol in Jacob, neither is there an image God to be seen in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the sound of the victory of the king in him. God hath brought him out of Egypt, whose strength is like to the rhinoceros. There is no soothsaying in Jacob, nor divination in Israel. In their times it shall be told to Jacob and to Israel what God hath wrought. Behold, the people shall rise up as a lioness, and shall lift itself up as a lion. It shall not lie down till it devour the prey, and drink the blood of the slain. And Balak said to Balaam, Neither curse nor bless him. And he said, Did I not tell thee that whatsoever God should command me, that I would do? And Balak said to him, Come, and I will bring thee to another place, if peradventure it please God, that thou mayest curse them from thence. And when he had brought him upon the top of Mount Fogor, which looketh towards the wilderness, Balaam said to him, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare as many calves, and the same number of rams. Balak did as Balaam had said, and he laid on every altar a calf and a ram. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. And when Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord that he should bless Israel, he went not as he had gone before to seek divination, but setting his face towards the desert, and lifting up his eyes, he saw Israel abiding in their tents by their tribes, and the Spirit of God rushing upon him. He took up his parable and said, Balaam the son of Beor hath said, the man hath said, whose eye are stopped up. The hearer of the words of God hath said, he that hath beheld the vision of the Almighty, he that falleth, and so his eyes are opened. How beautiful are thy tabernacles, O Jacob, and thy tents, O Israel! As woody valleys, as watered gardens near the rivers, as tabernacles which the Lord hath pitched, as cedars by the waterside. Water shall flow out of his bucket, and his seed shall be in many waters. For Agag his king shall be removed, and his kingdom shall be taken awry. God hath brought him out of Egypt, whose strength is like to the rhinoceros. They shall devour the nations that are his enemies, and break their bones, and pierce them with arrows. Lying down he hath slept as a lion, and as a lioness, whom none shall dare to rouse. He that blesseth thee shall also himself be blessed. He that curseth thee shall be reckoned accursed. And Balak, being angry against Balaam, clapped his hands together, and said, I called thee to curse my enemies, and thou, on the contrary, hast blessed them 3 times. Return to thy place. I had determined indeed greatly to honor thee, but the Lord hath deprived thee of the honor designed for thee. Balaam made answer to Balak, Did I not say to thy messengers, whom thou sentest to me, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord my God to utter anything of my own head, either good or evil. But whatsoever the Lord shall say, that I will speak. But yet, going to my people, I will give thee counsel, what this people shall do to thy people in the latter days. Therefore, taking up his parable again, he said, Balaam the son of Beor hath said, the man whose eye is stopped up hath said, the hearer of the words of God hath said, who knoweth the doctrine of the highest, and seeth the visions of the Almighty, who falling hath his eyes opened. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not near. A star shall rise out of Jacob, and a scepter shall spring up from Israel, and shall strike the chiefs of Moab, and shall waste all the children of Seth. And he shall possess Idumea, the inheritance of Seir shall come to their enemies, but Israel shall do manfully. Out of Jacob shall he come that shall rule, and shall destroy the remains of the city. And when he saw Amalek, he took up his parable, and said, Amalek, the beginning of nations, whose latter ends shall be destroyed. He saw also the Sinite, and took up his parable, and said, Thy habitation indeed is strong. But though thou build thy nest in a rock, and thou be chosen of the stock of sin, how long shalt thou be able to continue? For Asser shall take thee captive. And taking up his parable again, he said, Alas, who shall live when God shall do these things? They shall come in galleys from Italy. They shall overcome the Assyrians, and shall waste the Hebrews, and at the last they themselves also shall perish. And Balaam rose and returned to his place. Balak also returned the way that he came. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. And Israel at that time abode in Shechem, and the people committed fornication with the daughters of Moab, who called them to their sacrifices. And they ate of them and adored their gods. And Israel was initiated to Baal-Phegor, upon which the Lord being angry said to Moses, Take all the princes of the people, and hang them up on gibbets against the sun, that my fury may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said to the judges of Israel, Let every man kill his neighbors that have been initiated to Baal-Phegor. And behold, one of the children of Israel went in before his brethren to a harlot of Madian, in the sight of Moses, and of all the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle. And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from the midst of the multitude, and taking a dagger, went in after the Israelite into the brothel house, and thrust both of them through together, to wit, the man and the woman in the genital parts. And the scourge ceased from the children of Israel, and there were slain 24,000 men. And the Lord said to Moses, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, hath turned away my wrath from the children of Israel, because he was moved with my zeal against them, that I myself might not destroy the children of Israel in my zeal. Therefore say to him, Behold, I give him the peace of my covenant, and the covenant of the priesthood forever shall be both to him and his seed, because he hath been zealous for his God, and hath made atonement for the wickedness of the children of Israel. And the name of the Israelite that was slain with the woman of Madian was Zambri, the son of Selu, a prince of the kindred and tribe of Simeon. And the Madianite woman that was slain with him was called Cosbi, the daughter of Sur, a most noble prince among the Madianites. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Let the Madianites find you enemies, and slay you them, because they also have acted like enemies against you, and have guilefully deceived you by the idol Phogor, and Cosbi their sister, a daughter of a prince of Madian, who was slain in the day the plague for the sacrilege of Phogor. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. After the blood of the guilty was shed, the Lord said to Moses and to Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, Number the whole sum of the children of Israel from 20 years old and upward, by their houses and kindreds, all that are able to go forth to war. Moses therefore and Eleazar the priest, being in the plains of Moab, upon the Jordan over against Jericho, spoke to them that were from 20 years old and upward, as the Lord had commanded, and this is the number of them. Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, his sons were Henoch, of whom is the family of the Henochites, and Phalu, of whom is the family of the Phaluites, and Hezron, of whom is the family of the Hezronites, and Carmi, of whom is the family of the Carmites. These are the families of the stock of Reuben, whose number was found to be 43,730. The son of Phalu was Eliab. His sons were Nemuel, and Dathan, and Abiram. These are Dathan and Abiram, the princes of the people, that rose against Moses and Aaron in the sedition of Korah, when they rebelled against the Lord. And the earth opening her mouth swallowed up Korah, many others dying, when the fire burned 250 men. And there was a great miracle wrought, that when Korah perished, his sons did not perish. The sons of Simeon by their kindreds: Nemuel, of him is the family of the Nemuelites. Jamin, of him is the family of the Jaminites. Jachin, of him is the family of the Jachinites. Zari, of him is the family of the Zerites. Saul, of him is the family of the Saulites. These are the families of the stock of Simeon, of which the whole number was 22,200. The sons of Gad by their kindreds: Cephon, of him is the family of the Cephonites. Agi, of him is the family of the Agites. Suni, of him is the family of the Sunites. Ozni, of him is the family of the Oznites. Hur, of him is the family of the Hirites. Arad, of him is the family of the Aradites. Ariel, of him is the family of the Arielites. These are the families of Gad, of which the whole number was 40,500. The sons of Judah: Hur and Onan, who both died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah by their kindreds were Selah, of whom is the family of the Selaites. Phares, of whom is the family of the Pharesites. Zari, of whom is the family of the Zarites. Moreover, the sons of Phares were Hezron, of whom is the family of the Hezronites, and Hamul, of whom is the family of the Hamulites. These are the families of Judah, of which the whole number was 76,500. The sons of Issachar by their kindreds: Tola, of whom is the family of the Tolaites. Phua, of whom is the family of the Phuites. Jasub, of whom is the family of the Jasubites. Semran, of whom is the family of the Semranites. These are the kindreds of Issachar, whose number was 64,300. The sons of Zebulun by their kindreds: Sered, of whom is the family of the Seredites. Elon, of whom is the family of the Elonites. Jalel, of whom is the family of the Jalelites. These are the kindreds of Zebulun, whose number was 60,500. The sons of Joseph by their kindred: Manasseh and Ephraim. Of Manasseh was born Machir, of whom is the family of the Machirites. Machir begat Gilead, of whom is the family of the Gileadites. Gilead had sons: Jezer, of whom is the family of the Jezerites, and Helek, of whom is the family of the Helekites, and Azriel, of whom is the family of the Azrielites, and Shechem, of whom is the family of the Shechemites, and Semida, of whom is the family of the Semidaites, and Hepher, of whom is the family of the Hepherites. And Hepher was the father of Salphaad, who had no sons, but only daughters, whose names are these: Maelah, and Noah, and Heglah, and Melchah, and Thirsa. These are the families of Manasseh, and the number of them 52,700. And the sons of Ephraim by their kindreds were these: Suthala, of whom is the family of the Suthalites. Becher, of whom is the family of the Becherites. Thehan, of whom is the family of the Thehenites. Now the son of Suthala was Hiran, of whom is the family of the Hiranites. These are the kindreds of the sons of Ephraim, whose number was 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph by their families. The sons of Benjamin in their kindreds, Bela, of whom is the family of the Belaites. Asbel, of whom is the family of the Asbelites. Ahiram, of whom is the family of the Ahiramites. Supham, of whom is the family of the Suphamites. Hupham, of whom is the family of the Huphamites. The sons of Bela, Hered, and Noaman. Of Hered is the family of the Heredites. Of Noaman, the family of the Noamanites. These are the sons of Benjamin by their kindreds, whose number was 45,600. The sons of Dan by their kindreds, Suham, of whom is the family of the Suhamites. These are the kindreds of Dan by their families. All were Suhamites, whose number was 64,400. The sons of Aser by their kindreds, Jemna, of whom is the family of the Jemnaites. Jesui, of whom is the family of the Jesuites. Brai, of whom is the family of the Braiites. The sons of Brai, Heber, of whom is the family of the Heberites. And Melchiel, of whom is the family of the Melchielites. And the name of the daughter of Aser was Sarah. These are the kindreds of the sons of Aser, and their number 53,400. The sons of Naphtali by their kindreds, Jesiel, of whom is the family of the Jesielites. Guni, of whom is the family of the Gunites. Jezer, of whom is the family of the Jezerites. Silem, of whom is the family of the Silemites. These are the kindreds of the sons of Naphtali by their families, whose number was 45,400. This is the sum of the children of Israel that were reckoned up, 601,730. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, To these shall the land be divided for their possessions, according to the number of names. To the greater number thou shalt give a greater portion, and to the fewer a less. To every one, as they have now been reckoned up, shall a possession be delivered. Yet so that by lot the land be divided to the tribe and families. Whatsoever shall fall by lot, that shall be taken by the more or the fewer. This also is the number of the sons of Levi by their families, Gerson, of whom is the family of the Gersonites. Kehath, of whom is the family of the Kehathites. Merari, of whom is the family of the Merarites. These are the families of Levi, the family of Lobni, the family of Hebroni, the family of Maholi, the family of Musi, the family of Kori. Now Kehath begat Amram, who had to wife Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, who was born to him in Egypt. She bore to her husband Amram sons, Aaron and Moses, and Mary their sister. Of Aaron were born Nadab, and Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar, of whom Nadab and Abihu died when they had offered the strange fire before the Lord. And all that were numbered were 23,000 males from 1 month old and upward, for they were not reckoned up among the children of Israel, neither was a possession given to them with the rest. This is the number of the children of Israel that were enrolled by Moses and Eleazar the priest in the plains of Moab upon the Jordan over against Jericho, among whom there was not one of them that were numbered before by Moses and Aaron in the desert of Sinai. For the Lord had foretold that they should die in the wilderness, and none remained of them but Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua the son of Nun. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. Then came the daughters of Salphaad, the son of Hepher, the son of Galead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasses, who was the son of Joseph. And their names are Maalah, and Noah, and Heglah, and Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the people, at the door of the tabernacle of the covenant, and said, Our father died in the desert, and was not in the sedition that was raised against the Lord under Korah, but he died in his own sin. And he had no male children. Why is his name taken away out of his family, because he had no son? Give us a possession among the kinsmen of our father. And Moses referred their cause to the judgment of the Lord. And the Lord said to him, The daughters of Salphaad demand a just thing. Give them a possession among their father's kindred, and let them succeed in his inheritance. And to the children of Israel thou shalt speak these things. When a man dieth without a son, his inheritance shall pass to his daughter. If he have no daughter, his brethren shall succeed him. And if he have no brethren, you shall give the inheritance to his father's brethren. But if he have no uncles by the father, the inheritance shall be given to them that are the next akin. And this shall be to the children of Israel sacred by a perpetual law, as the Lord hath commanded Moses. The Lord also said to Moses, Go up into this mountain Abarim, and view from thence the land which I will give to the children of Israel. And when thou shalt have seen it, thou also shalt go to thy people as thy brother Aaron is gone. Because you offended me in the desert of Sin, in the contradiction of the multitude, neither would you sanctify me before them at the waters. These are the waters of contradiction in Kadesh of the desert of Sin. And Moses answered him, May the Lord, the God of the spirits of all flesh, provide a man that may be over this multitude, and may go out and in before them, and may lead them out, or bring them in, lest the people of the Lord be as sheep without a shepherd. And the Lord said to him, Take Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and put thy hand upon him, and he shall stand before Eleazar the priest and all the multitude, and thou shalt give him precepts in the sight of all, and part of thy glory, that all the congregation of the children of Israel may hear him. If anything be to be done, Eleazar the priest shall consult the Lord for him. He and all the children of Israel with him, and the rest of the multitude shall go out and go in at his word. Moses did as the Lord had commanded, and when he had taken Joshua, he set him before Eleazar the priest, and all the assembly of the people, and laying his hands on his head, he repeated all things that the Lord had commanded. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. The Lord also said to Moses, Command the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, Offer ye my oblation and my bread and burnt sacrifice of most sweet odor in their due seasons. These are the sacrifices which you shall offer: 2 lambs of a year old without blemish every day for the perpetual holocaust. 1 you shall offer in the morning, and the other in the evening. And the 10th part of an ephah of flour, which shall be tempered with the purest oil of the measure of the 4th part of a hin. It is the continual holocaust which you offered in Mount Sinai for a most sweet odor of a sacrifice by fire to the Lord. And for a libation you shall offer of wine the 4th part of a hin for every lamb in the sanctuary of the Lord. And you shall offer the other lamb in like manner in the evening, according to all the rites of the morning sacrifice, and of the libations thereof, an oblation of most sweet odor to the Lord. And on the Sabbath day you shall offer 2 lambs of a year old without blemish, and 2/10 of flour tempered with oil in sacrifice, and the libations, which regularly are poured out every Sabbath for the perpetual holocaust. And on the 1st day of the month you shall offer a holocaust to the Lord: 2 calves of the herd, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of a year old without blemish, and 3/10 of flour tempered with oil in sacrifice for every calf, and 2/10 of flour tempered with oil for every ram, and the 10th of a tenth of flour tempered with oil in sacrifice for every lamb. It is a holocaust of most sweet odor, and an offering by fire to the Lord. And these shall be the libations of wine that are to be poured out for every victim: 1/2 a hin for every calf, 1/3 for a ram, and 1/4 for a lamb. This shall be the holocaust for every month, as they succeed one another in the course of the year. A buck goat also shall be offered to the Lord for a sin offering, over and above the perpetual holocaust, with its libations. And in the 1st month, on the 14th day of the month, shall be the Fazee of the Lord, and on the 15th day the solemn feast. 7 days shall they eat unleavened bread. And the 1st day of them shall be venerable and holy. You shall not do any servile work therein. And you shall offer a burnt sacrifice, a holocaust to the Lord: 2 calves of the herd, 1 ram, 7 lambs of a year old without blemish, and for the sacrifices of every one, 3/10 of flour, which shall be tempered with oil, to every calf, and 2/10 to every ram, and the 10th of a tenth to every lamb, that is to say, to all the 7 lambs. And 1 buck goat for sin, to make atonement for you, besides the morning holocaust, which you shall always offer. So shall you do every day of the 7 days for the food of the fire, and for a most sweet odor to the Lord, which shall rise from the holocaust, and from the libations of each. The 7th day also shall be most solemn and holy unto you. You shall do no servile work therein. The day also of first fruits, when, after the weeks are accomplished, you shall offer new fruits to the Lord, shall be venerable and holy. You shall do no servile work therein. And you shall offer a holocaust for a most sweet odor to the Lord: 2 calves of the herd, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of a year old without blemish. And in the sacrifices of them 3/10 of flour tempered with oil to every calf, 2 to every ram, the 10th of a tenth to every lamb, which in all are 7 lambs, a buck-goat also, which is slain for expiation, besides the perpetual holocaust and the libations thereof. You shall offer them all without blemish with their libations. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. The first day also of the 7th month shall be venerable and holy unto you. You shall do no servile work therein, because it is the day of the sounding and of trumpets. And you shall offer a holocaust for a most sweet odor to the Lord, 1 calf of the herd, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of a year old without blemish. And for their sacrifices, 3/10 of flour tempered with oil to every calf, 2/10 to a ram, 1/10 to a lamb, which in all are 7 lambs, and a buck-goat for sin, which is offered for the expiation of the people, besides the holocaust of the first day of the month with the sacrifices thereof, and the perpetual holocaust with the accustomed libations. With the same ceremonies you shall offer a burnt sacrifice for a most sweet odor to the Lord. The 10th day also of this 7th month shall be holy and venerable unto you, and you shall afflict your souls. You shall do no servile work therein. And you shall offer a holocaust to the Lord for a most sweet odor, 1 calf of the herd, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of a year old without blemish. And for their sacrifices, 3/10 of flour tempered with oil to every calf, 2/10 to a ram, the 10th of a tenth to every lamb, which are in all 7 lambs, and a buck-goat for sin, besides the things that are wont to be offered for sin, for expiation, and for the perpetual holocaust, with their sacrifice and libations. And on the 15th day of the 7th month, which shall be unto you holy and venerable, you shall do no servile work, but shall celebrate a solemnity to the Lord 7 days. And you shall offer a holocaust for a most sweet odor to the Lord, 13 calves of the herd, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of a year old without blemish. And for their libations, 3/10 of flour tempered with oil to every calf, being in all 13 calves, and 2/10 to each ram, being 2 rams, and the 10th of a tenth to every lamb, being in all 14 lambs, and a buck-goat for sin, besides the perpetual holocaust, and the sacrifice and the libation thereof. On the 2nd day you shall offer 12 calves of the herd, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of a year old without blemish, and the sacrifices and the libations for every one, for the calves, and for the rams, and for the lambs, you shall duly celebrate, and a buck-goat for a sin offering, besides the perpetual holocaust, and the sacrifice and the libation thereof. The 3rd day you shall offer 11 calves, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of a year old without blemish, and the sacrifices and the libations of every one for the calves, and for the rams, and for the lambs, you shall offer according to the rite, and a buck-goat for sin, besides the perpetual holocaust, and the sacrifice and the libation thereof. The 4th day you shall offer 10 calves, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of a year old without blemish, and the sacrifices and the libations of every one for the calves, and for the rams and for the lambs you shall celebrate in right manner, and a buck-goat for sin, besides the perpetual holocaust, and the sacrifice and the libation thereof. The 5th day you shall offer 9 calves, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of a year old without blemish, and the sacrifices and the libations of every one for the calves, and for the rams, and for the lambs you shall celebrate according to the rite, and a buck-goat for sin, besides the perpetual holocaust, and the sacrifice and the libation thereof. The 6th day you shall offer 8 calves, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of a year old, without blemish, and the sacrifices and the libations of every one for the calves, and for the rams, and for the lambs you shall celebrate according to the rite, and a buck-goat for sin, besides the perpetual holocaust, and the sacrifice and the libation thereof. The 7th day you shall offer 7 calves, and 2 rams, and 14 lambs of a year old without blemish, and the sacrifices and the libations of every one for the calves, and for the rams, and for the lambs you shall celebrate according to the rite, and a buck-goat for sin, besides the perpetual holocaust, and the sacrifice and the libation thereof. On the 8th day, which is most solemn, you shall do no servile work, but you shall offer a holocaust for a most sweet odor to the Lord, 1 calf, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of a year old without blemish, and the sacrifices and the libations of every one for the calves, and for the rams, and for the lambs you shall celebrate according to the rite, and a buck-goat for sin, besides the perpetual holocaust, and the sacrifice and the libation thereof. These things shall you offer to the Lord in your solemnities, besides your vows and voluntary oblations for holocaust, for sacrifice, for libation, and for victims of peace offerings. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. And Moses told the children of Israel all that the Lord had commanded him. And he said to the princes of the tribes of the children of Israel, This is the word that the Lord hath commanded. If any man make a vow to the Lord, or bind himself by an oath, he shall not make his word void, but shall fulfill all that he promised. If a woman vow anything, and bind herself by an oath, being in her father's house, and but yet a girl in age, if her father knew the vow that she hath promised, and the oath wherewith she hath bound her soul, and held his peace, she shall be bound by the vow. Whatsoever she promised and swore, she shall fulfill indeed. But if her father, immediately as soon as he heard it, gainsaid it, both her vows and her oaths shall be void, neither shall she be bound to what she promised, because her father hath gainsaid it. If she have a husband, and shall vow anything, and the word once going out of her mouth shall bind her soul by an oath, the day that her husband shall hear it, and not gainsay it, she shall be bound to the vow, and shall give whatsoever she promised. But if as soon as he heareth he gainsay it, and make her promises and the words wherewith she had bound her soul of no effect, the Lord will forgive her. The widow and she that is divorced shall fulfill whatsoever they vow. If the wife in the house of her husband hath bound herself by vow and by oath, if her husband hear, and hold his peace, and doth not disallow the promise, she shall accomplish whatsoever she had promised. But if forthwith he gainsay it, she shall not be bound by the promise, because her husband gainsaid it, and the Lord will be merciful to her. If she vow and bind herself by oath to afflict her soul by fasting, or abstinence from other things, it shall depend on the will of her husband, whether she shall do it or not do it. But if the husband, hearing it, hold his peace, and defer the declaring his mind till another day, whatsoever she had vowed and promised she shall fulfill, because immediately as he heard it, he held his peace. But if he gainsay it after that he knew it, he shall bear her iniquity. These are the laws which the Lord appointed to Moses between the husband and the wife, between the father and the daughter that is as yet but a girl in age, or that abideth in her father's house. End of chapter 30. Numbers, chapters 31 through 36 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Revenge first the children of Israel on the Madianites, and so thou shalt be gathered to thy people. And Moses forthwith said, Arm of you men to fight, who may take the revenge of the Lord on the Madianites. Let 1,000 men be chosen out of every tribe of Israel to be sent to the war. And they gave 1,000 of every tribe, that is to say, 12,000 men well appointed for battle. And Moses sent them with Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, and he delivered to him the holy vessels, and the trumpets to sound. And when they had fought against the Madianites, and had overcome them, they slew all the men. And their kings, Evi, and Rechem, and Sur, and Hur, and Rebi, 5 princes of the nation. Balaam also, the son of Beer, they killed with the sword. And they took their women and their children captives, and all their cattle, and all their goods, and all their possessions they plundered. And all their cities, and their villages, and castles they burned. And they carried away the booty, and all that they had taken both of men and of beasts. And they brought them to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and to all the multitude of the children of Israel. But the rest of the things for use they carried to the camp on the plains of Moab, beside the Jordan, over against Jericho. And Moses and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the synagogue went forth to meet them without the camp. And Moses, being angry with the chief officers of the army, the tribunes and the centurions that were come from the battle, said, Why have you saved the women? Are not these they that deceived the children of Israel by the counsel of Balaam, and made you transgress against the Lord by the sin of Phogor, for which also the people was punished? Therefore kill all that are of the male sex, even of the children, and put to death the women that have carnally known men. But the girls, and all the women that are virgins, save for yourselves. And stay without the camp 7 days. He that hath killed a man, or touched one that is killed, shall be purified the 3rd day and the 7th day. And of all the spoil, every garment or vessel, or anything made for use of the skins or hair of goats or of wood, shall be purified. Eleazar also the priest spoke to the men of the army that had fought in this manner. This is the ordinance of the law which the Lord hath commanded Moses. Gold and silver and brass and iron and lead and tin and all that may pass through the fire shall be purified by fire. But whatsoever cannot abide the fire shall be sanctified with the water of expiation. And you shall wash your garments the 7th day, and being purified, you shall afterwards enter into the camp. And the Lord said to Moses, Take the sum of the things that were taken, both of man and beast, thou and Eleazar the priest, and the princes of the multitude. And thou shalt divide the spoil equally between them that fought and went out to the war, and between the rest of the multitude. And thou shalt separate a portion to the Lord from them that fought and were in the battle, 1 soul of 500, as well of persons as of oxen and asses and sheep. And thou shalt give it to Eleazar the priest, because they are the firstfruits of the Lord. Out of the moiety also of the children of Israel thou shalt take the 50th head of persons, and of oxen, and asses, and sheep, and of all beasts, and thou shalt give them to the Levites that watch in the charge of the tabernacle of the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar did as the Lord had commanded. And the spoil which the army had taken was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 oxen, 61,000 asses, and 32,000 persons of the female sex that had not known men. And 1/2 was given to them that had been in the battle, to wit, 337,500 sheep, out of which for the portion of the Lord were reckoned 675 sheep, and out of the 36,000 oxen, 72 oxen, out of the 30,500 asses, 61 asses. Out of the 16,000 persons there fell to the portion of the Lord 32 souls. And Moses delivered the number of the firstfruits of the Lord to Eleazar the priest, as had been commanded him, out of the half of the children of Israel, which he had separated for them that had been in the battle. But out of the half that fell to the rest of the multitude, that is to say, out of the 337,500 sheep, and out of the 36,000 oxen, and out of the 30,500 asses, and out of the 16,000 persons, Moses took the 50th head, and gave it to the Levites that watched in the tabernacle of the Lord, as the Lord had commanded. And when the commanders of the army, and the tribunes and centurions were come to Moses, they said, We thy servants have reckoned up the number of the fighting men, whom we had under our hand, and not so much as one was wanting. Therefore we offer as gifts to the Lord what gold every one of us could find in the booty, in garters and tablets, rings and bracelets, and chains, that thou mayst pray to the Lord for us. And Moses and Eleazar the priest received all the gold in divers kinds, in weight 16,750 sickles, from the tribunes and from the centurions. For that which every one had taken in the booty was his own, and that which was received they brought into the tabernacle of the testimony, for a memorial of the children of Israel before the Lord. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32. And the sons of Reuben and Gad had many flocks of cattle, and their substance in beasts was infinite. And when they saw the lands of Jazer and Gilead fit for feeding cattle, they came to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and the princes of the multitude, and said, Ataroth, and Dibon, and Jazer, and Nemrah, Hezabon, and Elealeh, and Siban, and Nebo, and Beon, the land which the Lord hath conquered in the sight of the children of Israel, is a very fertile soil for the feeding of beasts, and we thy servants have very much cattle. And we pray thee, if we have found favor in thy sight, that thou give it to us thy servants in possession, and make us not pass over the Jordan. And Moses answered them, What, shall your brethren go to fight, and will you sit here? Why do ye overturn the minds of the children of Israel, that they may not dare to pass into the place which the Lord hath given them? Was it not thus your fathers did, when I sent from Kadesh Barnea to view the land? And when they were come as far as the valley of the cluster, having viewed all the country, they overturned the hearts of the children of Israel, that they should not enter into the coasts which the Lord gave them. And he swore in his anger, saying, If these men that came up out of Egypt from 20 years old and upward shall see the land, which I promised with an oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because they would not follow me, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, and Joshua the son of Nun, these have fulfilled my will. And the Lord, being angry against Israel, led them about through the desert 40 years, until the whole generation that had done evil in his sight was consumed. And behold, said he, you are risen up instead of your fathers, the increase and offspring of sinful men, to augment the fury of the Lord against Israel. For if you will not follow him, he will leave the people in the wilderness, and you shall be the cause of the destruction of all. But they, coming near, said, We will make sheepfolds and stalls for our cattle, and strong cities for our children, and we ourselves will go armed and ready for battle before the children of Israel, until we bring them in unto their places. Our little ones and all we have shall be in walled cities, for fear of the ambushes of the inhabitants. We will not return into our houses until the children of Israel possess their inheritance. Neither will we seek anything beyond the Jordan, because we have already our possession on the east side thereof. And Moses said to them, If you do what you promise, go on well appointed for war before the Lord, and let every fighting man pass over the Jordan until the Lord overthrow his enemies, and all the land be brought under him. Then shall you be blameless before the Lord and before Israel, and you shall obtain the countries that you desire before the Lord. But if you do not what you say, no man can doubt but you sin against God. And know ye that your sin shall overtake you. Build therefore cities for your children, and folds and stalls for your sheep and beasts, and accomplish what you have promised. And the children of Gad and Reuben said to Moses, We are thy servants, we will do what my Lord commandeth. We will leave our children and our wives and sheep and cattle in the cities of Gilead, and we thy servants, all well appointed, will march on to the war, as thou, my Lord, speakest. Moses therefore commanded Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the princes of the families of all the tribes of Israel, and said to them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben pass with you over the Jordan, all armed for war before the Lord, and the land be made subject to you, give them Gilead in possession. But if they will not pass armed with you into the land of Canaan, let them receive places to dwell in among you. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, As the Lord hath spoken to his servants, so will we do. We will go armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan, and we confess that we have already received our possession beyond the Jordan. Moses therefore gave to the children of Gad and of Reuben, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, and their land, and the cities thereof round about. And the sons of Gad built Dibon, and Ataroth, and Aroer, and Etroth, and Sophan, and Jazer, and Jegbeah, and Bethnimrah, and Betharan, fenced cities and folds for their cattle. But the children of Reuben built Hezebon, and Elealeh, and Kiriathaim, and Nebo, and Baalmeon, their names being changed, and Sebamah, giving names to the cities which they had built. Moreover, the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went into Gilead, and wasted it, cutting off the Amorites, the inhabitants thereof. And Moses gave the land of Gilead to Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he dwelt in it. And Jair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the villages thereof, and he called them Havoth Jair, that is to say, the villages of Jair. Nobi also went and took Canath, with the villages thereof, and he called it by his own name, Nobi. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. These are the mansions of the children of Israel, who went out of Egypt by their troops, under the conduct of Moses and Aaron, which Moses wrote down according to the places of their encamping, which they changed by the commandment of the Lord. Now the children of Israel departed from Ramesses the first month on the 15th day of the first month, the day after the Phazi, with a mighty hand in the sight of all the Egyptians, who were burying their firstborn, whom the Lord had slain. Upon their gods also he had executed vengeance. And they camped in Succoth. And from Succoth they came into Etham, which is in the uttermost borders of the wilderness. Departing from thence, they came over against Pihahiroth, which looketh towards Baal-Zephon, and they camped before Magdalim. And departing from Pihahiroth, they passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness. And having marched 3 days through the desert of Etham, they camped in Marah. And departing from Marah, they came into Elim, where there were 12 fountains of waters and 70 palm trees, and there they camped. But departing from thence also they pitched their tents by the Red Sea, and departing from the Red Sea they camped in the desert of Sin. And they removed from thence and came to Daphka. And departing from Daphka they camped in Elus. And departing from Elus they pitched their tents in Rephidim, where the people wanted water to drink. And departing from Rephidim they camped in the desert of Sinai. But departing also from the desert of Sinai they came to the graves of Lust. And departing from the graves of Lust they camped in Hazeroth. And from Hazeroth they came to Rethma. And departing from Rethma they camped in Rimmon-Phares. And they departed from thence and came to Lebna. Removing from Lebna they camped in Ressa. And departing from Ressa they came to Keelatha. And they removed from thence and camped in the mountain Sephir. Departing from the mountain Sephir they came to Arada. From thence they went and camped in Makaloth. And departing from Makaloth, they came to Thehath. Removing from Thehath, they camped in Thari. And they departed from thence, and pitched their tents in Methkah. And removing from Methkah, they camped in Hesmonah. And departing from Hesmonah, they came to Moseroth. And removing from Moseroth, they camped in Benejaakan. And departing from Benejaakan, they came to Mount Gadgad. From thence they went and camped in Jettabetha. And from Jettabetha they came to Hebronah. And departing from Hebronah, they camped in Eziongeber. They removed from thence, and came into the desert of Sin, which is Kadesh. And departing from Kadesh, they camped in Mount Hur, in the uttermost borders of the land of Edom. And Aaron the priest went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of the Lord, and there he died in the 40th year of the coming forth of the children of Israel out of Egypt, the 5th month, the 1st day of the month, when he was 123 years old. And King Arad the Canaanite, who dwelt towards the south, heard that the children of Israel were come to the land of Canaan. And they departed from Mount Hur, and camped in Salmonah, from whence they removed and came to Funon. And departing from Funon, they camped in Oboth. And from Oboth they came to Ijeabarim, which is in the borders of the Moabites. And departing from Ijeabarim, they pitched their tents in Dibongab. From thence they went and camped in Helmondi-Blethaim. And departing from Helmondi-Blethaim, they came to the mountains of Abarim, over against Nebo. And departing from the mountains of Abarim, they passed to the plains of Moab by the Jordan over against Jericho. And there they camped from Beth-Simoth even to Ablesiddim, in the plains of the Moabites, where the Lord said to Moses, Command the children of Israel, and say to them, When you shall have passed over the Jordan, entering into the land of Canaan, destroy all the inhabitants of that land, beat down their pillars, and break in pieces their statues, and waste all their high places, cleansing the land, and dwelling in it, for I have given it you for a possession. And you shall divide it among you by lot. To the more you shall give a larger part, and to the fewer a lesser. To every one as the lot shall fall, so shall the inheritance be given. The possession shall be divided by the tribes and the families. But if you will not kill the inhabitants of the land, they that remain shall be unto you as nails in your eyes, and spears in your sides, and they shall be your adversaries in the land of your habitation. And whatsoever I had thought to do to them, I will do to you. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and then shalt say to them, When you are entered into the land of Canaan, and it shall be fallen into your possession by lot, it shall be bounded by these limits. The south side shall begin from the wilderness of Sin, which is by Edom, and shall have the most salt sea for its furthest limits eastward, which limits shall go round on the south side by the ascent of the Scorpion, and so into Senna, and reach toward the south as far as Kadesbarnea, from whence the frontiers shall go out to the town called Adar, and shall reach as far as Ezamona. And the limits shall fetch a compass from Ezamona to the torrent of Egypt, and shall end in the shore of the great sea. And the west side shall begin from the great sea, and the same shall be the end thereof. But toward the north side The borders shall begin from the great sea, reaching to the most high mountain, from which they shall come to Emeth, as far as the borders of Sidada. And the limits shall go as far as Zephronah, and the village of Enan. These shall be the borders on the north side. From thence they shall mark out the bounds towards the east side, from the village of Enan unto Sephama. And from Sephama the bounds shall go down to Reblah, over against the fountain of Daphnis. From thence they shall come eastward to the sea of Kinnereth, and shall reach as far as the Jordan, and at the last shall be closed in by the most salt sea. This shall be your land, with its borders round about. And Moses commanded the children of Israel, saying, This shall be the land which you shall possess by lot, and which the Lord hath commanded to be given to the 9 tribes, and to the half-tribe. For the tribe of the children of Reuben by their families, and the tribe of the children of Gad, according to the number of their kindreds, and half of the tribe of Manasseh, that is, 2 tribes and a half, have received their portion beyond the Jordan, over against Jericho at the east side. And the Lord said to Moses, These are the names of the men that shall divide the land unto you: Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and 1 prince of every tribe, whose names are these: of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh; of the tribe of Simeon, Samuel the son of Ammiud; of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kesalon; of the tribe of the children of Dan, Maxi the son of Jogli; of the children of Joseph of the tribe of Manasseh, Haniel the son of Ephod; of the tribe of Ephraim, Camuel the son of Sephan; of the tribe of Zebulun, Elisaphan the son of Pharnak; of the tribe of Issachar, Phaltiel the prince, the son of Ozan; of the tribe of Aser, Ahiud the son of Salome; of the tribe of Naphtali, Phidael the son of Ammiud. These are they whom the Lord hath commanded to divide the land of Canaan to the children of Israel. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. And the Lord spoke these things also to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan over against Jericho. Command the children of Israel that they give to the Levites out of their possessions cities to dwell in, and their suburbs round about, that they may abide in the towns, and the suburbs may be for their cattle and beasts, which suburbs shall reach from the walls of the cities outward 1,000 paces on every side. Toward the east shall be 2,000 cubits, and toward the south in like manner shall be 2,000 cubits. Toward the sea also, which looketh to the west, shall be the same extent, and the north side shall be bounded with the like limits. And the cities shall be in the midst, and the suburbs without. And among the cities which you shall give to the Levites, 6 shall be separated for refuge to fugitives, that he who hath shed blood may flee to them. And besides these there shall be other 42 cities, that is, in all 48 with their suburbs. And of these cities which shall be given out of the possessions of the children of Israel, from them that have more shall be taken, and from them that have less, fewer. Each shall give towns to the Levites, according to the extent of their inheritance. The Lord said to Moses, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, When you shall have passed over the Jordan into the land of Canaan, determine what cities shall be for the refuge of fugitives who have shed blood against their will. And when the fugitive shall be in them, the kinsman of him that is slain may not have power to kill him, until he stand before the multitude, and his cause be judged. And of those cities that are separated for the refuge of fugitives, 3 shall be beyond the Jordan, and 3 in the land of Canaan, as well for the children of Israel as for strangers and sojourners, that he may flee to them who hath shed blood against his will. If any man strike with iron, and he die that was struck, he shall be guilty of murder, and he himself shall die. If he throw a stone, and he that is struck die, he shall be punished in the same manner. If he that is struck with wood die, he shall be revenged by the blood of him that struck him. The kinsman of him that was slain shall kill the murderer. As soon as he apprehendeth him, he shall kill him. If through hatred any one push a man, or fling anything at him with ill design, or, being his enemy, strike him with his hand, and he die, the striker shall be guilty of murder. The kinsman of him that was slain, as soon as he findeth him, shall kill him. But if by chance medley, and without hatred and enmity, he do any of these things, and this be proved in the hearing of the people, and the cause be debated between him that struck and the next of kin, the innocent shall be delivered from the hand of the revenger, and shall be brought back by sentence into the city to which he had fled, and he shall abide there until the death of the high priest that is anointed with the holy oil. If the murderer be found without the limits of the cities that are appointed for the banished, and be struck by him that is the avenger of blood, he shall not be guilty that killed him. For the fugitive ought to have stayed in the city until the death of the high priest, and after he is dead, then shall the manslayer return to his own country. These things shall be perpetual, and for an ordinance in all your dwellings. The murderer shall be punished by witnesses. None shall be condemned upon the evidence of one man. You shall not take money of him that is guilty of blood, but he shall die forthwith. The banished and fugitives before the death of the high priest may by no means return into their own cities. Defile not the land of your habitation, which is stained with the blood of the innocent, neither can it otherwise be expiated, but by his blood that hath shed the blood of another. And thus shall your possession be cleansed, myself abiding with you, for I am the Lord that dwell among the children of Israel. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. And the princes of the families of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the stock of the children of Joseph, came and spoke to Moses before the princes of Israel, and said, The Lord hath commanded thee, my lord, that thou shouldst divide the land by lot to the children of Israel, and that thou shouldst give to the daughters of Salphaad, our brother, the possession due to their father. Now if men of another tribe take them to wives, their possession will follow them, and being transferred to another tribe will be a diminishing of our inheritance. And so it shall come to pass, that when the Jubilee, that is, the 50th year of remission, is come, the distribution made by the lots shall be confounded, and the possession of the one shall pass to the others. Moses answered the children of Israel, and said by the command of the Lord, The tribe of the children of Joseph hath spoken rightly, and this is the law promulgated by the Lord touching the daughters of Salphaed. Let them marry to whom they will, only so that it be to men of their own tribe, lest the possession of the children of Israel be mingled from tribe to tribe. For all men shall marry wives of their own tribe and kindred, and all women shall take husbands of the same tribe, that the inheritance may remain in the families, and that the tribes be not mingled one with another, but remain so as they were separated by the Lord. And the daughters of Salphaed did as was commanded. And Maalah, and Thirsa, and Heglah, and Milcah, and Noah were married to the sons of their uncle by their father, of the family of Manasseh, who is the son of Joseph, and the possession that had been allotted to them remained in the tribe and family of their father. These are the commandments and judgments which the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses to the children of Israel in the plains of Moab upon the Jordan over against Jericho. End of chapter 36. Deuteronomy, chapters 1 through 10 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan, in the plain wilderness, over against the Red Sea, between Pharan and Tophel and Laban and Hazeroth, where there is very much gold. 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. In the 40th year, the 11th month, the first day of the month, Moses spoke to the children of Israel all that the Lord had commanded him to say to them, after that he had slain Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, who abode in Ashtaroth, and in Edrei beyond the Jordan in the land of Moab. And Moses began to expound the law, and to say, The Lord our God spoke to us in Horeb, saying, You have stayed long enough in this mountain. Turn you, and come to the mountain of the Amorites, and to the other places that are next to it, the plains and the hills and the vales towards the south, and by the seashore, the land of the Canaanites, and of Libanus, as far as the great river Euphrates. Behold, said he, I have delivered it to you. Go in and possess it, concerning which the Lord swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that he would give it to them, and to their seed after them. And I said to you at that time, I alone am not able to bear you, for the Lord your God hath multiplied you, and you are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. The Lord God of your fathers add to this number many thousands, and bless you as he hath spoken. I alone am not able to bear your business, and the charge of you and your differences. Let me have from among you wise and understanding men, and such whose conversation is approved among your tribes, that I may appoint them your rulers. Then you answered me, The thing is good which thou meanest to do. And I took out of your tribes men wise and honorable, and appointed them rulers, tribunes, and centurions, and officers over 50s and over 10s, who might teach you all things. And I commanded them, saying, Hear them, and judge that which is just, whether he be one of your country or a stranger. There shall be no difference of persons. You shall hear the little as well as the great. Neither shall you respect any man's person, because it is the judgment of God. And if anything seem hard to you, refer it to me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you all things that you were to do. And departing from Horeb, we passed through the terrible and vast wilderness, which you saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorite, as the Lord our God had commanded us. And when we were come into Kadesh-barnea, I said to you, You are come to the mountain of the Amorite, which the Lord our God will give to us. See the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Go up and possess it, as the Lord our God hath spoken to thy fathers. Fear not, nor be any way discouraged. And you came all to me, and said, Let us send men who may view the land, and bring us word what way we shall go up, and to what cities we shall go. And because the saying pleased me, I sent of you 12 men, one of every tribe, who, when they had set forward, and had gone up to the mountains, came as far as the valley of the cluster, and having viewed the land, taking of the fruits thereof to show its fertility, they brought them to us, and said, The land is good, which the Lord our God will give us. And you would not go up, but being incredulous to the word of the Lord our God, you murmured in your tents, and said, The Lord hateth us, and therefore he hath brought us out of the land of Egypt, that he might deliver us into the hand of the Amorite, and destroy us. Whither shall we go up? The messengers have terrified our hearts, saying, The multitude is very great, and taller than we. The cities are great, and walled up to the sky. We have seen the sons of the Anakims there. And I said to you, Fear not, neither be ye afraid of them. The Lord God, who is your leader, himself will fight for you, as he did in Egypt in the sight of all. And in the wilderness, as thou hast seen, the Lord thy God hath carried thee, as a man is wont to carry his little son, all the way that you have come, until you came to this place. And yet for all this you did not believe the Lord your God, who went before you in the way, and marked out the place wherein you should pitch your tents, in the night showing you the way by fire, and in the day by the pillar of a cloud. And when the Lord had heard the voice of your words, he was angry, and swore, and said, Not one of the men of this wicked generation shall see the good land which I promised with an oath to your fathers, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, for he shall see it, and to him I will give the land that he hath trodden upon, and to his children, because he hath followed the Lord. Neither is his indignation against the people to be wondered at, since the Lord was angry with me also on your account, and said, Neither shalt thou go in thither. But Joshua the son of Nun, thy minister, he shall go in for thee. Exhort and encourage him, and he shall divide the land by lot to Israel. Your children, of whom you said that they should be led away captives, and your sons who know not this day the difference of good and evil, they shall go in, and to them I will give the land, and they shall possess it. But return you, and go into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And you answered me, We have sinned against the Lord. We will go up and fight, as the Lord our God hath commanded. And when you went ready armed unto the mountain, the Lord said to me, Say to them, Go not up, and fight not, for I am not with you, lest you fall before your enemies. I spoke, and you hearkened not, but resisting the commandment of the Lord, and swelling with pride, you went up into the mountain. And the Amorite that dwelt in the mountains coming out and meeting you, chased you as bees do, and made slaughter of you from Seir as far as Hormah. And when you returned and wept before the Lord, he heard you not, neither would he yield to your voice. So you abode in Kadesh Barnea a long time. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. And departing from thence, we came into the wilderness that leadeth to the Red Sea, as the Lord had spoken to me. And we compassed Mount Seir a long time. And the Lord said to me, You have compassed this mountain long enough. Go toward the north, and command thou the people, saying, You shall pass by the borders of your brethren, the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, and they will be afraid of you. Take ye then good heed that you stir not against them, for I will not give you of their land so much as the step of 1 foot can tread upon, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau for a possession. You shall buy meats of them for money, and shall eat. You shall draw waters for money, and shall drink. The Lord thy God hath blessed thee in every work of thy hands. The Lord thy God dwelling with thee knoweth thy journey, how thou hast passed through this great wilderness for 40 years, and thou hast wanted nothing. And when we had passed by our brethren, the children of Esau, that dwelt in Seir, by the way of the plain from Elath, and from Azien-Gaber, we came to the way that leadeth to the desert of Moab. And the Lord said to me, Fight not against the Moabites, neither go to battle against them. For I will not give thee any of their land, because I have given Ar to the children of Lot in possession. The Emims first were the inhabitants thereof, a people great and strong, and so tall that, like the race of the Anakims, they were esteemed as giants, and were like the sons of the Anakims. But the Moabites call them Emims. The Horites also formerly dwelt in Seir, who, being driven out and destroyed, the children of Esau dwelt there, as Israel did in the land of his possession, which the Lord gave him. Then rising up to pass the torrent Zared, we came to it. And the time that we journeyed from Kadesh Barnea till we passed over the torrent Zared was 38 years, until all the generation of the men that were fit for war was consumed out of the camp, as the Lord had sworn, for his hand was against them, that they should perish from the midst of the camp. And after all the fighting men were dead, the Lord spoke to me, saying, Thou shalt pass this day the borders of Moab, the city named Ar. And when thou comest nigh the frontiers of the children of Ammon, take heed thou fight not against them, nor once move to battle. For I will not give thee of the land of the children of Ammon, because I have given it to the children of Lot for a possession. It was accounted a land of giants, and giants formerly dwelt in it, whom the Ammonites called Zomzomims, a people great and many, and of tall stature like the Anakims, whom the Lord destroyed before their face, and he made them to dwell in their stead, as he had done in favor of the children of Esau that dwell in Seir, destroying the Horites, and delivering their land to them which they possess to this day. The Hivites also that dwelt in Hazarim as far as Gaza were expelled by the Cappadocians, who came out of Cappadocia, and destroyed them, and dwelt in their stead. Arise ye, and pass the torrent Arnon. Behold, I have delivered into thy hand Sihon king of Heshbon, the Amorite, and begin thou to possess his land, and make war against him. This day will I begin to send the dread and fear of thee upon the nations that dwell under the whole heaven, that when they hear thy name, they may fear and tremble, and be in pain like women in travail. So I sent messengers from the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon the king of Heshbon, with peaceable words, saying, We will pass through thy land, we will go along by the highway, we will not turn aside neither to the right hand nor to the left. Sell us meat for money, that we may eat. Give us water for money, and so we will drink. We only ask that thou wilt let us pass through, as the children of Esau have done that dwell in Seir, and the Moabites that abide in Ar, until we come to the Jordan, and pass to the land which the Lord our God will give us. And Sihon the king of Heshbon would not let us pass, because the Lord thy God had hardened his spirit, and fixed his heart, that he might be delivered into thy hands, as now thou seest. And the Lord said to me, Behold, I have begun to deliver unto thee Sihon, and his land, begin to possess it. And Sihon came out to meet us with all his people to fight at Jassah. And the Lord our God delivered him to us, and we slew him with his sons and all his people, and we took all his cities at that time, killing the inhabitants of them, men and women and children. We left nothing of them, except the cattle which came to the share of them that took them, and the spoils of the cities which we took. From Aroer, which is upon the bank of the torrent Amen, a town that is situate in a valley as far as Galiad, there was not a village or city that escaped our hands. The Lord our God delivered all unto us, except the land of the children of Ammon, to which we approached not, and all that border upon the torrent Jabbok, and the cities and the mountains, and all the places which the Lord our God forbade us. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Then we turned and went by the way of Basan, and Og, the king of Basan, came out to meet us with his people to fight in Edrei. And the Lord said to me, Fear him not, because he is delivered into thy hand with all his people and his land, and thou shalt do to him as thou hast done to Sihon king of the Amorites that dwelt in Heshbon. So the Lord our God delivered into our hands Og also the king of Basan, and all his people, and we utterly destroyed them, wasting all his cities at one time. There was not a town that escaped us, 60 cities, all the country of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Basan. All the cities were fenced with very high walls, and with gates and bars, besides innumerable towns that had no walls. And we utterly destroyed them, as we had done to Sihon the king of Heshbon, destroying every city, men and women and children. But the cattle and the spoils of the cities we took for our prey. And we took at that time the land out of the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites that were beyond the Jordan, from the torrent Ammon unto the mountain Hermon, which the Sidonians call Sarion, and the Amorites Sanir. All the cities that are situate in the plain, and all the land of Gilead, and Basan, as far as Selcah and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Basan. For only Og, king of Basan, remained of the race of the giants. His bed of iron is shown, which is in Rabbath of the children of Ammon, being 9 cubits long, and 4 broad, after the measure of the cubit of a man's hand. And we possessed the land at that time from Aroer, which is upon the bank of the torrent Ammon, unto the half of Mount Gilead, and I gave the cities thereof to Reuben and Gad. And I delivered the other part of Gilead, and all Basan, the kingdom of Og, to the half-tribe of Manasseh, all the country of Argob, and all Basan is called the land of giants. Jair, the son of Manasseh, possessed all the country of Argob unto the borders of Geshuri and Makati, and he called Basan by his own name, Havoth Jair, that is to say, the towns of Jair, until this present day. To Machir also I gave Gilead, and to the tribes of Reuben and Gad I gave of the land of Gilead as far as the torrent Ammon, half the torrent, and the confines even unto the torrent Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon, and the plain of the wilderness, and the Jordan, and the borders of Kinnereth, unto the sea of the desert, which is the most salt sea, to the foot of Mount Phasgah, eastward. And I commanded you at that time, saying, The Lord your God giveth you this land for an inheritance. Go ye well appointed before your brethren, the children of Israel, all the strong men of you, leaving your wives and children and cattle. For I know you have much cattle, and they must remain in the cities which I have delivered to you, until the Lord give rest to your brethren, as he hath given to you, and they also possess the land which he will give them beyond the Jordan. Then shall every man return to his possession, which I have given you. I commanded Joshua also at that time, saying, Thy eyes have seen what the Lord your God hath done to these 2 kings. So will he do to all the kingdoms to which thou shalt pass. Fear them not, for the Lord your God will fight for you. And I besought the Lord at that time, saying, Lord God, thou hast begun to show unto thy servant thy greatness, and most mighty hand, for there is no other God either in heaven or earth that is able to do thy works, or to be compared to thy strength. I will pass over therefore, and will see this excellent land beyond the Jordan, and this goodly mountain, and Libanus. And the Lord was angry with me on your account, and heard me not, but said to me, It is enough, speak no more to me of this matter. Go up to the top of Phasgah, and cast thy eyes round about to the west, and to the north, and to the south, and to the east, and behold it. for thou shalt not pass this Jordan. Command Joshua, and encourage and strengthen him, for he shall go before this people, and shall divide unto them the land which thou shalt see. And we abode in the valley over against the temple of Fogor. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. And now, O Israel, hear the commandments and judgments which I teach thee, that doing them thou mayst live, and entering in mayst possess the land which the Lord the God of your fathers will give you. You shall not add to the word that I speak to you, neither shall you take away from it. Keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Your eyes have seen all that the Lord hath done against Baal-Phegor, how he hath destroyed all his worshippers from among you. But you that adhere to the Lord your God are all alive until this present day. You know that I have taught you statutes and justices, as the Lord my God hath commanded me. So shall you do them in the land which you shall possess. And you shall observe and fulfill them in practice, for this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of nations, that hearing all these precepts they may say, Behold a wise and understanding people, a great nation. Neither is there any other nation so great, that hath gods so nigh them as our God is present to all our petitions. For what other nation is there so renowned that hath ceremonies and just judgments, and all the law which I will set forth this day before your eyes? Keep thyself therefore and thy soul carefully. Forget not the words that thy eyes have seen, and let them not go out of thy heart all the days of thy life. Thou shalt teach them to thy sons, and to thy grandsons, from the day in which thou didst stand before the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord spoke to me, saying, Call together the people unto me, that they may hear my words, and may learn to fear me all the time that they live on the earth, and may teach their children. And you came to the foot of the mount, which burned even unto heaven, and there was darkness, and a cloud, and obscurity in it. And the Lord spoke to you from the midst of the fire. You heard the voice of his words, but you saw not any form at all. And he showed you his covenant, which he commanded you to do, and the 10 words that he wrote in 2 tables of stone. And he commanded me at that time that I should teach you the ceremonies and judgments, which you shall do in the land that you shall possess. Keep therefore your souls carefully. You saw not any similitude in the day that the Lord God spoke to you in Horeb from the midst of the fire, lest perhaps, being deceived, you might make you a graven similitude, or image of male or female, the similitude of any beasts that are upon the earth, or of birds that fly under heaven, or of creeping things that move on the earth, or of fishes that abide in the waters under the earth, lest perhaps, lifting up thy eyes to heaven, thou see the sun and the moon, and all the stars of heaven, and being deceived by error, thou adore and serve them, which the Lord thy God created for the service of all the nations that are under heaven. But the Lord hath taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace of Egypt, to make you his people of inheritance, as it is this present day. And the Lord was angry with me for your words, and he swore that I should not pass over the Jordan, nor enter into the excellent land which he will give you. Behold, I die in this land. I shall not pass over the Jordan. You shall pass, and possess the goodly land. Beware lest thou ever forget the covenant of the Lord thy God, which he hath made with thee, and make to thyself a graven likeness of those things which the Lord hath forbid to be made, because the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. If you shall beget sons and grandsons, and abide in the land, and being deceived, make to yourselves any similitude, committing evil before the Lord your God to provoke him to wrath, I call this day heaven and earth to witness, that you shall quickly perish out of the land, which when you have passed over the Jordan, you shall possess. You shall not dwell therein long, but the Lord will destroy you, and scatter you among all nations, and you shall remain a few among the nations, to which the Lord shall lead you. And there you shall serve gods that were framed with men's hands, wood and stone, that neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. And when thou shalt seek there the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him. Yet so, if thou seek him with all thy heart, and all the affliction of thy soul. After all the things aforesaid shall and thee in the latter time thou shalt return to the Lord thy God, and shalt hear his voice. Because the Lord thy God is a merciful God, he will not leave thee, nor altogether destroy thee, nor forget the covenant by which he swore to thy fathers. Ask of the days of old, that have been before thy time, from the day that God created man upon the earth, from one end of heaven to the other end thereof, if ever there was done the like thing, or it hath been known at any time, that a people should hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of fire, as thou hast heard, and lived. If God ever did so as to go and take to himself a nation out of the midst of nations by temptations, signs, and wonders, by fight, and a strong hand, and stretched out arm, and horrible visions, according to all the things that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before thy eyes, that thou mightest know that the Lord, he is God, and there is no other besides him. From heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might teach thee, and upon earth he showed thee his exceeding great fire, and thou didst hear his words out of the midst of the fire, because he loved thy fathers, and chose their seed after them. And he brought thee out of Egypt, going before thee with his great power, to destroy at thy coming very great nations, and stronger than thou art, and to bring thee in, and give thee their land for a possession, as thou seest at this present day. Know therefore this day, and think in thy heart, that the Lord he is God in heaven above, and in earth beneath, and there is no other. Keep his precepts and commandments, which I command thee, that it may be well with thee, and thy children after thee, and thou mayst remain a long time upon the land which the Lord thy God will give thee. Then Moses set aside 3 cities beyond the Jordan at the east side, that any one might flee to them who should kill his neighbor unwillingly, and was not his enemy a day or two before, and that he might escape to some one of these cities. Bosor in the wilderness, which is situate in the plains of the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth in Gilead, which is in the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Basan, which is in the tribe of Manasseh. This is the law that Moses set before the children of Israel, and these are the testimonies and ceremonies and judgments which he spoke to the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt beyond the Jordan in the valley over against the temple of Phogor in the land of Sihon king of the Amorites, that dwelt in Heshbon, whom Moses slew. And the children of Israel coming out of Egypt possessed his land, and the land of Og, king of Basan, of the 2 kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan towards the rising of the sun, from Aroer, which is situate upon the bank of the torrent Amen, unto Mount Sion, which is also called Hermon, all the plain beyond the Jordan at the east side, unto the sea of the wilderness, and unto the foot of Mount Pisgah. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. And Moses called all Israel, and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the ceremonies and judgments which I speak in your ears this day. Learn them, and fulfill them in work. The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. He made not the covenant with our fathers, but with us who are now present and living. He spoke to us face to face in the mount, out of the midst of fire. I was the mediator, and stood between the Lord and you at that time, to show you his words, for you feared the fire, and went not up into the mountain. And he said, I am the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt not have strange gods in my sight. Thou shalt not make to thyself a graven thing, nor the likeness of any things that are in heaven above, or that are in the earth beneath, or that abide in the waters under the earth. Thou shalt not adore them, and thou shalt not serve them. For I am the Lord thy God, a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon their children unto the 3rd and 4th generation, to them that hate me, and showing mercy unto many thousands, to them that love me, and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for he shall not be unpunished that taketh his name upon a vain thing. Observe the day of the Sabbath, to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. 6 days shalt thou labor, and shalt do all thy works. The 7th is the day of the Sabbath, that is, the rest of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not do any work therein, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy beasts, nor the stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest even as thyself. Remember that thou also didst serve in Egypt, and the Lord thy God brought thee out from thence with a strong hand and a stretched out arm. Therefore hath he commanded thee, that thou shouldst observe the Sabbath day. Honor thy father and mother, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, that thou mayst live a long time, and it may be well with thee in the land which the Lord thy God will give thee. Thou shalt not kill, neither shalt thou commit adultery, and thou shalt not steal, neither shalt thou bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his house, nor his field, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is his. These words the Lord spoke to all the multitude of you in the mountain, out of the midst of the fire and the cloud and the darkness, with a loud voice, adding nothing more. And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone, which he delivered unto me. But you, after you heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, and saw the mountain burn, came to me, all the princes of the tribes, and the elders, and you said, Behold, the Lord our God hath shown us his majesty and his greatness. We have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire, and have proved this day that God speaking with man, man hath lived. Why shall we die therefore? And why shall this exceeding great fire consume us? For if we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, we shall die. What is all flesh, that it should hear the voice of the living God, who speaketh out of the midst of the fire, as we have heard, and be able to live? Approach thou rather, and hear all things that the Lord our God shall say to thee, and thou shalt speak to us, and we will hear, and will do them. And when the Lord had heard this, he said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they spoke to thee. They have spoken all things well. Who shall give them to have such a mind to fear me, and to keep all my commandments at all times, that it may be well with them and with their children forever? Go and say to them, Return into your tents. But stand thou here with me, and I will speak to thee all my commandments and ceremonies and judgments, which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land which I will give them for a possession. Keep therefore and do the things which the Lord God hath commanded you. You shall not go aside neither to the right hand, nor to the left, but you shall walk in the way that the Lord your God hath commanded, that you may live, and it may be well with you, and your days may be long in the land of your possession. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. These are the precepts and ceremonies and judgments which the Lord your God commanded that I should teach you, and that you should do them in the land into which you pass over to possess it, that thou mayst fear the Lord thy God, and keep all his commandments and precepts, which I command thee, and thy sons and thy grandsons, all the days of thy life, that thy days may be prolonged. Hear, O Israel, and observe to do the things which the Lord hath commanded thee, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayst be greatly multiplied, as the Lord, the God of thy fathers, hath promised thee a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with thy whole heart, and with thy whole soul, and with thy whole strength. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart. And thou shalt tell them to thy children, and thou shalt meditate upon them sitting in thy house, and walking on thy journey, sleeping and rising. And thou shalt bind them as a sign on thy hand, and they shall be and shall move between thy eyes. And thou shalt write them in the entry and on the doors of thy house. And when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land for which he swore to thy fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and shall have given thee great and goodly cities which thou didst not build, houses full of riches which thou didst not set up, cisterns which thou didst not dig, vineyards and oliveyards which thou didst not plant, and thou shalt have eaten and be full. Take heed diligently, lest thou forget the Lord who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and shalt serve him only, and thou shalt swear by his name. You shall not go after the strange gods of all the nations that are round about you, because the Lord thy God is a jealous God in the midst of thee, lest at any time the wrath of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee, and take thee away from the face of the earth. Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God, as thou temptedst him in the place of temptation. Keep the precepts of the Lord thy God, and the testimonies and ceremonies which he hath commanded thee. And do that which is pleasing and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with thee, and going in thou mayst possess the goodly land, concerning which the Lord swore to thy fathers, that he would destroy all thy enemies before thee, as he hath spoken. And when thy son shall ask thee tomorrow, saying, What mean these testimonies and ceremonies and judgments, which the Lord our God hath commanded us? Thou shalt say to him, We were bondmen of Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a strong hand, and he wrought signs and wonders great and very grievous in Egypt against Pharaoh and all his house in our sight. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in and give us the land, concerning which he swore to our fathers. And the Lord commanded that we should do all these ordinances, and should fear the Lord our God, that it might be well with us all the days of our life, as it is at this day. And he will be merciful to us, if we keep and do all his precepts before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. When the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which thou art going in to possess, and shall have destroyed many nations before thee, the Hittite, and the Girgashite, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, 7 nations, much more numerous than thou art, and stronger than thou. And the Lord thy God shall have delivered them to thee. Thou shalt utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no league with them, nor show mercy to them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thou shalt not give thy daughter to his son, nor take his daughter for thy son. For she will turn away thy son from following me, that he may rather serve strange gods, and the wrath of the Lord will be kindled, and will quickly destroy thee. But thus rather shall you deal with them: destroy their altars, and break their statues, and cut down their groves, and burn their graven things, because thou art a holy people to the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be his peculiar people of all peoples that are upon the earth. Not because you surpass all nations in number is the Lord joined unto you, and hath chosen you, for you are the fewest of any people, but because the Lord hath loved you, and hath kept his oath, which he swore to your fathers, and hath brought you out with a strong hand, and redeemed you from the house of bondage, out of the hand of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. And thou shalt know that the Lord thy God, he is a strong and faithful God, keeping his covenant and mercy to them that love him, and to them that keep his commandments, unto 1,000 generations, and repaying forthwith them that hate him, so as to destroy them without further delay, immediately rendering to them what they deserve. Keep therefore the precepts and ceremonies and judgments which I command thee this day to do. If after thou hast heard these judgments thou keep and do them, the Lord thy God will also keep his covenant to thee, and the mercy which he swore to thy fathers, and he will love thee, and multiply thee, and will bless the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy land, thy corn and thy vintage, thy oil and thy herds, and the flocks of thy sheep upon the land, for which he swore to thy fathers, that he would give it thee. Blessed shalt thou be among all people. No one shall be barren among you of either sex, neither of men nor cattle. The Lord will take away from thee all sickness, and the grievous infirmities of Egypt, which thou knowest he will not bring upon thee, but upon thy enemies. Thou shalt consume all the people which the Lord thy God will deliver to thee. Thy eye shall not spare them, neither shalt thou serve their gods, lest they be thy ruin. If thou say in thy heart, These nations are more than I, how shall I be able to destroy them? Fear not, but remember what the Lord thy God did to Pharaoh, and to all the Egyptians, the exceeding great plagues which thy eyes saw, and the signs and wonders, and the strong hand, and the stretched out arm with which the Lord thy God brought thee out. So will he do to all the people whom thou fearest. Moreover, the Lord thy God will send also hornets among them, until he destroy and consume all that have escaped thee, and could hide themselves. Thou shalt not fear them, because the Lord thy God is in the midst of thee, a God mighty and terrible. He will consume these nations in thy sight by little and by degrees. Thou wilt not be able to destroy them altogether, lest perhaps the beasts of the earth should increase upon thee. But the Lord thy God shall deliver them in thy sight, and shall slay them until they be utterly destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into thy hands, and thou shalt destroy their names from under heaven. No man shall be able to resist thee until thou destroy them. Their graven things thou shalt burn with fire. Thou shalt not covet the silver and gold of which they are made, neither shalt thou take to thee anything thereof, lest thou offend, because it is an abomination to the Lord thy God. Neither shalt thou bring anything of the idol into thy house, lest thou become an anathema like it. Thou shalt detest it as dung, and shalt utterly abhor it as uncleanness and filth, because it is an anathema. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. All the commandments that I command thee this day, take great care to observe, that you may live and be multiplied, and going in may possess the land for which the Lord swore to your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way through which the Lord thy God hath brought thee for 40 years through the desert, to afflict thee, and to prove thee, and that the things that were in thy heart might be made known, whether thou wouldst keep his commandments or no. He afflicted thee with want, and gave thee manna for thy food, which neither thou nor thy fathers knew, to show that not in bread alone doth man live, but in every word that proceedeth from the mouth of God. Thy raiment, with which thou wast covered, hath not decayed for age, and thy foot is not worn. Lo, this is the 40th year, that thou mayst consider in thy heart, that as a man traineth up his son, so the Lord thy God hath trained thee up. That thou shouldst keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways, and fear him. For the Lord thy God will bring thee into a good land, of brooks, and of waters, and of fountains, in the plains of which and the hills deep rivers break out, a land of wheat and barley and vineyards, wherein fig trees and pomegranates and oliveyards grow, a land of oil and honey, where without any want thou shalt eat thy bread, and enjoy abundance of all things, where the stones are iron, and out of its hills are dug mines of brass, that when thou hast eaten and art full, thou mayst bless the Lord thy God for the excellent land which he hath given thee. Take heed, and beware, lest at any time thou forget the Lord thy God, and neglect his commandments and judgments and ceremonies, which I command thee this day, lest after thou hast eaten and art filled, hast built goodly houses, and dwelt in them, and shalt have herds of oxen and flocks of sheep, and plenty of gold and of silver, and of all things, thy heart be lifted up, and thou remember not the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, and was thy leader in the great and terrible wilderness, wherein there was the serpent burning with his breath, and the scorpion, and the diphsas, and no waters at all, who brought forth streams out of the hardest rock, and fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not. And after he had afflicted and proved thee, at the last he had mercy on thee, lest thou shouldst say in thy heart, My own might and the strength of my own hand have achieved all these things for me. But remember the Lord thy God, that he hath given thee strength, that he might fulfill his covenant concerning which he swore to thy fathers, as this present day showeth. But if thou forget the Lord thy God, and follow strange gods, and serve and adore them, behold, now I foretell thee that thou shalt utterly perish. As the nations which the Lord destroyed at thy entrance, so shall you also perish, if you be disobedient to the voice of the Lord your God. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Hear, O Israel, thou shalt go over the Jordan this day, to possess nations very great and stronger than thyself, cities great and walled up to the sky, a people great and tall, the sons of the Anakims, whom thou hast seen and heard of, against whom no man is able to stand. Thou shalt know therefore this day that the Lord thy God himself will pass over before thee, a devouring and consuming fire, to destroy and extirpate, and bring them to nothing before thy face quickly, as he hath spoken to thee. Say not in thy heart, when the Lord thy God shall have destroyed them in thy sight, For my justice hath the Lord brought me in to possess this land, whereas these nations are destroyed for their wickedness. For it is not for thy justices and the uprightness of thy heart that thou shalt go in to possess their lands, but because they have done wickedly, they are destroyed at thy coming in, and that the Lord might accomplish his word, which he promised by oath to thy fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Know therefore that the Lord thy God giveth thee not this excellent land in possession for thy justices, for thou art a very stiff-necked people. Remember and forget not how thou provokest the Lord thy God to wrath in the wilderness, from the day that thou camest out of Egypt unto this place. Thou hast always strove against the Lord. For in Horeb also thou didst provoke him, and he was angry, and would have destroyed thee, when I went up into the mount to receive the tables of stone, the tables of the covenant which the Lord made with you. And I continued in the mount 40 days and nights, neither eating bread nor drinking water. And the Lord gave me 2 tables of stone written with the finger of God, and containing all the words that he spoke to you in the mount from the midst of the fire, when the people were assembled together. And when 40 days were past, and as many nights, the Lord gave me the 2 tables of stone, the tables of the covenant, and said to me, Arise, and go down from hence quickly, for thy people which thou hast brought out of Egypt have quickly forsaken the way that thou hast shown them, and have made to themselves a molten idol. And again the Lord said to me, I see that this people is stiff-necked. Let me alone, that I may destroy them, and abolish their name from under heaven, and set thee over a nation that is greater and stronger than this. And when I came down from the burning mount, and held the 2 tables of the covenant with both hands, and saw that you had sinned against the Lord your God, and had made to yourselves a molten calf, and had quickly forsaken his way, which he had shown you, I cast the tables out of my hands, and broke them in your sight. And I fell down before the Lord as before, 40 days and nights, neither eating bread, nor drinking water, for all your sins, which you had committed against the Lord, and had provoked him to wrath. For I feared his indignation and anger, wherewith being moved against you, he would have destroyed you. And the Lord heard me this time also, and he was exceeding angry against Aaron also, and would have destroyed him, and I prayed in like manner for him. And your sin that you had committed, that is, the calf, I took and burned it with fire, and breaking it into pieces until it was as small as dust, I threw it into the torrent, which cometh down from the mountain. At the burning also, and at the place of temptation, and at the graves of lust, you provoked the Lord. And when he sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land that I have given you, and you slighted the commandment of the Lord your God, and did not believe him, neither would you hearken to his voice, but were always rebellious from the day that I began to know you. And I lay prostrate before the Lord 40 days and nights, in which I humbly besought him that he would not destroy you, as he had threatened. And praying I said, O Lord God, destroy not thy people, and thy inheritance, which thou hast redeemed in thy greatness, whom thou hast brought out of Egypt with a strong hand. Remember thy servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Look not on the stubbornness of this people, nor on their wickedness and sin, lest perhaps the inhabitants of the land, out of which thou hast brought us, say, The Lord could not bring them into the land that he promised them, and he hated them. Therefore he brought them out, that he might kill them in the wilderness, who are thy people, and thy inheritance, whom thou hast brought out by thy great strength, and in thy stretched out arm. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. At that time the Lord said to me, Hew thee 2 tables of stone like the former, and come up to me into the mount, and thou shalt make an ark of wood, and I will write on the tables the words that were in them which thou brokest before, and thou shalt put them in the ark. And I made an ark of settim wood, and when I had hewn 2 tables of stone like the former, I went up into the mount, having them in my hands. And he wrote in the tables, according as he had written before, the 10 words which the Lord spoke to you in the mount from the midst of the fire, when the people were assembled, and he gave them to me. And returning from the mount, I came down, and put the tables into the ark that I had made, and they are there till this present, as the Lord commanded me. And the children of Israel removed their camp from Beroth of the children of Jachan into Mosera, where Aaron died and was buried, and Eleazar his son succeeded him in the priestly office. From thence they came to Gadgad, from which place they departed and camped in Jetabatha, in a land of waters and torrents. At that time he separated the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to stand before him in the ministry, and to bless in his name until this present day. Wherefore Levi hath no part nor possession with his brethren, because the Lord himself is his possession, as the Lord thy God promised him. And I stood in the mount as before 40 days and nights, and the Lord heard me this time also, and would not destroy thee. And he said to me, Go and walk before the people, that they may enter and possess the land which I swore to their fathers that I would give them. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but that thou fear the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways, and love him, and serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and keep the commandments of the Lord and his ceremonies, which I command thee this day, that it may be well with thee. Behold, heaven is the Lord's thy God, and the heaven of heaven, the earth and all things that are therein. And yet the Lord hath been closely joined to thy fathers, and loved them, and chose their seed after them, that is to say, you, out of all nations, as this day it is proved. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and stiffen your neck no more, because the Lord your God, he is the God of gods, and the Lord of lords, a great God, and mighty, and terrible, who accepteth no person, nor taketh bribes. He doth judgment to the fatherless and the widow, loveth the stranger, and giveth him food and raiment. And do you therefore love strangers, because you also were strangers in the land of Egypt? Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and serve him only. To him thou shalt adhere, and shalt swear by his name. He is thy praise and thy God, that hath done for thee these great and terrible things, which thy eyes have seen. In 70 souls thy fathers went down into Egypt, and behold, now the Lord thy God hath multiplied thee as the stars of heaven. End of chapter 10. Deuteronomy, chapters 11 through 23 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Therefore love the Lord thy God, and observe his precepts and ceremonies, his judgments and commandments at all times. Know this day the things that your children know not, who saw not the chastisements of the Lord your God, his great doings and strong hand, and stretched out arm, the signs and works which he did in the midst of Egypt to King Pharaoh, and to all his land, and to all the host of the Egyptians, and to their horses and chariots, how the waters of the Red Sea covered them when they pursued you, and how the Lord destroyed them until this present day, and what he hath done to you in the wilderness till you came to this place, and to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, who was the son of Reuben, whom the earth opening her mouth swallowed up with their households and tents, and all their substance, which they had in the midst of Israel. Your eyes have seen all the great works of the Lord that he hath done, that you may keep all his commandments, which I command you this day, and may go in and possess the land to which you are entering, and may live in it a long time, which the Lord promised by oath to your fathers and to their seed, a land which floweth with milk and honey. For the land which thou goest to possess is not like the land of Egypt, from whence thou camest out, where, when the seed is sown, waters are brought in to water it after the manner of gardens. But it is a land of hills and plains, expecting rain from heaven. And the Lord thy God doth always visit it, and his eyes are on it from the beginning of the year unto the end thereof. If then you obey my commandments, which I command you this day, that you love the Lord your God, and serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, he will give to your land the early rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your corn and your wine and your oil, and your hay out of the fields to feed your cattle, and that you may eat and be filled. Beware, lest perhaps your heart be deceived, and you depart from the Lord, and serve strange gods, and adore them. And the Lord being angry, shut up heaven, that the rain come not down, nor the earth yield her fruit, and you perish quickly from the excellent land which the Lord will give you. Lay up these my words in your hearts and minds, and hang them for a sign on your hands, and place them between your eyes, Teach your children that they meditate on them, when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest on the way, and when thou liest down, and risest up. Thou shalt write them upon the posts and the doors of thy house, that thy days may be multiplied, and the days of thy children in the land which the Lord swore to thy fathers, that he would give them, as long as the heaven hangeth over the earth. For if you keep the commandments which I command you, and do them, to love the Lord your God, and walk in all his ways, cleaving unto him, the Lord will destroy all these nations before your face, and you shall possess them, which are greater and stronger than you. Every place that your foot shall tread upon shall be yours, from the desert and from Libanus, from the great river Euphrates unto the western sea shall be your borders. None shall stand against you. The Lord your God shall lay the dread and fear of you upon all the land that you shall tread upon, as he hath spoken to you. Behold, I set forth in your sight this day a blessing and a curse. A blessing, if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you this day. A curse, if you obey not the commandments of the Lord your God, but revolt from the way which now I show you, and walk after strange gods, which you know not. And when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land whither thou goest to dwell, thou shalt put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim, the curse upon Mount Hebal, which are beyond the Jordan, behind the way that goeth to the setting of the sun, in the land of the Canaanite, who dwelleth in the plain country over against Gilgala, which is near the valley that reacheth and entereth far. For you shall pass over the Jordan to possess the land which the Lord your God will give you, that you may have it and possess it. See therefore that you fulfill the ceremonies and judgments which I shall set this day before you. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. These are the precepts and judgments that you must do in the land which the Lord the God of thy fathers will give thee, to possess it all the days that thou shalt walk upon the earth. Destroy all the places in which the nations that you shall possess worshipped their gods upon high mountains and hills, and under every shady tree. Overthrow their altars, and break down their statues, burn their groves with fire, and break their idols in pieces, destroy their names out of those places. You shall not do so to the Lord your God, but you shall come to the place which the Lord your God shall choose out of all your tribes, to put his name there, and to dwell in it. And you shall offer in that place your holocausts and victims, the tithes and firstfruits of your hands, and your vows and gifts, the firstborn of your herds and your sheep. And you shall eat there in the sight of the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice in all things, whereunto you shall put your hand, you and your houses, wherein the Lord your God hath blessed you. You shall not do there the things we do here this day, every man that which seemeth good to himself. For until this present time you are not come to refit, and to the possession which the Lord your God will give you. You shall pass over the Jordan, and shall dwell in the land which the Lord your God will give you, that you may have rest from all enemies round about, and may dwell without any fear in the place which the Lord your God shall choose, that his name may be therein. Thither shall you bring all the things that I command you, holocausts and victims and tithes, and the first fruits of your hands, and whatsoever is the choicest in the gifts which you shall vow to the Lord. There shall you feast before the Lord your God, you and your sons and your daughters, your men servants and maid servants, and the Levite that dwelleth in your cities. For he hath no other part and possession among you. Beware lest thou offer thy holocausts in every place that thou shalt see, but in the place which the Lord shall choose in one of thy tribes shalt thou offer sacrifices, and shalt do all that I command thee. But if thou desirest to eat, and the eating of flesh delight thee, kill and eat according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he hath given thee in thy cities, whether it be unclean, that is to say, having blemish or defect, or clean, that is to say, sound and without blemish, such as may be offered as the roe and the hart, shalt thou eat it. Only the blood thou shalt not eat, but thou shalt pour it out upon the earth as water. Thou mayst not eat in thy towns the tithes of thy corn and thy wine and thy oil, the firstborn of thy herds and thy cattle, nor anything that thou vowest, and that thou wilt offer voluntarily, and the firstfruits of thy hands. But thou shalt eat them before the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, thou and thy son and thy daughter, and thy manservant and maidservant, and the Levite that dwelleth in thy cities. And thou shalt rejoice, and be refreshed before the Lord thy God in all things, whereunto thou shalt put thy hand. Take heed thou forsake not the Levite all the time that thou livest in the land. When the Lord thy God shall have enlarged thy borders, as he hath spoken to thee, and thou wilt eat the flesh that thy soul desireth, and if the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name should be there, be far off, thou shalt kill of thy herds and of thy flocks, as I have commanded thee, and shalt eat in thy towns, as it pleaseth thee. Even as the roe and the hart is eaten, so shalt thou eat them, both the clean and unclean shall eat of them alike. Only beware of this, that thou eat not the blood, for the blood is for the soul, and therefore thou must not eat the soul with the flesh. But thou shalt pour it upon the earth as water, that it may be well with thee and thy children after thee, when thou shalt do that which is pleasing in the sight of the Lord. But the things which thou hast sanctified and vowed to the Lord, thou shalt take, and shalt come to the place which the Lord shall choose, and shalt offer thy oblations, the flesh and the blood upon the altar of the Lord thy God. The blood of thy victims thou shalt pour on the altar, and the flesh thou thyself shalt eat. Observe and hear all the things that I command thee, that it may be well with thee and thy children after thee forever, when thou shalt do what is good and pleasing in the sight of the Lord thy God. When the Lord thy God shall have destroyed before thy face the nations, which then shalt go in to possess, and when thou shalt possess them and dwell in their land, beware lest thou imitate them after they are destroyed at thy coming in, and lest thou seek after their ceremonies, saying, As these nations have worshipped their gods, so will I also worship. Thou shalt not do in like manner to the Lord thy God, for they have done to their gods all the abominations which the Lord abhorreth, offering their sons and daughters, and burning them with fire. What I command thee, that only do thou to the Lord, neither add anything nor diminish. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. If there rise in the midst of thee a prophet, or one that saith he hath dreamed a dream, and he foretell a sign and a wonder, and that come to pass, which he spoke, and he say to thee, Let us go and follow strange gods, which thou knowest not, and let us serve them, thou shalt not hear the words of that prophet or dreamer. For the Lord your God trieth you, that it may appear whether you love him with all your heart and with all your soul or not. Follow the Lord your God, and fear him, and keep his commandments, and hear his voice. Him you shall serve, and to him you shall cleave. And that prophet or forger of dreams shall be slain, because he spoke to draw you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed you from the house of bondage, to make thee go out of the way, which the Lord thy God commanded thee. And thou shalt take away the evil out of the midst of thee. If thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son or daughter, or thy wife that is in thy bosom, or thy friend whom thou lovest as thy own soul, would persuade thee secretly, saying, Let us go and serve strange gods, which thou knowest not, nor thy fathers, of all the nations round about that are near or afar off, from one end of the earth to the other, consent not to him, hear him not, neither let thy eyes spare him to pity and conceal him, but thou shalt presently put him to death. It let thy hand be first upon him, and afterwards the hands of all the people. With stones shall he be stoned to death, because he would have withdrawn thee from the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage, that all Israel hearing may fear, and may do no more anything like this. If in one of thy cities, which the Lord thy God shall give thee to dwell in, thou hear some say, Children of Belial are gone out of the midst of thee, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, and have said, Let us go and serve strange gods, which you know not. Inquire carefully and diligently the truth of the thing by looking well into it. And if thou find that which is said to be certain, and that this abomination hath been really committed, thou shalt forthwith kill the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, and shalt destroy it and all things that are in it, even the cattle. And all the household goods that are there thou shalt gather together in the midst of the streets thereof, and shalt burn them with the city itself, so as to consume all for the Lord thy God, and that it be a heap forever, it shall be built no more. And there shall nothing of that anathema stick to thy hand, that the Lord may turn from the wrath of his fury, and may have mercy on thee, and multiply thee, as he swore to thy fathers, when thou shalt hear the voice of the Lord thy God, keeping all his precepts, which I command thee this day, that thou mayst do what is pleasing in the sight of the Lord thy God. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Be ye children of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness for the dead, because thou art a holy people to the Lord thy God, and he chose thee to be his peculiar people of all nations that are upon the earth. Eat not the things that are unclean. These are the beasts that you shall eat: the ox, and the sheep, and the goat, the hart, and the roe, the buffle, the chamois, the pygarg, the wild goat, the camelopardus. Every beast that divideth the hoof in two parts, and cheweth the cud, you shall eat. But of them that chew the cud, but divide not the hoof, you shall not eat, such as the camel, the hare, and the caragril, because they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof, they shall be unclean to you. The swine also, because it divideth the hoof, but cheweth not the cud, shall be unclean. Their flesh you shall not eat, and their carcasses you shall not touch. These shall you eat of all that abide in the waters. All that have fins and scales you shall eat. Such as are without fins and scales you shall not eat, because they are unclean. All birds that are clean you shall eat. The unclean eat not, to wit, the eagle, and the gripe, and the osprey, the ringtail, and the vulture, and the kite, according to their kind, and all of the raven's kind, and the ostrich, and the owl, and the laris, and the hawk, according to its kind, the heron, and the swan, and the stork, and the cormorant, the porphyrion, and the night crow, the bittern, and the caradrian, every one in their kind, the hoop also, and the bat. Everything that creepeth and hath little wings shall be unclean, and shall not be eaten. All that is clean you shall eat, but whatsoever is dead of itself, eat not thereof. Give it to the stranger that is within thy gates to eat, or sell it to him, because thou art the holy people of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not boil a kid in the milk of his dam. Every year thou shalt set aside the tithes of all thy fruits that the earth bringeth forth, and thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, that his name may be called upon therein, the tithe of thy corn, and thy wine, and thy oil, and the firstborn of thy herds and thy sheep, that thou mayst learn to fear the Lord thy God at all times. But when the way and the place which the Lord thy God shall choose are far off, and he hath blessed thee, and thou canst not carry all these things thither, thou shalt sell them all, and turn them into money, and shalt carry it in thy hand, and shalt go to the place which the Lord shall choose, and thou shalt buy with the same money whatsoever pleaseth thee, either of the herds or of sheep, wine also, and strong drink, and all that thy soul desireth, and thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God, and shall feast, thou and thy house. And the Levite that is within thy gates, beware thou forsake him not, because he hath no other part in thy possession. The 3rd year thou shalt separate another tithe of all things that grow to thee at that time, and shalt lay it up within thy gates. And the Levite that hath no other part nor possession with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be filled, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works of thy hands that thou shalt do. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. In the 7th year thou shalt make a remission, which shall be celebrated in this order: he to whom anything is owing from his friend or neighbor or brother cannot demand it again, because it is the year of remission of the Lord, Of the foreigner or stranger thou mayst exact it. Of thy countryman and neighbor thou shalt not have power to demand it again. And there shall be no poor nor beggar among you, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in the land which he will give thee in possession. Yet so, if thou hear the voice of the Lord thy God, and keep all things that he hath ordained, and which I command thee this day, he will bless thee, as he hath promised. Thou shalt lend to many nations, and thou shalt borrow of no man. Thou shalt have dominion over very many nations, and no one shall have dominion over thee. If one of thy brethren that dwelleth within the gates of thy city in the land which the Lord thy God will give thee come to poverty, thou shalt not harden thy heart, nor close thy hand, but shalt open it to the poor man. Thou shalt lend him that which thou perceivest he hath need of. Beware lest perhaps a wicked thought steal in upon thee, and thou say in thy heart, The 7th year of remission draweth nigh, and thou turn away thy eyes from thy poor brother, denying to lend him that which he asketh, lest he cry against thee to the Lord, and it become a sin unto thee. But thou shalt give to him, neither shalt thou do anything craftily in relieving his necessities, that the Lord thy God may bless thee at all times, and in all things to which thou shalt put thy hand. There will not be wanting poor in the land of thy habitation. Therefore I command thee to open thy hand to thy needy and poor brother that liveth in the land. When thy brother, a Hebrew man, or Hebrew woman, is sold to thee, and hath served thee 6 years, in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free. And when thou sendest him out free, thou shalt not let him go away empty, but shalt give him for his way out of thy flocks, and out of thy barn floor, and thy winepress, wherewith the Lord thy God shall bless thee. Remember that thou also wast a bondservant in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God made thee free, and therefore I now command thee this. But if he say, I will not depart, because he loveth thee and thy house, and findeth that he is well with thee, thou shalt take an awl, and bore through his ear in the door of thy house, and he shall serve thee forever. Thou shalt do in like manner to thy woman-servant also. Turn not away thy eyes from them when thou makest them free, because he hath served thee 6 years according to the wages of a hireling, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works that thou dost. Of the firstlings that come of thy herds and thy sheep, thou shalt sanctify to the Lord thy God whatsoever is of the male sex. Thou shalt not work with the firstling of a bullock, and thou shalt not shear the firstlings of thy sheep. In the sight of the Lord thy God shalt thou eat them every year in the place that the Lord shall choose, thou and thy house. But if it have a blemish, or be lame, or blind, or in any part disfigured or feeble, it shall not be sacrificed to the Lord thy God. But thou shalt eat it within the gates of thy city. The clean and the unclean shall eat them alike, as the roe and as the hart. Only thou shalt take heed not to eat their blood, but pour it out on the earth as water. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Observe the month of new corn, which is the first of the spring, that thou mayst celebrate the Phazi to the Lord thy God, because in this month the Lord thy God brought thee out of Egypt by night. And thou shalt sacrifice the Phazi to the Lord thy God of sheep and of oxen in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name may dwell there. Thou shalt not eat with it leavened bread. 7 days shalt thou eat without leaven, the bread of affliction, because thou camest out of Egypt in fear, that thou mayst remember the day of thy coming out of Egypt all the days of thy life. No leaven shall be seen in all thy coasts for 7 days, neither shall any of the flesh of that which was sacrificed the first day in the evening remain until morning. Thou mayst not immolate the Phazi in any one of thy cities, which the Lord thy God will give thee, but in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name may dwell there, thou shalt immolate the Phazi in the evening, at the going down of the sun, at which time thou camest out of Egypt. And thou shalt dress and eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, and in the morning rising up thou shalt go into thy dwellings. 6 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day, because it is the assembly of the Lord thy God, thou shalt do no work. Thou shalt number unto thee 7 weeks from that day wherein thou didst put the sickle to the corn. And thou shalt celebrate the festival of weeks to the Lord thy God, a voluntary oblation of thy hand, which thou shalt offer according to the blessing of the Lord thy God. And thou shalt feast before the Lord thy God, thou and thy son and thy daughter, and thy manservant and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates, and the stranger and the fatherless and the widow who abide with you, in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name may dwell there. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a servant in Egypt, and thou shalt keep and do the things that are commanded. Thou shalt celebrate the solemnity also of tabernacles 7 days, when thou hast gathered in thy fruit of the barn floor and of the winepress. And thou shalt make merry in thy festival time, thou, thy son, and thy daughter, thy manservant, and thy maidservant, the Levite also, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gates. 7 days shalt thou celebrate feasts to the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord shall choose, and the Lord thy God will bless thee in all thy fruits, and in every work of thy hands, and thou shalt be in joy. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles. No one shall appear with his hands empty before the Lord, but every one shall offer according to what he hath, according to the blessing of the Lord his God, which he shall give him. Thou shalt appoint judges and magistrates in all thy gates, which the Lord thy God shall give thee in all thy tribes, that they may judge the people with just judgment, and not go aside to either part. Thou shalt not accept person nor gifts, for gifts blind the eyes of the wise, and change the words of the just. Thou shalt follow justly after that which is just, that thou mayst live and possess the land which the Lord thy God shall give thee. Thou shalt plant no grove, nor any tree near the altar of the Lord thy God, neither shalt thou make nor set up to thyself a statue, which things the Lord thy God hateth. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Thou shalt not sacrifice to the Lord thy God a sheep or an ox, wherein there is blemish or any fault, for that is an abomination to the Lord thy God. When there shall be found among you within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God shall give thee, man or woman that do evil in the sight of the Lord thy God, and transgress his covenant, so as to go and serve strange gods and adore them, the sun and the moon, and all the host of heaven, which I have not commanded, and this is told thee, and hearing it thou hast inquired diligently, and found it to be true, and that the abomination is committed in Israel, thou shalt bring forth the man or the woman who have committed that most wicked thing to the gates of thy city, and they shall be stoned. By the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall he die that is to be slain. Let no man be put to death when only one beareth witness against him. The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to kill him, and afterwards the hands of the rest of the people, that thou mayst take away the evil out of the midst of thee. If thou perceive that there be among you a hard and doubtful matter in judgment between blood and blood, cause and cause, leprosy and leprosy, and thou see that the words of the judges within thy gates do vary, arise, and go up to the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt come to the priests of the Levitical race, and to the judge that shall be at that time, and thou shalt ask of them, and they shall show thee the truth of the judgment. And thou shalt do whatsoever they shall say that preside in the place, which the Lord shall choose, and what they shall teach thee, according to his law. And thou shalt follow their sentence, neither shalt thou decline to the right hand, nor to the left hand. But he that will be proud, and refuse to obey the commandment of the priest, who ministereth at that time to the Lord thy God, and the decree of the judge, that man shall die, and thou shalt take away the evil from Israel. And all the people hearing it shall fear, that no one afterwards swell with pride. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God will give thee, and possessest it, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, as all nations have that are round about, thou shalt set him whom the Lord thy God shall choose out of the number of thy brethren. Thou mayst not make a man of another nation king, that is not thy brother. And when he is made king, he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor lead back the people into Egypt, being lifted up with the number of his horsemen, especially since the Lord hath commanded you to return no more the same way. He shall not have many wives, that may allure his mind, nor immense sums of silver and gold. But after he is raised to the throne of his kingdom, he shall copy out to himself the Deuteronomy of this law in a volume, taking the copy of the priests of the Levitical tribe, and he shall have it with him, and shall read it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, and keep his words and ceremonies that are commanded in the law. And that his heart be not lifted up with pride over his brethren, nor decline to the right or to the left, that he and his sons may reign a long time over Israel. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. The priests and Levites, and all that are of the same tribe, shall have no part nor inheritance with the rest of Israel, because they shall eat the sacrifices of the Lord and his oblations, and they shall receive nothing else of the possession of their brethren. For the Lord himself is their inheritance, as he hath said to them. This shall be the priest's due from the people, and from them that offer victims. Whether they sacrifice an ox or a sheep, they shall give to the priest the shoulder and the breast. The first fruits also of corn, of wine, and of oil, and a part of the wool from the shearing of their sheep. For the Lord thy God hath chosen him of all thy tribes to stand and to minister to the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. If a Levite go out of any one of the cities throughout all Israel, in which he dwelleth, and have a longing mind to come to the place which the Lord shall choose, he shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, as all his brethren the Levites do, that shall stand at that time before the Lord. He shall receive the same portion of food that the rest do, besides that which is due to him in his own city by succession from his fathers. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God shall give thee, beware lest thou have a mind to imitate the abominations of those nations. Neither let there be found among you any one that shall expiate his son or daughter, making them to pass through the fire, or that consulteth soothsayers, or observeth dreams and omens. Neither let there be any wizard, nor charmer, nor any one that consulteth Pythonic spirits, or fortune-tellers, or that seeketh the truth from the dead. For the Lord abhorreth all these things, and for these abominations he will destroy them at thy coming. Thou shalt be perfect, and without spot before the Lord thy God. These nations, whose land thou shalt possess, hearken to soothsayers and diviners, but thou art otherwise instructed by the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God will raise up to thee a prophet of thy nation and of thy brethren like unto me, him thou shalt hear. As thou desiredst of the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the assembly was gathered together, and saidst, Let me not hear any more the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see any more this exceeding great fire, lest I die. And the Lord said to me, They have spoken all things well. I will raise them up a prophet out of the midst of their brethren, like to thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I shall command him. And he that will not hear his words, which he shall speak in my name, I will be the revenger. But the prophet, who being corrupted with pride shall speak in my name things that I did not command him to say, or in the name of strange gods, shall be slain. And if in silent thought thou answer, How shall I know the word that the Lord hath not spoken? Thou shalt have this sign. Whatsoever that same prophet foretelleth in the name of the Lord, and it cometh not to pass, that thing the Lord hath not spoken, but the prophet hath forged it by the pride of his mind, and therefore thou shalt not fear him. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. When the Lord thy God hath destroyed the nations, whose land he will deliver to thee, and thou shalt possess it, and shalt dwell in the cities and houses thereof, thou shalt separate to thee 3 cities in the midst of the land, which the Lord will give thee in possession, paving diligently the way, and thou shalt divide the whole province of thy land equally into 3 parts, that he who is forced to flee for manslaughter may have near at hand whither to escape. This shall be the law of the slayer that fleeth, whose life is to be saved. He that killeth his neighbor ignorantly, and who is proved to have had no hatred against him yesterday and the day before, but to have gone with him to the wood to hew wood, and in cutting down the tree the axe slipped out of his hand, and the iron slipping from the handle struck his friend and killed him, he shall flee to one of the cities aforesaid, and live, lest perhaps the next kinsman of him whose blood was shed, pushed on by his grief, should pursue and apprehend him, if the way be too long, and take away the life of him who is not guilty of death, because he is proved to have had no hatred before against him that was slain. Therefore I command thee, that thou separate 3 cities at equal distance one from another, and when the Lord thy God shall have enlarged thy borders, as he swore to thy fathers, and shall give thee all the land that he promised them, yet so, if thou keep his commandments, and do the things which I command thee this day, that thou love the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways at all times, thou shalt add to thee other 3 cities, and shalt double the number of the 3 cities aforesaid, that innocent blood may not be shed in the midst of the land, which the Lord thy God will give thee to possess, lest thou be guilty of blood. But if any man, hating his neighbor, lie in wait for his life, and rise and strike him, and he die, and he flee to one of the cities aforesaid, the ancients of his city shall send, and take him out of the place of refuge, and shall deliver him into the hand of the kinsman of him whose blood was shed, and he shall die. Thou shalt not pity him, and thou shalt take away the guilt of innocent blood out of Israel, that it may be well with thee. Thou shalt not take nor remove thy neighbor's landmark, which thy predecessors have set in thy possession, which the Lord thy God will give thee in the land that thou shalt receive to possess. 1 witness shall not rise up against any man, whatsoever the sin or wickedness be, but in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses every word shall stand. If a lying witness stand against a man, accusing him of transgression, both of them, between whom the controversy is, shall stand before the Lord in the sight of the priests and the judges that shall be in those days. And when, after most diligent inquisition, they shall find that the false witness hath told a lie against his brother, they shall render to him as he meant to do to his brother, and thou shalt take away the evil out of the midst of thee, that others hearing may fear, and may not dare to do such things. Thou shalt not pity him, but shalt require life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. If thou go out to war against thy enemies, and see horsemen and chariots, and the numbers of the enemy's army greater than thine, thou shalt not fear them, because the Lord thy God is with thee, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt. And when the battle is now at hand, The priest shall stand before the army, and shall speak to the people in this manner. Hear, O Israel, you join battle this day against your enemies. Let not your heart be dismayed, be not afraid, do not give back, fear ye them not, because the Lord your God is in the midst of you, and will fight for you against your enemies, to deliver you from danger. And the captains shall proclaim through every band in the hearing of the army, What man is there that hath built a new house, and hath not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. What man is there that hath planted a vineyard, and hath not as yet made it to be common, whereof all men may eat? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man execute his office. What man is there that hath espoused a wife, and not taken her? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the war, and another man take her. After these things are declared, they shall add the rest, and shall speak to the people. What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return to his house, lest he make the hearts of his brethren to fear, as he himself is possessed with fear. And when the captains of the army shall hold their peace, and have made an end of speaking, every man shall prepare their bands to fight. If at any time thou come to fight against a city, thou shalt first offer it peace. If they receive it, and open the gates to thee, all the people that are therein shall be saved, and shall serve thee, paying tribute. But if they will not make peace, and shall begin war against thee, thou shalt besiege it. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver it into thy hands, thou shalt slay all that are therein of the male sex with the edge of the sword, excepting women and children, cattle, and other things that are in the city. And thou shalt divide all the prey to the army, and thou shalt eat the spoils of thy enemies, which the Lord thy God shall give thee. So shalt thou do to all cities that are at a great distance from thee, and are not of these cities which thou shalt receive in possession. But of those cities that shall be given thee, thou shalt suffer none at all to live, but shalt kill them with the edge of the sword, to wit, the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, lest they teach you to do all the abominations which they have done to their gods, and you should sin against the Lord your God. When thou hast besieged a city a long time, and hath compassed it with bulwarks to take it, thou shalt not cut down the trees that may be eaten of, neither shalt thou spoil the country round about with axes. For it is a tree, and not a man, neither can it increase the number of them that fight against thee. But if there be any trees that are not fruitful, but wild, and fit for other uses, cut them down, and make engines, until thou take the city which fighteth against thee. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. When there shall be found in the land, which the Lord thy God will give thee, the corpse of a man slain, and it is not known who is guilty of the murder, thy ancients and judges shall go out, and shall measure from the place where the body lieth the distance of every city round about. And the ancients of that city which they shall perceive to be nearer than the rest, shall take a heifer of the herd that hath not drawn in the yoke, nor plowed the ground, and they shall bring her into a rough and stony valley, that never was plowed nor sown, and there they shall strike off the head of the heifer. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come, whom the Lord thy God hath chosen to minister to him, and to bless in his name, and that by their word every matter should be decided, and whatsoever is clean or unclean should be judged. And the ancients of that city shall come to the person slain, and shall wash their hands over the heifer that was killed in the valley, and shall say, Our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it. Be merciful to thy people Israel, whom thou hast redeemed, O Lord, and lay not innocent blood to their charge in the midst of thy people Israel. And the guilt of blood shall be taken from them, and thou shalt be free from the innocent's blood that was shed, when thou shalt have done what the Lord hath commanded thee. If thou go out to fight against thy enemies, and the Lord thy God deliver them into thy hand, and thou lead them away captives, and seest in the number of the captives a beautiful woman, and lovest her, and wilt have her to wife, thou shalt bring her into thy house, and she shall shave her hair, and pare her nails, and shall put off the raiment wherein she was taken, and shall remain in thy house, and mourn for her father and mother 1 month. And after that thou shalt go in unto her, and shalt sleep with her, and she shall be thy wife. But if afterwards she please thee not, thou shalt let her go free, but thou mayst not sell her for money, nor oppress her by might, because thou hast humbled her. If a man have 2 wives, one beloved, and the other hated, and they have had children by him, and the son of the hated be the firstborn, and he meaneth to divide his substance among his sons, he may not make the son of the beloved the firstborn, and prefer him before the son of the hated. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, and shall give him a double portion of all he hath. For this is the first of his children, and to him are due the first birthrights. If a man have a stubborn and unruly son, who will not hear the commandments of his father or mother, and being corrected, slighteth obedience, they shall take him and bring him to the ancients of his city, and to the gate of judgment, and shall say to them, This our son is rebellious and stubborn, he slighteth hearing our admonitions. He giveth himself to revelling, and to debauchery and banquetings. The people of the city shall stone him, and he shall die, that you may take away the evil out of the midst of you, and all Israel hearing it may be afraid. When a man hath committed a crime for which he is to be punished with death, and being condemned to die, is hanged on a gibbet, his body shall not remain upon the tree, but shall be buried the same day, for he is accursed of God that hangeth on a tree. And thou shalt not defile thy land, which the Lord thy God shall give thee in possession. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. Thou shalt not pass by, if thou seest thy brother's ox, or his sheep go astray, but thou shalt bring them back to thy brother. And if thy brother be not nigh, or thou know him not, thou shalt bring them to thy house, and they shall be with thee until thy brother seek them and receive them. Thou shalt do in like manner with his ass, and with his raiment, and with everything that is thy brother's, which is lost. If thou find it, neglect it not, as pertaining to another. If thou see thy brother's ass or his ox to be fallen down in the way, thou shalt not slight it, but shalt lift it up with him. A woman shall not be clothed with man's apparel, neither shall a man use woman's apparel, for he that doeth these things is abominable before God. If thou find, as thou walkest by the way, a bird's nest in a tree or on the ground, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take her with her young, but shalt let her go, keeping the young which thou hast caught, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayst live a long time. When thou buildest a new house, thou shalt make a battlement to the roof round about, lest blood be shed in thy house, and thou be guilty, if any one slip and fall down headlong. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with divers seeds, lest both the seed which thou hast sown and the fruit of the vineyard be sanctified together. Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together. Thou shalt not wear a garment that is woven of woolen and linen together. Thou shalt make strings in the hem at the four corners of thy cloak, wherewith thou shalt be covered. If a man marry a wife, and afterwards hate her, and seek occasions to put her away, laying to her charge a very ill name, and say, I took this woman to wife, and going in to her I found her not a virgin, her father and mother shall take her, and shall bring with them the tokens of her virginity to the ancients of the city that are in the gate. And the father shall say, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and because he hateth her, he layeth to her charge a very ill name, so as to say, I found not thy daughter a virgin, and behold, these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the ancients of the city. And the ancients of that city shall take that man and beat him, condemning him besides in 100 cities of silver, which he shall give to the damsel's father, because he hath defamed by a very ill name a virgin of Israel. And he shall have her to wife, and may not put her away all the days of his life. But if what he charged her with be true, and virginity be not found in the damsel, they shall cast her out of the doors of her father's house, and the men of the city shall stone her to death, and she shall die, because she hath done a wicked thing in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house, and thou shalt take away the evil out of the midst of thee. If a man lie with another man's wife, they shall both die, that is to say, the adulterer and the adulteress, and thou shalt take away the evil out of Israel. If a man have espoused a damsel that is a virgin, and some one find her in the city, and lie with her, thou shalt bring them both out to the gate of that city, and they shall be stoned. The damsel, because she cried not out, being in the city; the man, because he hath humbled his neighbor's wife. And thou shalt take away the evil from the midst of thee. But if a man find a damsel that is betrothed in the field, and taking hold of her lie with her, he alone shall die. The damsel shall suffer nothing, neither is she guilty of death. For as a robber riseth against his brother, and taketh away his life, so also did the damsel suffer. She was alone in the field. She cried, and there was no man to help her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, who is not espoused, and taking her lie with her, and the matter come to judgment, he that lay with her shall give to the father of the maid 50 sedes of silver, and shall have her to wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all the days of his life. No man shall take his father's wife, nor remove his covering. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. An eunuch, whose testicles are broken or cut away, or yard cut off, shall not enter into the church of the Lord. A mamzer, that is to say, one born of a prostitute, shall not enter into the church of the Lord until the 10th generation. The Ammonite and the Moabite, even after the 10th generation, shall not enter into the church of the Lord forever, because they would not meet you with bread and water in the way, when you came out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam the son of Beor from Mesopotamia in Syria to curse thee. And the Lord thy God would not hear Balaam, and he turned his cursing into thy blessing, because he loved thee. Thou shalt not make peace with them, neither shalt thou seek their prosperity all the days of thy life forever. Thou shalt not abhor the Edomite, because he is thy brother, nor the Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. They that are born of them in the 3rd generation shall enter into the church of the Lord. When thou goest out to war against thy enemies, thou shalt keep thyself from every evil thing. If there be among you any man that is defiled in a dream by night, he shall go forth out of the camp, and shall not return before he be washed with water in the evening, and after sunset he shall return into the camp. Thou shalt have a place without the camp, to which thou mayst go for the necessities of nature, carrying a paddle at thy girdle, and when thou sittest down, thou shalt dig round about, and with the earth that is dug up thou shalt cover that which thou art eased of. For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee, and to give up thy enemies to thee. And let thy camp be holy, and let no uncleanness appear therein, lest he go away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver to his master the servant that is fled to thee. He shall dwell with thee in the place that shall please him, and shall rest in one of thy cities. Give him no trouble. There shall be no whore among the daughters of Israel, nor whoremonger among the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not offer the hire of a strumpet, nor the price of a dog, in the house of the Lord thy God, whatsoever it be that thou hast vowed, because both these are an abomination to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not lend to thy brother money to usury, nor corn, nor any other thing, but to the stranger. To thy brother thou shalt lend that which he wanteth, without usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all thy works in the land, which thou shalt go in to possess. When thou hast made a vow to the Lord thy God, thou shalt not delay to pay it, because the Lord thy God will require it. And if thou delay, it shall be imputed to thee for a sin. If thou wilt not promise, thou shalt be without sin. But that which is once gone out of thy lips thou shalt observe, and shalt do as thou hast promised to the Lord thy God, and hast spoken with thy own will and with thy own mouth. Going into thy neighbour's vineyard, thou mayst eat as many grapes as thou pleasest, but must carry none out with thee. If thou go into thy friend's corn, thou mayst break the ears and rub them in thy hand, but not reap them with a sickle. End of chapter 23. Deuteronomy, chapters 24 through 34 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. If a man take a wife, and have her, and she find not favor in his eyes, for some uncleanness, he shall write a bill of divorce, and shall give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed, and marrieth another husband, and he also hateth her, and hath given her a bill of divorce, and hath sent her out of his house, or is dead, the former husband cannot take her again to wife, because she is defiled, and is become abominable before the Lord, lest thou cause thy land to sin, which the Lord thy God shall give thee to possess. When a man hath lately taken a wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall any public business be enjoined him, but he shall be free at home without fault, that for 1 year he may rejoice with his wife. Thou shalt not take the nether nor the upper millstone to pledge, for he hath pledged his life to thee. If any man be found soliciting his brother of the children of Israel, and selling him shall take a price, he shall be put to death, and thou shalt take away the evil from the midst of thee. Observe diligently that thou incur not the stroke of the leprosy, but thou shalt do whatsoever the priests of the Levitical race shall teach thee, according to what I have commanded them, and fulfill thou it carefully. Remember what the Lord your God did to Mary in the way when you came out of Egypt. When thou shalt demand of thy neighbor anything that he oweth thee, thou shalt not go into his house to take away a pledge, but then shalt stand without, and he shall bring out to thee what he hath. But if he be poor, the pledge shall not lodge with thee that night, but thou shalt restore it to him presently before the going down of the sun, that he may sleep in his own raiment, and bless thee, and thou mayst have justice before the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not refuse the hire of the needy and the poor, whether he be thy brother, or a stranger that dwelleth with thee in the land, and is within thy gates. But thou shalt pay him the price of his labor the same day, before the going down of the sun, because he is poor, and with it maintaineth his life, lest he cry against thee to the Lord, and it be reputed to thee for a sin. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, nor the children for the fathers, but every one shall die for his own sin. Thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless. Neither shalt thou take away the widow's raiment for a pledge. Remember that thou wast a slave in Egypt, and the Lord thy God delivered thee from thence. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. When thou hast reaped the corn in thy field, and hast forgot and left a sheaf, thou shalt not return to take it away, but thou shalt suffer the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow to take it away, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works of thy hands. If thou hast gathered the fruit of thy olive trees. Thou shalt not return to gather whatsoever remaineth on the trees, but shalt leave it for the stranger, for the fatherless, and the widow. If thou make the vintage of thy vineyard, thou shalt not gather the clusters that remain, but they shall be for the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Remember that thou also wast a bondman in Egypt, and therefore I command thee to do this thing. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. If there be a controversy between men, and they call upon the judges, they shall give the prize of justice to him whom they perceive to be just, and him whom they find to be wicked they shall condemn of wickedness. And if they see that the offender be worthy of stripes, they shall lay him down, and shall cause him to be beaten before them. According to the measure of the sin shall the measure also of the stripes be. Yet so that they exceed not the number of 40, lest thy brother depart shamefully torn before thy eyes. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treadeth out thy corn on the floor. When brethren dwell together, and one of them dieth without children, the wife of the deceased shall not marry to another, but his brother shall take her, and raise up seed for his brother. And the first son he shall have of her he shall call by his name, that his name be not abolished out of Israel. But if he will not take his brother's wife, who by law belongeth to him, the woman shall go to the gate of the city, and call upon the ancients, and say, My husband's brother refuseth to raise up his brother's name in Israel, and will not take me to wife. And they shall cause him to be sent for forthwith, and shall ask him. If he answer, I will not take her to wife, the woman shall come to him before the ancients, and shall take off his shoe from his foot, and spit in his face, and say, So shall it be done to the man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel the house of the unshod. If two men have words together, and one begin to fight against the other, and the other's wife, willing to deliver her husband out of the hand of the stronger, shall put forth her hand, and take him by the secrets, thou shalt cut off her hand, neither shalt thou be moved with any pity in her regard. Thou shalt not have divers weights in thy bag, a greater and a less. Neither shall there be in thy house a greater bushel and a less. Thou shalt have a just and a true weight, and thy bushel shall be equal and true, that thou mayst live a long time upon the land which the Lord thy God shall give thee. For the Lord thy God abhorreth him that doth these things, and he hateth all injustice. Remember what Amalek did to thee in the way when thou camest out of Egypt, how he met thee, and slew the hindmost of the army, who sat down being weary when thou wast spent with hunger and labor, and he feared not God. Therefore, when the Lord thy God shall give thee rest, and shall have subdued all the nations round about in the land which he hath promised thee, thou shalt blot out his name from under heaven. See thou forget it not. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. And when thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God will give thee to possess, and hast conquered it, and dwellest in it, thou shalt take the first of all thy fruits, and put them in a basket, and shalt go to the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name may be invocated there. And thou shalt go to the priest that shall be in those days, and say to him, I profess this day before the Lord thy God, that I am come into the land, for which he swore to our fathers, that he would give it us. And the priest, taking the basket at thy hand, shall set it before the altar of the Lord thy God, and thou shalt speak thus in the sight of the Lord thy God. The Syrian pursued my father, who went down into Egypt, and sojourned there in a very small number, and grew into a nation great and strong, and of an infinite multitude. And the Egyptians afflicted us, and persecuted us, laying on us most grievous burdens. And we cried to the Lord God of our fathers, who heard us, and looked down upon our affliction and labor and distress, and brought us out of Egypt with a strong hand, and a stretched out arm, with great terror, with signs and wonders, and brought us into this place, and gave us this land flowing with milk and honey. And therefore now I offer the first fruits of the land which the Lord hath given me. And thou shalt leave them in the sight of the Lord thy God, adoring the Lord thy God. And thou shalt feast in all the good things which the Lord thy God hath given thee, and thy house, thou and the Levite, and the stranger that is with thee. When thou hast made an end of tithing all thy fruits in the 3rd year of tithes, thou shalt give it to the Levite, and to the stranger, and to the fatherless, and to the widow, that they may eat within thy gates, and be filled. And thou shalt speak thus in the sight of the Lord thy God, I have taken that which was sanctified out of my house, and I have given it to the Levite, and to the stranger, and to the fatherless, and to the widow, as thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandments, nor forgotten thy precepts. I have not eaten of them in my mourning, nor separated them for any uncleanness, nor spent anything of them in funerals. I have obeyed the voice of the Lord my God, and have done all things as thou hast commanded me. Look from thy sanctuary and thy high habitation of heaven, and bless thy people Israel, and the land which thou hast given us, as thou didst swear to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. This day the Lord thy God hath commanded thee to do these commandments and judgments, and to keep and fulfill them with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Thou hast chosen the Lord this day to be thy God, and to walk in his ways, and keep his ceremonies and precepts and judgments, and obey his command. And the Lord hath chosen thee this day to be his peculiar people, as he hath spoken to thee, and to keep all his commandments, and to make thee higher than all nations which he hath created, to his own praise and name and glory, that thou mayst be a holy people of the Lord thy God, as he hath spoken. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. And Moses with the ancients of Israel commanded the people, saying, Keep every commandment that I command you this day. And when you are passed over the Jordan into the land which the Lord thy God will give thee, thou shalt set up great stones, and shalt plaster them over with plaster, that thou mayst write on them all the words of this law, when thou art passed over the Jordan, that thou mayst enter into the land which the Lord thy God will give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, as he swore to thy fathers. Therefore, when you are passed over the Jordan, set up the stones which I command you this day in Mount Hebal, and thou shalt plaster them with plaster, and thou shalt build there an altar to the Lord thy God of stones which iron hath not touched, and of stones not fashioned nor polished, and thou shalt offer upon it holocausts to the Lord thy God, and shalt immolate peace victims, and eat there, and feast before the Lord thy God. And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law plainly and clearly. And Moses and the priests of the race of Levi said to all Israel, Attend and hear, O Israel, this day thou art made the people of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt hear his voice, and do the commandments and justices which I command thee. And Moses commanded the people in that day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people when you are past the Jordan. Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. And over against them shall stand on Mount Hebal to curse Reuben, Gad, and Aser, and Zabulon, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall pronounce and say to all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that maketh a graven and molten thing, the abomination of the Lord, the work of the hands of artificers, and shall put it in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be he that honoureth not his father and mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbour's landmarks. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of his way. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that perverteth the judgment of the stranger, of the fatherless, and the widow. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife, and uncovereth his bed. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with any beast. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father, or of his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his mother-in-law. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that secretly killeth his neighbour. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that taketh gifts to slay an innocent person. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that abideth not in the words of this law, and fulfilleth them not in work. And all the people shall say, Amen. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Now, if thou wilt hear the voice of the Lord thy God, to do and keep all his commandments, which I command thee this day, the Lord thy God will make thee higher than all the nations that are on the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon thee, and overtake thee. Yet so, if thou hear his precepts, blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the droves of thy herds, and the folds of thy sheep. Blessed shall be thy barns, and blessed thy stores. Blessed shalt thou be coming in and going out. The Lord shall cause thy enemies that rise up against thee to fall down before thy face. One way shall they come out against thee, and 7 ways shall they flee before thee. The Lord will send forth a blessing upon thy storehouses, and upon all the works of thy hands, and will bless thee in the land that thou shalt receive. The Lord will raise thee up to be a holy people to himself, as he swore to thee, if thou keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways. And all the people of the earth shall see that the name of the Lord is invocated upon thee, and they shall fear thee. The Lord will make thee abound with all goods, with the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy cattle, with the fruit of thy land, which the Lord swore to thy fathers that he would give thee. The Lord will open his excellent treasure, the heaven, that it may give rain in due season, and he will bless all the works of thy hands. And thou shalt lend to many nations, and shalt not borrow of any one. And the Lord shall make thee the head, and not the tail, and thou shalt be always above, and not beneath. Yet so, if thou wilt hear the commandments of the Lord thy God, which I command thee this day, and keep and do them, and turn not away from them, neither to the right hand, nor to the left, nor follow strange gods, nor worship them. But if thou wilt not hear the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep and to do all his commandments and ceremonies which I command thee this day, all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, cursed in the field. Cursed shall be thy barn, and cursed thy stores. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy ground, the herds of thy oxen, and the flocks of thy sheep. Cursed shalt thou be coming in, and cursed going out. The Lord shall send upon thee famine and hunger, and a rebuke upon all the works which thou shalt do, until he consume and destroy thee quickly, for thy most wicked inventions by which thou hast forsaken me. May the Lord set the pestilence upon thee, until he consume thee out of the land which thou shalt go in to possess. May the Lord afflict thee with miserable want, with the fever, and with cold, with burning, and with heat, and with corrupted air, and with blasting, and pursue thee till thou perish. Be the heaven that is over thee of brass, and the ground thou treadest on of iron. The Lord give thee dust for rain upon thy land, and let ashes come down from heaven upon thee, till thou be consumed. The Lord make thee to fall down before thy enemies. One way mayst thou go out against them, and flee 7 ways, and be scattered throughout all the kingdoms of the earth. And be thy carcass meat for all the fowls of the air, and the beasts of the earth, and be there none to drive them away. The Lord strike thee with the ulcer of Egypt, and the part of thy body by which the dung is cast out, with the scab and with the itch, so that thou canst not be healed. The Lord strike thee with madness and blindness and fury of mind, and mayst thou grope at midday, as the blind is wont to grope in the dark, and not make straight thy ways. And mayst thou at all times suffer wrong, and be oppressed with violence, and mayst thou have no one to deliver thee. Mayst thou take a wife, and another sleep with her. Mayst thou build a house, and not dwell therein. Mayest thou plant a vineyard, and not gather the vintage thereof. May thy ox be slain before thee, and thou not eat thereof. May thy ass be taken away in thy sight, and not restored to thee. May thy sheep be given to thy enemies, and may there be none to help thee. May thy sons and thy daughters be given to another people, thy eyes looking on, and languishing at the sight of them all the day, and may there be no strength in thy hand. May a people which thou knowest not eat the fruits of thy land, and all thy labors. And mayst thou always suffer oppression, and be crushed at all times, and be astonished at the terror of those things which thy eyes shall see. May the Lord strike thee with a very sore ulcer in the knees and in the legs, and be thou incurable from the sole of the foot to the top of the head. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, whom thou shalt have appointed over thee, into a nation which thou and thy fathers know not, and there thou shalt serve strange gods, wood and stone. And thou shalt be lost, as a proverb and a byword to all people, among whom the Lord shall bring thee in. Thou shalt cast much seed into the ground, and gather little, because the locusts shall consume all. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and dig it, and shalt not drink the wine, nor gather anything thereof, because it shall be wasted with worms. Thou shalt have olive trees in all thy borders, and shalt not be anointed with the oil, for the olives shall fall off and perish. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, and shalt not enjoy them, because they shall be led into captivity. The blast shall consume all the trees and the fruits of thy ground. The stranger that liveth with thee in the land shall rise up over thee, and shall be higher, and thou shalt go down and be lower. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be as the head, and thou shalt be the tail. And all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue and overtake thee, till thou perish, because thou heardst not the voice of the Lord thy God, and didst not keep his commandments and ceremonies which he commanded thee. And they shall be as signs and wonders on thee, and on thy seed forever, because thou didst not serve the Lord thy God with joy and gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Thou shalt serve thy enemy, whom the Lord will send upon thee, in hunger and thirst and nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put an iron yoke upon thy neck, till he consume thee. The Lord will bring upon thee a nation from afar, and from the uttermost ends of the earth, like an eagle that flieth swiftly, whose tongue thou canst not understand, a most insolent nation, that will show no regard to the ancients, nor have pity on the infant, and will devour the fruit of thy cattle, and the fruits of thy land, until thou be destroyed, and will leave thee no wheat, nor wine, nor oil, nor herds of oxen, nor flocks of sheep, until he destroy thee. and consume thee, and all thy cities, and thy strong and high walls be brought down, wherein thou trustedst in all thy land. Thou shalt be besieged within thy gates in all thy land, which the Lord thy God will give thee. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thy womb, and the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God shall give thee, in the distress and extremity wherewith thy enemy shall oppress thee. The man that is nice among you, and very delicate, shall envy his own brother and his wife that lieth in his bosom, so that he will not give them of the flesh of his children which he shall eat, because he hath nothing else in the siege, and the want wherewith thy enemies shall distress thee within all thy gates. The tender and delicate woman, that could not go upon the ground, nor set down her foot, for over much niceness and tenderness, will envy her husband, who lieth in her bosom, the flesh of her son and of her daughter, and the filth of the afterbirths, that come forth from between her thighs, and the children that are born the same hour. For they shall eat them secretly for the want of all things, in the siege and distress, wherewith thy enemy shall oppress thee within thy gates. If thou wilt not keep and fulfill all the words of this law that are written in this volume, and fear his glorious and terrible name, that is, the Lord thy God, the Lord shall increase thy plagues and the plagues of thy seed, plagues great and lasting, infirmities grievous and perpetual. And he shall bring back on thee all the afflictions of Egypt, which thou wast afraid of, and they shall stick fast to thee. Moreover, the Lord will bring upon thee all the diseases and plagues that are not written in the volume of this law, till he consume thee. And you shall remain few in number, who before were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because thou heardst not the voice of the Lord thy God. And as the Lord rejoiced upon you before doing good to you, and multiplying you, so he shall rejoice, destroying and bringing you to naught, so that you shall be taken away from the land which thou shalt go in to possess. The Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the farthest parts of the earth to the ends thereof, and there thou shalt serve strange gods, which both thou art ignorant of, and thy fathers, wood and stone. Neither shalt thou be quiet, even in those nations, nor shall there be any rest for the sole of thy foot. For the Lord will give thee a fearful heart, and languishing eyes, and a soul consumed with pensiveness. And thy life shall be as it were hanging before thee. Thou shalt fear night and day, neither shalt thou trust thy life. In the morning thou shalt say, Who will grant me evening? And at evening, who will grant me morning? For the fearfulness of thy heart wherewith thou shalt be terrified, and for those things which thou shalt see with thy eyes. The Lord shall bring thee again with ships into Egypt, by the way whereof he said to thee, that thou shouldst see it no more. There shalt thou be set to sail to thy enemies, for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. These are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, beside that covenant which he made with them in Horeb. And Moses called all Israel, and said to them, You have seen all the things that the Lord did before you in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and to his whole land, the great temptations which thy eyes have seen, those mighty signs and wonders, and the Lord hath not given you a heart to understand, and eyes to see, and ears that may hear, unto this present day. He hath brought you 40 years through the desert. Your garments are not worn out, neither are the shoes of your feet consumed with age. You have not eaten bread, nor have you drunk wine or strong drink, that you might know that I am the Lord your God. And you came to this place, and Sihon king of Heshbon, and Og king of Bashan, came out against us to fight, and we slew them, and took their land, and delivered it for a possession to Reuben and Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. Keep therefore the words of this covenant, and fulfill them, that you may understand all that you do. You all stand this day before the Lord your God, your princes and tribes and ancients and doctors, all the people of Israel, your children and your wives and the stranger that abideth with thee in the camp, besides the hewers of wood and them that bring water, that thou mayst pass in the covenant of the Lord thy God, and in the oath which this day the Lord thy God maketh with thee, that he may raise thee up a people to himself, and he may be thy God, as he hath spoken to thee, and as he swore to thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Neither with you only do I make this covenant, and confirm these oaths, but with all that are present, and that are absent. For you know how we dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we have passed through the midst of nations, and passing through them you have seen their abominations and filth, that is to say, their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which they worshipped. Lest perhaps there should be among you a man or a woman, a family or a tribe, whose heart is turned away this day from the Lord our God, to go and serve the gods of those nations, and there should be among you a root bringing forth gall and bitterness. And when he shall hear the words of this oath, he should bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, and will walk on in the naughtiness of my heart, and the drunken may consume the thirsty. And the Lord should not forgive him, but his wrath and jealousy against that man should be exceedingly enkindled at that time, and all the curses that are written in this volume should light upon him, and the Lord should blot out his name from under heaven, and utterly destroy him out of all the tribes of Israel, according to the curses that are contained in the book of this law and covenant. And the following generation shall say, and the children that shall be born hereafter, and the strangers that shall come from afar, seeing the plagues of that land, and the evils wherewith the Lord hath afflicted it, burning it with brimstone and the heat of salt, so that it cannot be sown any more, nor any green thing grow therein, after the example of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Seboim, which the Lord destroyed in his wrath and indignation. And all the nations shall say, Why hath the Lord done thus to this land? What meaneth this exceeding great heat of his wrath? And they shall answer, because they forsook the covenant of the Lord, which he made with their fathers, when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. And they have served strange gods, and adored them whom they knew not, and for whom they had not been assigned. Therefore the wrath of the Lord was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this volume. And he hath cast them out of their land in anger and in wrath, and in very great indignation, and hath thrown them into a strange land, as it is seen this day. Secret things to the Lord our God, things that are manifest to us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. Now when all these things shall be come upon thee, the blessing or the curse, which I have set forth before thee, and thou shalt be touched with repentance of thy heart among all the nations, into which the Lord thy God shall have scattered thee, and shalt return to him, and obey his commandments, as I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thy heart and with all thy soul, the Lord thy God will bring back again thy captivity, and will have mercy on thee, and gather thee again out of all the nations into which he scattered thee before. If thou be driven as far as the poles of heaven, the Lord thy God will fetch thee back from thence, and will take thee to himself, and bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and blessing thee, he will make thee more numerous than were thy fathers. The Lord thy God will circumcise thy heart, and the heart of thy seed, that then mayst love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, that thou mayst live. And he will turn all these curses upon thy enemies, and upon them that hate and persecute thee. But thou shalt return, and hear the voice of the Lord thy God, and shalt do all the commandments which I command thee this day. And the Lord thy God will make thee abound in all the works of thy hands, in the fruit of thy womb, and in the fruit of thy cattle, in the fruitfulness of thy land, and in the plenty of all things. For the Lord will return to rejoice over thee in all good things, as he rejoiced in thy fathers. Yet so, if thou hear the voice of the Lord thy God, and keep his precepts and ceremonies which are written in this law, and return to the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul. This commandment that I command thee this day is not above thee, nor far off from thee, nor is it in heaven, that thou shouldst say, Which of us can go up to heaven to bring it unto us, and we may hear and fulfill it in work? Nor is it beyond the sea, that thou mayst excuse thyself, and say, Which of us can cross the sea, and bring it unto us, that we may hear and do that which is commanded? But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayst do it. Consider that I have set before thee this day life and good, and on the other hand death and evil, that thou mayst love the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways, and keep his commandments and ceremonies and judgments, and thou mayst live, and he may multiply thee, and bless thee in the land which thou shalt go in to possess. But if thy heart be turned away, so that thou wilt not hear, and being deceived with error, thou adore strange gods, and serve them, I foretell thee this day, that thou shalt perish, and shalt remain but a short time in the land to which thou shalt pass over the Jordan, and shalt go in to possess it. I call heaven and earth to witness this day, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Choose therefore life, that both thou and thy seed may live, and that thou mayst love the Lord thy God, and obey his voice, and adhere to him, for he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayst dwell in the land for which the Lord swore to thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that he would give it them. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. And Moses went and spoke all these words to all Israel. And he said to them, I am this day 120 years old. I can no longer go out and come in, especially as the Lord also hath said to me, O thou shalt not pass over this Jordan. The Lord thy God then will pass over before thee. He will destroy all these nations in thy sight, and thou shalt possess them. And this Joshua shall go over before thee, as the Lord hath spoken. And the Lord shall do to them as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land, and shall destroy them. Therefore, when the Lord shall have delivered these also to you, you shall do in like manner to them as I have commanded you. Do manfully, and be of good heart. Fear not, nor be ye dismayed at their sight. For the Lord thy God, he himself is thy leader, and will not leave thee, nor forsake thee. And Moses called Joshua, and said to him before all Israel, Take courage, and be valiant, for thou shalt bring this people into the land which the Lord swore he would give to their fathers, and thou shalt divide it by lot. And the Lord who is your leader, he himself will be with thee. He will not leave thee, nor forsake thee. Fear not, neither be dismayed. And Moses wrote this law, and delivered it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all the ancients of Israel. And he commanded them, saying, After 7 years, in the year of remission, in the Feast of Tabernacles, when all Israel come together to appear in the sight of the Lord thy God, in the place which the Lord shall choose, thou shalt read the words of this law before all Israel in their hearing. And the people being all assembled together, both men and women, children and strangers that are within thy gates, that hearing they may learn, and fear the Lord your God, and keep and fulfill all the words of this law, that their children also, who now are ignorant, may hear and fear the Lord their God all the days that they live in the land whither you are going over the Jordan to possess it. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, the days of thy death are nigh. Call Joshua, and stand ye in the tabernacle of the testimony, that I may give him a charge. So Moses and Joshua went and stood in the tabernacle of the testimony, and the Lord appeared there in the pillar of a cloud, which stood in the entry of the tabernacle. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people rising up will go a-fornicating after strange gods in the land to which it goeth in to dwell. There will they forsake me, and will make void the covenant which I have made with them, and my wrath shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. All evils and afflictions shall find them, so that they shall say in that day, In truth, it is because God is not with me that these evils have found me. But I will hide and cover my face in that day for all the evils which they have done, because they have followed strange gods. Now therefore write you this canticle, and teach the children of Israel, that they may know it by heart, and sing it by mouth, and this song may be unto me for a testimony among the children of Israel. For I will bring them into the land for which I swore to their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey. And when they have eaten and are full and fat, they will turn away after strange gods, and will serve them, and will despise me, and make void my covenant. And after many evils and afflictions shall have come upon them, this canticle shall answer them for a testimony, which no oblivion shall take away out of the mouth of their seed. For I know their thoughts, and what they are about to do this day, before that I bring them into the land which I have promised them. Moses therefore wrote the canticle, and taught it to the children of Israel. And the Lord commanded Joshua the son of Nun, and said, Take courage and be valiant, for thou shalt bring the children of Israel into the land which I have promised, and I will be with thee. Therefore, after Moses had wrote the words of this law in a volume, and finished it, he commanded the Levites, who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying, Take this book, and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, that it may be there for a testimony against thee. For I know thy obstinacy, and thy most stiff neck. While I am yet living and going in with you, you have always been rebellious against the Lord. How much more when I shall be dead? Gather unto me all the ancients of your tribes and your doctors, and I will speak these words in their hearing, and will call heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death you will do wickedly, and will quickly turn aside from the way that I have commanded you, and evils shall come upon you in the latter times, when you shall do evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him by the works of your hands. Moses therefore spoke in the hearing of the whole assembly of Israel the words of this canticle, and finished it even to the end. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32. Hear, O ye heavens, the things I speak. Let the earth give ear to the words of my mouth. Let my doctrine gather as the rain, let my speech distill as the dew, as a shower upon the herb, and as drops upon the grass. Because I will invoke the name of the Lord, give ye magnificence to our God. The works of God are perfect, and all his ways are judgments. God is faithful and without any iniquity. He is just and right. They have sinned against him, and are not of his children in their filth. They are a wicked and perverse generation. Is this the return thou makest to the Lord, O foolish and senseless people? Is not he thy father that hath possessed thee, and made thee, and created thee? Remember the days of old, think upon every generation, ask thy father, and he will declare to thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. when the Most High divided the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he appointed the bounds of people according to the number of the children of Israel. But the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land, in a place of horror and a vast wilderness. He led him about and taught him, and he kept him as the apple of his eye. As the eagle enticing her young to fly, and hovering over them, he spread his wings, and hath taken him and carried him on his shoulders. The Lord alone was his leader, and there was no strange god with him. He set him upon high land, that he might eat the fruits of the fields, that he might suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the hardest stone, butter of the herd, and milk of the sheep with the fat of lambs, and of the rams of the breed of Basan, and goats with the marrow of wheat, and might drink the purest blood of the grape. The beloved grew fat and kicked. He grew fat and thick and gross. He forsook God who made him, and departed from God his Saviour. They provoked him by strange gods, and stirred him up to anger with their abominations. They sacrificed to devils and not to God, to gods whom they knew not, that were newly come up, whom their fathers worshipped not. Thou hast forsaken the God that begat thee, and hast forgotten the Lord that created thee. The Lord saw, and was moved to wrath, because his own sons and daughters provoked him. And he said, I will hide my face from them, and will consider what their last end shall be. For it is a perverse generation, and unfaithful children. They have provoked me with that which was no God, and have angered me with their vanities, and I will provoke them with that which is no people, and will vex them with a foolish nation. A fire is kindled in my wrath, and shall burn even to the lowest hell, and shall devour the earth with her increase, and shall burn the foundations of the mountains. I will heap evils upon them, and will spend my arrows among them. They shall be consumed with famine, and birds shall devour them with a most bitter bite. I will send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the fury of creatures that trail upon the ground, and of serpents. Without, the sword shall lay them waste, and terror within, both the young man and the virgin, the sucking child, with the man in years. I said, Where are they? I will make the memory of them to cease from among men. But for the wrath of the enemies I have deferred it, lest perhaps their enemies might be proud, and should say, Our mighty hand, and not the Lord, hath done all these things. They are a nation without counsel, and without wisdom. Oh, that they would be wise, and would understand, and would provide for their last end. How should one pursue after 1,000, and 2 chase 10,000? Was it not because their God had sold them, and the Lord had shut them up? For our God is not as their gods. Our enemies themselves are judges. Their vines are of the vineyard of Sodom, and of the suburbs of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall, and their clusters most bitter. Their wine is the gall of dragons, and the venom of asps, which is incurable. Are not these things stored up with me, and sealed up in my treasures? Revenge is mine, and I will repay them in due time, that their foot may slide. The day of destruction is at hand, and the time makes haste to come. The Lord will judge his people, and will have mercy on his servants. he shall see that their hand is weakened, and that they who were shut up have also failed, and they that remained are consumed. And he shall say, Where are their gods, in whom they trusted? Of whose victims they ate the fat, and drank the wine of their drink offerings. Let them arise and help you, and protect you in your distress. See ye that I alone am, and there is no other God besides me. I will kill, and I will make to live. I will strike, and I will heal, and there is none that can deliver out of my hand. I will lift up my hand to heaven, and I will say, I live forever. If I shall whet my sword as the lightning, and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies, and repay them that hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, of the blood of the slain and of the captivity, of the bare head of the enemies. Praise his people, ye nations, for he will revenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to their enemies, and he will be merciful to the land of his people. So Moses came and spoke all the words of this canticle in the ears of the people, and Joshua the son of Nun. And he ended all these words, speaking to all Israel. And he said to them, Set your hearts on all the words which I testify to you this day, which you shall command your children to observe and to do, and to fulfill all that is written in this law. For they are not commanded you in vain, but that every one should live in them, and that doing them you may continue a long time in the land whither you are going over the Jordan to possess it. And the Lord spoke to Moses the same day, saying, Go up into this mountain Abarim, that is to say, of passages, unto Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab over against Jericho, and see the land of Canaan, which I will deliver to the children of Israel to possess, and die thou in the mountain. When thou art gone up into it, thou shalt be gathered to thy people, as Aaron thy brother died in Mount Hor, and was gathered to his people. Because you trespassed against me in the midst of the children of Israel, at the waters of contradiction in Kadesh of the desert of Sin, and you did not sanctify me among the children of Israel. Thou shalt see the land before thee, which I will give to the children of Israel, but thou shalt not enter into it. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. This is the blessing wherewith the man of God Moses blessed the children of Israel before his death. And he said, The Lord came from Sinai, and from Seir he rose up to us. He hath appeared from Mount Paran, and with him thousands of saints. In his right hand a fiery law. He hath loved the people, all the saints are in his hand, and they that approach to his feet shall receive of his doctrine. Moses commanded us a law, the inheritance of the multitude of Jacob. He shall be king with the most right, the princes of the people being assembled with the tribes of Israel. Let Reuben live and not die, and be he small in number. This is the blessing of Judah. Hear, O Lord, the voice of Judah, and bring him in unto his people. His hands shall fight for him, and he shall be his helper against his enemies. To Levi also he said, Thy perfection and thy doctrine be to thy holy man whom thou hast proved in the temptation, and judged at the waters of contradiction, who hath said to his father and to his mother, I do not know you, and to his brethren, I know you not, and their own children they have not known. These have kept thy word, and observed thy covenant, thy judgments, O Jacob, and thy law, O Israel. They shall put incense in thy wrath, and holocaust upon thy altar. Bless, O Lord, his strength, and receive the works of his hands. Strike the backs of his enemies, and let not them that hate him rise. And to Benjamin he said, The best beloved of the Lord shall dwell confidently in him, as in a bride chamber shall he abide all the day long, and between his shoulders shall be rest. To Joseph also he said, Of the blessing of the Lord be his land, of the fruits of heaven, and of the dew, and of the deep that lieth beneath, of the fruits brought forth by the sun and by the moon, of the tops of the ancient mountains, of the fruits of the everlasting hills, and of the fruits of the earth, and of the fullness thereof. The blessing of him that appeared in the bush come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the crown of the Nazarite among his brethren. His beauty as of the firstling of a bullock, his horns as the horns of a rhinoceros. With them shall he push the nations, even to the ends of the earth. These are the multitudes of Ephraim, and these the thousands of Manasseh. And to Zabulon he said, Rejoice, O Zabulon, in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tabernacles. They shall call the people to the mountain. There shall they sacrifice the victims of justice. Who shall suck as milk the abundance of the sea, and the hidden treasures of the sands? And to Gad he said, Blessed be Gad in his breadth. He hath rested as a lion, and hath seized upon the arm, and the top of the head. And he saw his preeminence, that in his portion the teacher was laid up, who was with the princes of the people, and did the justices of the Lord, and his judgment with Israel. To Dan also he said, Dan is a young lion, he shall flow plentifully from Basan. And to Naphtali he said, Naphtali shall enjoy abundance, and shall be full of the blessings of the Lord. He shall possess the sea and the south. To Aser also he said, Let Aser be blessed with children, let him be acceptable to his brethren, and let him dip his foot in oil. His shoe shall be iron and brass, as the days of thy youth, so also shall thy old age be. There is no other God like the God of the righteous. He that is mounted upon the heaven is thy helper. By his magnificence the clouds run hither and thither. His dwelling is above, and underneath are the everlasting arms. He shall cast out the enemy from before thee, and shall say, Be thou brought to naught. Israel shall dwell in safety and alone, the eye of Jacob in a land of corn and wine, and the heavens shall be misty with dew. Blessed art thou, Israel. Who is like to thee, O people that art saved by the Lord? The shield of thy help, and the sword of thy glory. Thy enemies shall deny thee, and thou shalt tread upon their necks. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. Then Moses went up from the plains of Moab, upon Mount Nebo to the top of Pisgah, over against Jericho. And the Lord shewed him all the land of Gilead, as far as Dan, and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim and Manasses, and all the land of Judah unto the furthermost sea, and the south part, and the breadth of the plain of Jericho, the city of palm trees, as far as Segor. And the Lord said to him, This is the land for which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to thy seed. Thou hast seen it with thy eyes, and shalt not pass over to it. And Moses the servant of the Lord died there, in the land of Moab, by the commandment of the Lord. And he buried him in the valley of the land of Moab, over against Fogor. And no man hath known of his sepulchre until this present day. Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, neither were his teeth moved. And the children of Israel mourned for him in the plains of Moab 30 days, and the days of their mourning in which they mourned for Moses were ended. And Joshua the son of Nun was filled with the spirit of wisdom, because Moses had laid his hands upon him. And the children of Israel obeyed him, and did as the Lord commanded Moses. And there arose no more a prophet in Israel like unto Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, in all the signs and wonders which he sent by him to do in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and to his whole land, and all the mighty hand and great miracles which Moses did before all Israel. End of chapter 34. Joshua, chapters 1 through 12 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now it came to pass, after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, that the Lord spoke to Joshua, the son of Nun, the minister of Moses, and said to him, Moses my servant is dead. Arise, and pass over this Jordan, thou and thy people with thee, into the land which I will give to the children of Israel. I will deliver to you every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, as I have said to Moses. From the desert and from Libanus unto the great river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun shall be your border. No man shall be able to resist you all the days of thy life. As I have been with Moses, so will I be with thee. I will not leave thee, nor forsake thee. Take courage, and be strong, for thou shalt divide by lot to this people the land, for which I swore to their fathers, that I would deliver it to them. Take courage, therefore, and be very valiant, that thou mayst observe and do all the law which Moses my servant hath commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayst understand all things which thou dost. Let not the book of this law depart from thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate on it day and night, that thou mayst observe and do all things that are written in it. Then shalt thou direct thy way, and understand it. Behold, I command thee, take courage and be strong. Fear not, and be not dismayed, because the Lord thy God is with thee in all things whatsoever thou shalt go to. And Joshua commanded the princes of the people, saying, Pass through the midst of the camp, and command the people, and say, Prepare you victuals, for after the 3rd day you shall pass over the Jordan, and shall go in to possess the land which the Lord your God will give you. And he said to the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, Remember the word which Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you, saying, The Lord your God hath given you rest, and all this land, your wives and children and cattle, shall remain in the land which Moses gave you on this side of the Jordan. But pass you over armed before your brethren, all of you that are strong of hand, and fight for them, until the Lord give rest to your brethren, as he hath given you, and they also possess the land which the Lord your God will give them. And so you shall return into the land of your possession, and you shall dwell in it, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave you beyond the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun. And they made answer to Joshua, and said, All that thou hast commanded us we will do, and whithersoever thou shalt send us we will go. As we obeyed Moses in all things, so will we obey thee also. Only be the Lord thy God with thee, as he was with Moses. He that shall gainsay thy mouth, and not obey all thy words that thou shalt command him, let him die. Only take thou courage, and do manfully. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. And Joshua the son of Nun sent from Shittim 2 men to spy secretly, and said to them, Go and view the land and the city of Jericho. They went and entered into the house of a woman that was a harlot named Rahab, and lodged with her. And it was told the king of Jericho, and was said, Behold, there are men come in hither by night of the children of Israel, to spy the land. And the king of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, Bring forth the men that came to thee, and are entered into thy house, for they are spies, and are come to view all the land. And the woman, taking the men, hid them, and said, I confess they came to me, but I knew not whence they were. And at the time of shutting the gate in the dark, they also went out together. I know not whither they are gone. Pursue after them quickly, and you will overtake them. But she made the men go up to the top of her house, and covered them with the stalks of flax, which was there. Now they that were sent pursued after them by the way that leadeth to the fords of the Jordan, and as soon as they were gone out, the gate was presently shut. The men that were hidden were not yet asleep, when behold the woman went up to them and said, I know that the Lord hath given this land to you, for the dread of you is fallen upon us, and all the inhabitants of the land have lost all strength. We have heard that the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea at your going in when you came out of Egypt, and what things you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites that were beyond the Jordan, Sihon and Og, whom you slew. And hearing these things, we were affrighted, and our heart fainted away, neither did there remain any spirit in us at your coming in. For the Lord your God, he is God in heaven above, and in the earth beneath. Now therefore swear ye to me by the Lord, that as I have shown mercy to you, so you also will show mercy to my father's house, and give me a true token, that you will save my father and mother, my brethren and sisters, and all things that are theirs, and deliver our souls from death. They answered her, Be our lives for you unto death, only if thou betray us not. And when the Lord shall have delivered us the land, we will show thee mercy and truth. Then she let them down with a cord out of a window, for her house joined close to the wall. And she said to them, Get ye up to the mountains, lest perhaps they meet you as they return, and there lie ye hid 3 days, till they come back, and so you shall go on your way. And they said to her, We shall be blameless of this oath which thou hast made us swear, if when we come into the land this scarlet cord be a sign, and thou tie it in the window by which thou hast let us down, and gather together thy father and mother, and brethren, and all thy kindred, into thy house. Whosoever shall go out of the door of thy house, his blood shall be upon his own head, and we shall be quit. But the blood of all that shall be with thee in the house shall light upon our head, if any man touch them. But if thou wilt betray us, and utter this word abroad, we shall be quit of this oath which thou hast made us swear. And she answered, As you have spoken, so be it done. And sending them on their way, she hung the scarlet cord in the window. But they went and came to the mountains, and stayed there 3 days, till they that pursued them were returned. For having sought them through all the way, they found them not. And when they were gone back into the city, the spies returned, and came down from the mountain, and passing over the Jordan, they came to Joshua the son of Nun, and told him all that befell them, and said, The Lord hath delivered all this land into our hands, and all the inhabitants thereof are overthrown with fear. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. And Joshua rose before daylight, and removed the camp. And they departed from Shittim, and came to the Jordan, he and all the children of Israel, and they abode there for 3 days. After which the heralds went through the midst of the camp, and began to proclaim, When you shall see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, and the priests of the race of Levi carrying it, rise you up also, and follow them as they go before. And let there be between you and the ark the space of 2,000 cubits, that you may see it afar off, and know which way you must go, for you have not gone this way before. And take care you come not near the ark. And Joshua said to the people, Be ye sanctified, for tomorrow the Lord will do wonders among you. And he said to the priests, Take up the ark of the covenant, and go before the people. And they obeyed his commands, and took it up, and walked before them. And the Lord said to Joshua, This day will I begin to exalt thee before Israel, that they may know that as I was with Moses, so I am with thee also. And do thou command the priests that carry the ark of the covenant, and say to them, When you shall have entered into part of the water of the Jordan, stand in it. And Joshua said to the children of Israel, Come hither, and hear the word of the Lord your God. And again he said, By this you shall know that the Lord the living God is in the midst of you, and that he shall destroy before your sight the Canaanite and the Hittite, the Hivite and the Perizzite, the Girgashite also, and the Jebusite and the Amorite. Behold, the ark of the covenant of the Lord of all the earth shall go before you into the Jordan. Prepare ye 12 men of the tribes of Israel, 1 of every tribe. And when the priests that carry the ark of the Lord, the God of the whole earth, shall set the soles of their feet in the waters of the Jordan, the waters that are beneath shall run down and go off, and those that come from above shall stand together upon a heap. So the people went out of their tents to pass over the Jordan, and the priests that carried the ark of the covenant went on before them. And as soon as they came into the Jordan, and their feet were dipped in part of the water, now the Jordan, it being harvest time, had filled the banks of its channel, the waters that came down from above stood in one place, and swelling up like a mountain, were seen afar off from the city that is called Edom to the place of Sarthan. But those that were beneath ran down into the sea of the wilderness, which now is called the Dead Sea, until they wholly failed. And the people marched over against Jericho, and the priests that carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood girded upon the dry ground in the midst of the Jordan, and all the people passed over through the channel that was dried up. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. And when they were passed over, the Lord said to Joshua, Choose 12 men, one of every tribe, and command them to take out of the midst of the Jordan, where the feet of the priests stood, 12 very hard stones, which you shall set in the place of the camp, where you shall pitch your tents this night. And Joshua called 12 men whom he had chosen out of the children of Israel, one out of every tribe, and he said to them, Go before the ark of the Lord your God to the midst of the Jordan, and carry from thence every man a stone on your shoulders, according to the number of the children of Israel, that it may be a sign among you. And when your children shall ask you tomorrow, saying, What mean these stones? You shall answer them, The waters of the Jordan ran off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, when it passed over the same. Therefore were these stones set for a monument of the children of Israel forever. The children of Israel therefore did as Joshua commanded them, carrying out of the channel of the Jordan 12 stones, as the Lord had commanded him, according to the number of the children of Israel, unto the place wherein they camped, and there they set them. And Joshua put other 12 stones in the midst of the channel of the Jordan, where the priests stood that carried the ark of the covenant, and they are there until this present day. Now the priests that carried the ark stood in the midst of the Jordan, till all things were accomplished, which the Lord had commanded Joshua to speak to the people, and Moses had said to him. And the people made haste and passed over, and when they had all passed over, the ark also of the Lord passed over, and the priests went before the people. The children of Reuben also, and Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh, went armed before the children of Israel, as Moses had commanded them. And 40,000 fighting men by their troops and bands marched through the plains and fields of the city of Jericho. In that day the Lord magnified Joshua in the sight of all Israel, that they should fear him as they had feared Moses while he lived. And he said to him, Command the priests that carry the ark of the covenant to come up out of the Jordan. And he commanded them, saying, Come ye up out of the Jordan. And when they that carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord were come up, and began to tread on the dry ground, the waters returned into the channel, and ran as they were wont before. And the people came up out of the Jordan the 10th day of the 1st month, and camped in Gilgal, over against the east side of the city of Jericho. And the 12 stones which they had taken out of the channel of the Jordan, Joshua pitched in Gilgal, and said to the children of Israel, When your children shall ask their fathers tomorrow, and shall say to them, What mean these stones? You shall teach them, and say, Israel passed over this Jordan through the dry channel, the Lord your God drying up the waters thereof in your sight, until you passed over, as he had done before in the Red Sea, which he dried up till we passed through, that all the people of the earth may learn the most mighty hand of the Lord, that you also may fear the Lord your God forever. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Now when all the kings of the Amorites who dwelt beyond the Jordan westward, and all the kings of Canaan who possessed the places near the great sea, had heard that the Lord had dried up the waters of the Jordan before the children of Israel, till they passed over, their heart failed them, and there remained no spirit in them, fearing the coming in of the children of Israel. At that time the Lord said to Joshua, Make thee knives of stone, and circumcise the second time the children of Israel. He did what the Lord had commanded, and he circumcised the children of Israel in the hill of the foreskins. Now this is the cause of the second circumcision. All the people that came out of Egypt that were males, all the men fit for war died in the desert, during the time of the long going about in the way. Now these were all circumcised. But the people that were born in the desert during the 40 years of the journey in the wide wilderness were uncircumcised, till all they were consumed that had not heard the voice of the Lord, and to whom he had sworn before that he would not show them the land flowing with milk and honey. The children of these succeeded in the place of their fathers, and were circumcised by Joshua, for they were uncircumcised even as they were born, and no one had circumcised them in the way. Now after they were all circumcised, they remained in the same place of the camp until they were healed. And the Lord said to Joshua, This day have I taken away from you the reproach of Egypt. And the name of that place was called Gilgal until this present day. And the children of Israel abode in Gilgal, and they kept the Fazee on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. And they ate on the next day unleavened bread of the corn of the land, and frumenty of the same year. And the manna ceased after they ate of the corn of the land, neither did the children of Israel use that food any more, but they ate of the corn of the present year of the land of Canaan. And when Joshua was in the field of the city of Jericho, he lifted up his eyes, and saw a man standing over against him, holding a drawn sword. And he went to him and said, Art thou one of ours, or of our adversaries? And he answered, No, but I am prince of the host of the Lord, and now I am come. Joshua fell on his face to the ground, and worshipping said, What saith my Lord to his servant? Loose, saith he, thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy. And Joshua did as was commanded him. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Now Jericho was close shut up and fenced, for fear of the children of Israel, and no man durst go out or come in. And the Lord said to Joshua, Behold, I have given into thy hands Jericho, and the king thereof, and all the valiant men. Go round about the city, all ye fighting men, once a day. So shall ye do for 6 days. And on the 7th day the priests shall take the 7 trumpets, which are used in the Jubilee, and shall go before the ark of the covenant. And you shall go about the city 7 times, and the priests shall sound the trumpets. And when the voice of the trumpet shall give a longer and broken tune, and shall sound in your ears, all the people shall shout together with a very great shout, and the walls of the city shall fall to the ground, and they shall enter in every one at the place against which they shall stand. Then Joshua the son of Nun called the priests, and said to them, Take the ark of the covenant, and let 7 other priests take the 7 trumpets of the Jubilee, and march before the ark of the Lord. And he said to the people, Go and compass the city, armed, marching before the ark of the Lord. And when Joshua had ended his words, and the 7 priests blew the 7 trumpets before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and all the armed men went before, the rest of the common people followed the ark, and the sound of the trumpets was heard on all sides. But Joshua had commanded the people, saying, You shall not shout, nor shall your voice be heard, nor any word go out of your mouth, until the day come wherein I shall say to you, Cry and shout. So the ark of the Lord went about the city once a day, and returning into the camp, abode there. And Joshua, rising before day, the priests took the ark of the Lord, and 7 of them 7 trumpets, which are used in the Jubilee, and they went before the ark of the Lord, walking and sounding the trumpets. And the armed men went before them, and the rest of the common people followed the ark, and they blew the trumpets. And they went round about the city the 2nd day once, and returned into the camp. So they did 6 days. But the 7th day, rising up early, they went about the city, as it was ordered, 7 times. And when in the 7th going about the priests sounded with the trumpets, Joshua said to all Israel, Shout, for the Lord hath delivered this city to you. And let this city be an anathema, and all things that are in it, to the Lord. Let only Rahab the harlot live, with all that are with her in the house, for she hid the messengers whom we sent. But beware ye, lest you touch aught of those things that are forbidden, and you be guilty of transgression, and all the camp of Israel be under sin, and be troubled. But whatsoever gold or silver there shall be, or vessels of brass and iron, let it be consecrated to the Lord, laid up in his treasures. So all the people making a shout, and the trumpets sounding, when the voice and the sound thundered in the ears of the multitude, the walls forthwith fell down, and every man went up by the place that was over against him, and they took the city, and killed all that were in it, man and woman, young and old. The oxen also, and the sheep, and the asses, they slew with the edge of the sword. But Joshua said to the 2 men that had been sent for spies, Go into the harlot's house, and bring her out, and all things that are hers, as you assured her by oath. And the young men went in and brought out Rahab and her parents, her brethren also, and all her goods and her kindred, and made them to stay without the camp. But they burned the city and all things that were therein, except the gold and silver, and vessels of brass and iron, which they consecrated into the treasury of the Lord. But Joshua saved Rahab the harlot, and her father's house, and all she had, and they dwelt in the midst of Israel until this present day, because she hid the messengers whom he had sent to spy out Jericho. At that time Joshua made an imprecation, saying, Cursed be the man before the Lord, that shall raise up and build the city of Jericho. In his firstborn may he lay the foundation thereof, and in the last of his children set up its gates. And the Lord was with Joshua, and his name was noised throughout all the land. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. But the children of Israel transgressed the commandment, and took to their own use of the anathema. For Achan the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zari of the tribe of Judah, took something of the anathema, and the Lord was angry against the children of Israel. And when Joshua sent men from Jericho against Hai, which is beside Bethaven, on the east side of the town of Bethel, he said to them, Go up and view the country. And they fulfilled his command, and viewed Hai. And returning they said to him, Let not all the people go up, but let 2,000 or 3,000 men go and destroy the city. Why should all the people be troubled in vain against enemies that are very few? There went up therefore 3,000 fighting men, who immediately turned their backs, and were defeated by the men of the city of Hai. And there fell of them 36 men, and the enemies pursued them from the gate as far as Sebarim, and they slew them as they fled by the descent. And the heart of the people was struck with fear, and melted like water. But Joshua rent his garments, and fell flat on the ground before the ark of the Lord until the evening, both he and all the ancients of Israel, and they put dust upon their heads. And Joshua said, Alas, O Lord God, why wouldst thou bring this people over the river Jordan, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorite, and to destroy us? Would God we had stayed beyond the Jordan as we began. My Lord God, what shall I say, seeing Israel turning their backs to their enemies? The Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land will hear of it, and being gathered together will surround us, and cut off our name from the earth. And what wilt thou do to thy great name? And the Lord said to Joshua, Arise, why liest thou flat on the ground? Israel hath sinned, and transgressed my covenant, and they have taken of the anathema, and have stolen, and lied, and have hidden it among their goods. Neither can Israel stand before his enemies, but he shall flee from them, because he is defiled with the anathema. I will be no more with you, till you destroy him that is guilty of this wickedness. Arise, sanctify the people, and say to them, Be ye sanctified against tomorrow, for thus saith the Lord God of Israel, The anathema is in the midst of thee, O Israel. Thou canst not stand before thy enemies, till he be destroyed out of thee that is defiled with this wickedness. And you shall come in the morning, every one by your tribes, and what tribes soever the lot shall find, it shall come by its kindreds, and the kindred by its houses, and the house by the men. And whosoever he be that shall be found guilty of this fact, he shall be burnt with fire with all his substance, because he hath transgressed the covenant of the Lord, and hath done wickedness in Israel. Joshua therefore, when he rose in the morning, made Israel to come by their tribes, and the tribe of Judah was found, which being brought by its families, it was found to be the family of Zari. Bringing that also by the houses, he found it to be Zabdi. And bringing his house man by man, he found Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zari, of the tribe of Judah. And Joshua said to Achan, My son, give glory to the Lord God of Israel, and confess, and tell me what thou hast done, hide it not. And Achan answered Joshua, and said to him, Indeed I have sinned against the Lord the God of Israel, and thus have I done. For I saw among the spoils a scarlet garment exceeding good, and 200 cities of silver, and a golden rule of 50 cities. And I coveted them, and I took them away, and hid them in the ground in the midst of my tent, and the silver I covered with the earth that I dug up. Joshua therefore sent ministers, who running to his tent found all hidden in the same place together with the silver. And taking them away out of the tent, they brought them to Joshua and to all the children of Israel, and threw them down before the Lord. Then Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan the son of Zari, and the silver and the garments and the golden rule, his sons also and his daughters, his oxen and asses and sheep, the tent also, and all the goods, and brought them to the valley of Achor, where Joshua said, Because thou hast troubled us, the Lord troubled thee this day. And all Israel stoned him, and all things that were his were consumed with fire. And they gathered together upon him a great heap of stones, which remaineth until this present day. And the wrath of the Lord was turned away from them, and the name of that place was called the Valley of Achor until this day. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. And the Lord said to Joshua, Fear not, nor be thou dismayed. Take with thee all the multitude of fighting men. Arise, and go up to the town of Hai. Behold, I have delivered into thy hand the king thereof, and the people, and the city, and the land. And thou shalt do to the city of Hai, and to the king thereof, as thou hast done to Jericho, and to the king thereof. But the spoils, and all the cattle you shall take for a prey to yourselves. Lay an ambush for the city behind it. And Joshua arose, and all the army of the fighting men with him, to go up against Hai. And he sent 30,000 chosen valiant men in the night, and commanded them, saying, Lay an ambush behind the city, and go not very far from it, and be ye all ready. But I, and the rest of the multitude which is with me, will approach on the contrary side against the city. And when they shall come out against us, we will flee, and turn our backs, as we did before, till they pursuing us be drawn farther from the city, for they will think that we flee as before. And whilst we are fleeing, and they pursuing, you shall arise out of the ambush, and shall destroy the city, and the Lord your God will deliver it into your hands. And when you shall have taken it, set it on fire, and you shall do all things so as I have commanded. And he sent them away, and they went on to the place of the ambush, and abode between Bethel and Hai, on the west side of the city of Hai. But Joshua stayed that night in the midst of the people, and rising early in the morning, he mustered his soldiers, and went up with the ancients in the front of the army, environed with the aid of the fighting men. And when they were come, and were gone up over against the city, they stood on the north side of the city, between which and them there was a valley in the midst. And he had chosen 5,000 men, and set them to lie in ambush between Bethel and Hai, on the west side of the same city. But all the rest of the army went in battle array on the north side, so that the last of that multitude reached to the west side of the city. So Joshua went that night, and stood in the midst of the valley. And when the king of Hai saw this, he made haste in the morning, and went out with all the army of the city, and set it in battle array toward the desert, not knowing that there lay an ambush behind his back. But Joshua and all Israel gave back, making as if they were afraid, and fleeing by the way of the wilderness. But they, shouting together and encouraging one another, pursued them, and when they were come from the city, and not one remained in the city of Hai and of Bethel, that did not pursue after Israel, leaving the towns open as they had rushed out, the Lord said to Joshua, Lift up the shield that is in thy hand towards the city of Hai, for I will deliver it to thee. And when he had lifted up his shield towards the city, the ambush that lay hid rose up immediately, and going to the city took it, and set it on fire. And the men of the city that pursued after Joshua, looking back and seeing the smoke of the city rise up to heaven, had no more power to flee this way or that way, especially as they that had counterfeited flight, and were going toward the wilderness, turned back most valiantly against them that pursued. So Joshua and all Israel, seeing that the city was taken, and that the smoke of the city rose up, returned and slew the men of Hai. And they also that had taken and set the city on fire, issuing out of the city to meet their own men, began to cut off the enemies who were surrounded by them, so that the enemies being cut off on both sides, not one of so great a multitude was saved. And they took the king of the city of Hai alive, and brought him to Joshua. So all being slain that had pursued after Israel in his flight to the wilderness, and tailing by the sword in the same place, the children of Israel returned, and laid waste the city. And the number of them that fell that day, both of men and women, was 12,000 persons, all of the city of Hai. But Joshua drew not back his hand, which he had stretched out on high, holding the shield, till all the inhabitants of Hai were slain. And the children of Israel divided among them the cattle and the prey of the city, as the Lord had commanded Joshua. And he burned the city, and made it a heap forever. And he hung the king thereof on a gibbet until the evening and the going down of the sun. Then Joshua commanded, and they took down his carcass from the gibbet, and threw it in the very entrance of the city, heaping upon it a great heap of stones, which remaineth until this present day. Then Joshua built an altar to the Lord, the God of Israel, in Mount Hebal, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded the children of Israel, and it is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of unhewn stones, which iron had not touched. And he offered upon it holocausts to the Lord, and immolated victims of peace offerings. And he wrote upon stones the Deuteronomy of the law of Moses, which he had ordered before the children of Israel. And all the people and the ancients and the princes and judges stood on both sides of the ark, before the priests that carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, both the stranger and he that was born among them, half of them by Mount Gerizim, and half by Mount Hebal, as Moses the servant of the Lord had commanded. And first he blessed the people of Israel. After this he read all the words of the blessing and the cursing, and all things that were written in the book of the law. He left out nothing of those things which Moses had commanded, but he repeated all before all the people of Israel, with the women and children and strangers that dwelt among them. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Now when these things were heard of, all the kings beyond the Jordan that dwelt in the mountains, and in the plains, in the places near the sea, and on the coasts of the great sea, they also that dwell by Libanus, the Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, gathered themselves together to fight against Joshua and Israel with one mind and one resolution. But they that dwelt in Gibeon, hearing all that Joshua had done to Jericho and Hai, cunningly devising, took for themselves provisions, laying old sacks upon their asses, and wine bottles rent and sewed up again, and very old shoes, which for a show of age were clouted with patches, and old garments upon them. The leaves also which they carried for provisions by the way were hard, and broken into pieces. And they went to Joshua, who then abode in the camp at Gilgal, and said to him, and to all Israel with him, We are come from a far country, desiring to make peace with you. And the children of Israel answered them and said, Perhaps you dwell in the land which falls to our lot. If so, we can make no league with you. But they said to Joshua, We are thy servants. Joshua said to them, Who are you, and whence came you? They answered, From a very far country thy servants are come in the name of the Lord thy God. For we have heard the fame of his power, all the things that he did in Egypt. And to the 2 kings of the Amorites that were beyond the Jordan, Sihon king of Heshbon, and Og king of Bashan, that was in Ashtaroth. And our ancients and all the inhabitants of our country said to us, Take with you victuals for a long way, and go meet them, and say, We are your servants, make ye a league with us. Behold, these leaves we took hot when we set out from our houses to come to you. Now they are become dry and broken in pieces, by being exceeding old. These bottles of wine, when we filled them, were new. Now they are rent and burst. These garments we have on, and the shoes we have on our feet, by reason of the very long journey, are worn out, and almost consumed. They took therefore of their victuals, and consulted not the mouth of the Lord. And Joshua made peace with them, and entering into a league, promised that they should not be slain. The princes also of the multitude swore to them. Now 3 days after the league was made, they heard that they dwelt nigh, and they should be among them. And the children of Israel removed the camp, and came into their cities on the 3rd day, the names of which are Gibeon, and Kephirah, and Beroth, and Kiriathaiarim. And they slew them not, because the princes of the multitude had sworn in the name of the Lord the God of Israel. Then all the common people murmured against the princes. And they answered them, We have sworn to them in the name of the Lord the God of Israel, and therefore we may not touch them. But this we will do to them, let their lives be saved, lest the wrath of the Lord be stirred up against us, if we should be forsworn. But so let them live as to serve the whole multitude, in hewing wood, and bringing in water. As they were speaking these things, Joshua called the Gibeonites, and said to them, Why would you impose upon us, saying, We dwell far off from you, whereas you are in the midst of us? Therefore you shall be under a curse, and your race shall always be hewers of wood, and carriers of water unto the house of my God. They answered, It was told us, thy servants, that the Lord thy God had promised his servant Moses to give you all the land, and to destroy all the inhabitants thereof. Therefore we feared exceedingly, and provided for our lives, compelled by the dread we had of you, and we took this counsel. And now we are in thy hand, deal with us as it seemeth good and right unto thee. So Joshua did as he had said, and delivered them from the hand of the children of Israel, that they should not be slain. And he gave orders in that day, that they should be in the service of all the people, and of the altar of the Lord, hewing wood and carrying water, until this present time, in the place which the Lord hath chosen. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. When Adonisedek, king of Jerusalem, had heard these things, to wit, that Joshua had taken Hai and had destroyed it, for as he had done to Jericho and the king thereof, so did he to Hai and its king, and that the Gibeonites were gone over to Israel and were their confederates, he was exceedingly afraid, for Gibeon was a great city, and one of the royal cities, and greater than the town of Hai, and all its fighting men were most valiant. Therefore Adonisedek, king of Jerusalem, sent to Oham, king of Hebron, and to Pharam, king of Jeremoth, and to Japhiah, king of Lachish, and to Debir, king of Eglon, saying, Come up to me, and bring help, that we may take Gibeon, because it hath gone over to Joshua, and to the children of Israel. So the 5 kings of the Amorites, being assembled together, went up, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jeremoth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon, they and their armies, and camped about Gibeon, laying siege to it. But the inhabitants of the city of Gibeon, which was besieged, sent to Joshua, who then abode in the camp at Gilgal, and said to him, Withdraw not thy hands from helping thy servants. Come up quickly, and save us, and bring us succor, for all the kings of the Amorites who dwell in the mountains are gathered together against us. And Joshua went up from Gilgal, and all the army of the warriors with him, most valiant men. And the Lord said to Joshua, Fear them not, for I have delivered them into thy hands. None of them shall be able to stand against thee. So Joshua, going up from Gilgal all the night, came upon them suddenly. And the Lord troubled them at the sight of Israel, and he slew them with a great slaughter in Gibeon, and pursued them by the way of the ascent to Beth-horon, and cut them off all the way to Azekah and Makkedah. And when they were fleeing from the children of Israel, and were in the descent of Beth-horon, the Lord cast down upon them great stones from heaven, as far as Azekah, and many more were killed with the hailstones than were slain by the swords of the children of Israel. Then Joshua spoke to the Lord in the day that he delivered the Amorite in the sight of the children of Israel, and he said before them, Move not, O sun, toward Gibeon, nor thou, O moon, toward the valley of Ajalon. And the sun and the moon stood still, till the people revenged themselves of their enemies. Is not this written in the book of the just? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down the space of 1 day. There was not before nor after so long a day, the Lord obeying the voice of a man, and fighting for Israel. And Joshua returned with all Israel into the camp of Gilgal. For the 5 kings were fled, and had hidden themselves in a cave of the city of Makkedah. And it was told Joshua that the 5 kings were found hidden in a cave of the city of Makkedah. And he commanded them that were with him, saying, Roll great stones to the mouth of the cave, and set careful men to keep them shut up. And stay you not, but pursue after the enemies, and kill all the hindermost of them as they flee, and do not suffer them whom the Lord God hath delivered into your hands to shelter themselves in their cities. So the enemies being slain with a great slaughter, and almost utterly consumed, they that were able to escape from Israel entered into fenced cities. And all the army returned to Joshua in Makkedah, where the camp then was, in good health, and without the loss of any one, and no man durst move his tongue against the children of Israel. And Joshua gave orders, saying, Open the mouth of the cave, and bring forth to me the 5 kings that lie hid therein. And the ministers did as they were commanded, and they brought out to him the 5 kings out of the cave, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jeremoth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon. And when they were brought out to him, he called all the men of Israel, and said to the chiefs of the army that were with him, Go and set your feet on the necks of these kings. And when they had gone, and put their feet upon the necks of them lying under them, he said again to them, Fear not, neither be ye dismayed. Take courage and be strong, for so will the Lord do to all your enemies, against whom you fight. And Joshua struck and slew them, and hanged them upon 5 gibbets, and they hung until the evening. And when the sun was down, he commanded the soldiers to take them down from the gibbets. And after they were taken down, they cast them into the cave where they had lain hid, and put great stones at the mouth thereof, which remain until this day. The same day Joshua took Makkedah, and destroyed it with the edge of the sword, and killed the king and all the inhabitants thereof. He left not in it the least remains. And he did to the king of Makkedah as he had done to the king of Jericho. And he passed from Makkedah with all Israel to Libnah, and fought against it. And the Lord delivered it with the king thereof into the hands of Israel. And they destroyed the city with the edge of the sword, and all the inhabitants thereof. They left not in it any remains, And they did to the king of Libnah as they had done to the king of Jericho. From Libnah he passed unto Lachish with all Israel, and investing it with his army besieged it. And the Lord delivered Lachish into the hands of Israel, and he took it the following day, and put it to the sword, and every soul that was in it, as he had done to Libnah. At that time Horam, king of Gezer, came up to succor Lachish, and Joshua slew him with all his people, so as to leave none alive. And he passed from Lachish to Eglon, and surrounded it, and took it the same day, and put to the sword all the souls that were in it, according to all that he had done to Lachish. He went up also with all Israel from Eglon to Hebron, and fought against it, took it, and destroyed it with the edge of the sword, the king also thereof, and all the towns of that country, and all the souls that dwelt in it. He left not therein any remains. As he had done to Eglon, so did he also to Hebron, putting to the sword all that he found in it. Returning from thence to Debir, he took it and destroyed it, the king also thereof, and all the towns round about he destroyed with the edge of the sword. He left not in it any remains. As he had done to Hebron and Libnah, and to their kings, so did he to Debir, and to the king thereof. So Joshua conquered all the country of the hills, and of the south, and of the plain, and of Azadoth, with their kings. He left not any remains therein, but slew all that breathed, as the Lord the God of Israel had commanded him, from Kadesh Barnea even to Gaza, all the land of Goshen even to Gabaon, and all their kings and their lands he took and wasted at one onset, for the Lord the God of Israel fought for him, and he returned with all Israel to the place of the camp in Galgal. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. And when Jabin, king of Azor, had heard these things, he sent to Jobab, king of Medan, and to the king of Cimarron, and to the king of Achshaph, and to the kings of the north that dwelt in the mountains, and in the plains over against the south side of Kinneroth, and in the levels and the countries of Dor by the seaside, to the Canaanites also, on the east and on the west, and the Amorite and the Hittite, and the Perizzite and the Jebusite in the mountains, to the Hivite also who dwelt at the foot of Hermon in the land of Maspha. And they all came out with their troops, a people exceeding numerous as the sand that is on the seashore, their horses also and chariots, a very great multitude. And all these kings assembled together at the waters of Merom to fight against Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, Fear them not, for tomorrow at this same hour I will deliver all these to be slain in the sight of Israel. Thou shalt hamstring their horses, and thou shalt burn their chariots with fire. And Joshua came, and all the army with him, against them to the waters of Merom, on a sudden, and fell upon them. And the Lord delivered them into the hands of Israel. And they defeated them, and chased them as far as the great Sidon, and the waters of Maseraphat, and the field of Masphi, which is on the east side thereof. He slew them all, so as to leave no remains of them. And he did as the Lord had commanded him. He hamstringed their horses, and burned their chariots. And presently, turning back, he took Azor, and slew the king thereof with the sword. Now Azor of old was the head of all these kingdoms, and he cut off all the souls that abode there. He left not in it any remains, but utterly destroyed all, and burned the city itself with fire. And he took and put to the sword, and destroyed all the cities round about, and their kings, as Moses the servant of God had commanded him. Except the cities that were on hills and high places, the rest Israel burned. Only Azor, that was very strong, he consumed with fire. And the children of Israel divided among themselves all the spoil of these cities and the cattle, killing all the men. As the Lord had commanded Moses his servant, so did Moses command Joshua, and he accomplished all. He left not one thing undone of all the commandments which the Lord had commanded Moses. So Joshua took all the country of the hills, and of the south, and the land of Goshen, and the plains, and the west country, and the mountain of Israel, and the plains thereof, and part of the mountain that goeth up to Seir as far as Baalgad, by the plain of Libanus under Mount Hermon. All their kings he took, smote, and slew. Joshua made war a long time against these kings. There was not a city that delivered itself to the children of Israel, except the Hivite, who dwelt in Gibeon, for he took all by fight. For it was the sentence of the Lord that their hearts should be hardened, and they should fight against Israel, and fall, and should not deserve any clemency, and should be destroyed as the Lord had commanded Moses. At that time Joshua came and cut off the Anakims from the mountains, from Hebron, and Debir, and Anab, and from all the mountain of Judah and Israel, and destroyed their cities. He left not any of the stock of the Anakims in the land of the children of Israel, except the cities of Gaza, and Geth, and Azotus, in which alone they were left. So Joshua took all the land, as the Lord spoke to Moses, and delivered it in possession to the children of Israel, according to their divisions and tribes. And the land rested from wars. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. These are the kings whom the children of Israel slew, and possessed their land beyond the Jordan, towards the rising of the sun, from the torrent Arnon unto Mount Hermon, and all the east country that looketh towards the wilderness. Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and had dominion from Aroer, which is seated upon the bank of the torrent Arnon, and of the middle part in the valley, and of half Gilead as far as the torrent Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon, and from the wilderness to the sea of Kinneroth towards the east, and to the sea of the wilderness, which is the most salt sea, on the east side by the way that leadeth to Beth-Semoth, and on the south side that lieth under Esadoth Phasgah, the border of Og, the king of Bashan, of the remnant of the Rephaims, who dwelt in Ashtaroth and in Edrei, and had dominion in Mount Hermon, and in Selicha, and in all Bashan unto the borders of Geshuri and Makhatai, and of half Gilead, the borders of Sihon the king of Heshbon. Moses the servant of the Lord and the children of Israel slew them, and Moses delivered their land in possession to the Reubenites and Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. These are the kings of the land, whom Joshua and the children of Israel slew beyond the Jordan on the west side, from Baal-gad in the held of Libanus unto the mount, part of which goeth up into Seir, and Joshua delivered it in possession to the tribes of Israel, to every one their divisions, as well in the mountains as in the plains, and the campaign countries. In Esadoth, and in the wilderness, and in the south was the Hittite, and the Amorite, the Canaanite, and the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite. The king of Jericho, 1. The king of Hai, which is on the side of Bethel, 1. The king of Jerusalem, 1. The king of Hebron, 1. The king of Jeremoth, 1. The king of Lachish, 1. The king of Eglon, 1. The king of Gazer, 1. The king of Dabur, 1. The king of Gader, 1. The king of Herma, 1. The king of Hired, 1. The king of Lebna, 1. The king of Adullam, 1. The king of Makkedah, 1. The king of Bethel, 1. The king of Tappuah, 1. The king of Ophir, 1. The king of Aphek, 1. The king of Saron, 1. The king of Madon, 1. The king of Asor, 1. The king of Samaron, 1. The king of Achsaph, 1. The king of Thenach, 1. The king of Megiddo, 1. The king of Kadesh, 1. The king of Jachannan of Carmel, 1. The king of Dor and of the province of Dor, 1. The king of the nations of Galgal, 1. The king of Tersa, 1. All the kings, 30. End of chapter 12. Joshua, chapters 13 through 24 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Joshua was old and far advanced in years, and the Lord said to him, Thou art grown old and advanced in age, and there is a very large country left, which is not yet divided by lot, to wit, all Galilee, Philistia, and all Geshuri, from the troubled river that watereth Egypt, unto the borders of Acharon northward, the land of Canaan, which is divided among the lords of the Philistines, the Gazites, the Azotians, the Ascalonites, the Gethites, and the Acronites. And on the south side are the Hivites, all the land of Canaan, and Meara of the Sidonians as far as Aphekah, and the borders of the Amorite and his confines. The country also of Libanus towards the east, from Baal-gad under Mount Hermon to the entering into Emath. Of all that dwell in the mountains from Libanus to the waters of Misiraphoth, and all the Sidonians, I am he that will cut them off from before the face of the children of Israel. So let their land come in as a part of the inheritance of Israel, as I have commanded thee. And now divide the land in possession to the 9 tribes, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, with whom Reuben and Gad have possessed the land which Moses, the servant of the Lord, delivered to them beyond the river Jordan on the east side, from Aroer, which is upon the bank of the torrent Amen, and in the midst of the valley, and all the plains of Medaba as far as Dibon, and all the cities of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, unto the borders of the children of Ammon, and Gilead, and the borders of Geshuri and Makkathai, and all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan, as far as Selekah. all the kingdom of Og in Bashan, who reigned in Ashtaroth and Edrei. He was of the remains of the Rephaims, and Moses overthrew and destroyed them. And the children of Israel would not destroy Gesurai and Makkatai, and they have dwelt in the midst of Israel until this present day. But to the tribe of Levi he gave no possession, but the sacrifices and victims of the Lord God of Israel are his inheritance, as he spoke to him. And Moses gave a possession to the children of Reuben according to their kindreds, and their border was from Aroer, which is on the bank of the torrent Arnon, and in the midst of the valley of the same torrent, all the plain that leadeth to Medaba, and Hezebon, and all their villages which are in the plains. Daban also, and Bamoth-baal, and the town of Baal-meon, and Jassa, and Kiddemoth, and Mephaeth, and Kiriathaim, and Sebama, and Sarathaser, in the mountain of the valley, Beth-phagor, and Azadoth, Phasga, and Bethiasamoth, and all the cities of the plain, and all the kingdoms of Sihon, king of the Amorites, that reigned in Heshbon, whom Moses slew with the princes of Midian, Hivi, and Rechem, and Sur, and Hur, and Rebe, dukes of Sihon, inhabitants of the land. Balaam also, the son of Beer, the soothsayer, the children of Israel slew with the sword among the rest that were slain. And the river Jordan was the herder of the children of Reuben. This is the possession of the Reubenites by their kindreds of cities and villages. And Moses gave to the tribe of Gad and to his children by their kindreds a possession, of which this is the division: the border of Jazer, and all the cities of Gilead, and half the land of the children of Ammon, as far as Aroer, which is over against Rabbah, and from Hezebon unto Ramoth, Masphi, and Betonim, and from Manaim unto the borders of Debir, and in the valley Betharan, and Beth-nimrah, and Sokoth, and Siphon, the other part of the kingdom of Sihon, king of Hezebon. The limit of this also is the Jordan, as far as the uttermost part of the sea of Kinnereth beyond the Jordan on the east side. This is the possession of the children of Gad by their families, their cities and villages. He gave also to the half-tribe of Manasseh and his children possession according to their kindreds, the beginning whereof is this: from Manaim all Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Og, king of Bashan, and all the villages of Jair, which are in Bashan, 80 towns, and half Gilead, and Ashtaroth, and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan, to the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, to 1/2 of the children of Machir, according to their kindreds. This possession Moses divided in the plains of Moab, beyond the Jordan, over against Jericho on the east side. But to the tribe of Levi he gave no possession, because the Lord, the God of Israel himself, is their possession, as he spoke to them. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. This is what the children of Israel possessed in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the princes of the families by the tribes of Israel, gave to them, dividing all by lot, as the Lord had commanded by the hand of Moses, to the 9 tribes and the half-tribe. For to 2 tribes and a half Moses had given possession beyond the Jordan, besides the Levites, who received no land among their brethren. But in their place succeeded the children of Joseph, divided into 2 tribes, of Manasseh and Ephraim. Neither did the Levites receive other portion of land, but cities to dwell in, and their suburbs to feed their beasts and flocks. As the Lord had commanded Moses, so did the children of Israel, and they divided the land. Then the children of Judah came to Joshua in Gilgal, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, spoke to him. Thou knowest what the Lord spoke to Moses, the man of God, concerning me and thee in Kadesh Barnea. I was 40 years old when Moses, the servant of the Lord, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to view the land, and I brought him word again, as to me seemed true. But my brethren that had gone up with me discouraged the heart of the people, and I nevertheless followed the Lord my God. And Moses swore in that day, saying, The land which thy foot hath trodden upon shall be thy possession, and thy children's forever, because thou hast followed the Lord my God. The Lord therefore hath granted me life, as he promised, until this present day. It is 45 years since the Lord spoke this word to Moses, when Israel journeyed through the wilderness. This day I am 85 years old. As strong as I was at that time when I was sent to view the land, the strength of that time continueth in me until this day, as well to fight as to march. Give me therefore this mountain, which the Lord promised in my hearing also, wherein are the Anakims, and cities great and strong, if so be the Lord will be with me, and I shall be able to destroy them, as he promised me. And Joshua blessed him, and gave him Hebron in possession. And from that time Hebron belonged to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, until this present day, because he followed the Lord the God of Israel. The name of Hebron before was called Kiriath Arbi. Adam, the greatest among the Anakims, was laid there, and the land rested from wars. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Now the lot of the children of Judah by their kindreds was this: from the frontier of Edom to the desert of Sin southward, and to the uttermost part of the south coast. Its beginning was from the top of the most salt sea, and from the bay thereof that looketh to the south. And it goeth out towards the ascent of the Scorpion, and passeth on to Sinai, and ascendeth into Kadesh Barnea, and reacheth into Ezron, going up to Adar, and compassing Karkea, and from thence passing along into Azamona, and reaching the torrent of Egypt. And the bounds thereof shall be the great sea. This shall be the limit of the south coast. But on the east side the beginning shall be the most salt sea, even to the end of the Jordan, and towards the north, from the bay of the sea, unto the same river Jordan. And the border goeth up into Beth-haglah, and passeth by the north into Beth-arabah, going up to the stone of Boan, the son of Reuben, and reaching as far as the borders of Debarah from the valley of Echor, and so northward looking towards Gilgal, which is opposite to the ascent of Edomin, on the south side of the torrent. And the border passeth the waters that are called the fountain of the sun, and the goings out thereof shall be at the fountain Rogel. And it goeth up by the valley of the son of Enom, on the side of the Jebusite towards the south. The same is Jerusalem. And thence ascending to the top of the mountain, which is over against Geonom, to the west in the end of the valley, of Rephaim, northward. And it passeth on from the top of the mountain to the fountain of the water of Nephtoah, and reacheth to the towns of Mount Ephron, and it bendeth towards Baalah, which is Kiriath-Jearim, that is to say, the city of the woods. And it compasseth from Baalah westward unto Mount Seir, and passeth by the side of Mount Jearim to the north into Keslon, and goeth down into Bethsames, and passeth into Thamnah. And it reacheth northward to a part of Echaron at the side, and bendeth to Secrona, and passeth Mount Baalah, and cometh into Jabneel, and is bounded westward with the great sea. These are the borders round about of the children of Judah in their kindreds. But to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he gave a portion in the midst of the children of Judah, as the Lord had commanded him, Kiriath-Arbi, the father of Enak, which is Hebron. And Caleb destroyed out of it the 3 sons of Ehak, Sesai, and Ahiman, and Tholmai of the race of Enak. And going up from thence he came to the inhabitants of Debir, which before was called Kiriath-Sepher, that is to say, the city of letters. And Caleb said, He that shall smite Kiriath-Sepher and take it, I will give him Achsah my daughter to wife. And Othniel the son of Kenaz, the younger brother of Caleb, took it, and he gave him Achsah his daughter to wife. And as they were going together, she was moved by her husband to ask a field of her father, and she sighed as she sat on her ass. And Caleb said to her, What aileth thee? But she answered, Give me a blessing. Thou hast given me a southern and dry land. Give me also a land that is watered. And Caleb gave her the upper and the nether watery ground. This is the possession of the tribe of the children of Judah by their kindreds. And the cities from the uttermost parts of the children of Judah by the borders of Edom to the south were Kabzeel, and Eder, and Jegur, and Kinah, and Demonah, and Edada, and Cades, and Azor, and Jethnam, Ziph, and Telem, and Baloth, New Azor, and Kiriath, Hezron, which is Azor, Amam, Sama, and Molada, and Azargada, and Hazamon, and Bethphelet, and Hazershuel, and Beersheba, and Beziothia, and Baalah, and Jim, and Esem, and Eltholad, and Kisel, and Harma, and Sikkeleg, and Medamina, and Sensenah, Lebaoth, and Selim, and Ain, and Rimmon, all the cities, 29, and their villages. But in the plains, Estaol, and Saria, and Asina, and Zenoe, and Enganim, and Tefuah, and Enaim, and Jeremoth, and Adullam, Soko, and Azekah, and Saraim, and Adithaim, and Kedira, and Gederothaim, 14 cities, and their villages. Sanan, and Hadassah, and Magdalgad, Delian, and Masipha, and Jethel, Lachish, Beskath, and Eglon, Kibon, and Leheman, and Kethlis, and Gidderoth, and Bethdagon, and Naamah, and Makkedah, 16 cities, and their villages. Labana, and Ether, and Esan, Jephthah, and Esna, and Nasib, and Keilah, and Achzib, and Marissa, 9 cities, and their villages. Acharon with the towns and villages thereof. From Acharon even to the sea, all places that lie towards Azotus and the villages thereof. Azotus with its towns and villages. Gaza with its towns and villages, even to the torrent of Egypt, and the great sea that is the border thereof, and in the mountains Samir, and Jether, and Sokoth, and Dana, and Kiriath Sina. This is Dabir. Anab, and Istimo, and Anim, Goshen, and Olon, and Gilo, 11 cities, and their villages. Arab, and Rumah, and Esian, and Janum, and Bethaphua, and Aphekah, Athmatha, and Kiriath Arbi. This is Hebron and Seor, 9 cities, and their villages. Maon, and Carmel, and Ziph, and Jota, Jezreel, and Jukadam, and Zanoi, Achaean, Gibeah, and Thamnah, 10 cities, and their villages. Halhul, and Besur, and Gedor, Marith, and Bethanoth, and Eltekon, 6 cities, and their villages. Kiriath Baal, the same is Kiriath-Jearim, the city of woods, and Aribah, 2 cities, and their villages. In the desert Betharabah, Medin, and Sakaka, and Nebsan, and the city of salt, and Engadi, 6 cities, and their villages. But the children of Judah could not destroy the Jebusite that dwelt in Jerusalem, and the Jebusite dwelt with the children of Judah in Jerusalem until this present day. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. And the lot of the sons of Joseph fell from the Jordan over against Jericho, and the waters thereof on the east, the wilderness which goeth up from Jericho to the mountain of Bethel, and goeth out from Bethel to Luzah, and passeth the border of Archai to Ataroth, and goeth down westward by the border of Jephletai unto the borders of Bethhoron the nether, and to Gazer. And the countries of it are ended by the great sea. And Manasseh and Ephraim, the children of Joseph, possessed it. And the border of the children of Ephraim was according to their kindreds, and their possession towards the east was Ataroth Edar unto Bethhoron the upper, and the confines go out unto the sea. But Machmetheth looketh to the north, and it goeth round the borders eastward into Thanath Silo, and passeth along on the east side to Genoe. And it goeth down from Genoe into Ataroth and Nearatha, and it cometh to Jericho, and goeth out to the Jordan. From Tephua it passeth on towards the sea into the valley of reeds, and the goings out thereof are at the most salt sea. This is the possession of the tribe of the children of Ephraim by their families. And there were cities with their villages separated for the children of Ephraim in the midst of the possession of the children of Manasseh. And the children of Ephraim slew not the Canaanite, who dwelt in Gazer, and the Canaanite dwelt in the midst of Ephraim until this day, paying tribute. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. And this lot fell to the tribe of Manasseh, for he is the firstborn of Joseph, to Machir, the firstborn of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, who was a warlike man, and had for possession Gilead and Bashan. And to the rest of the children of Manasseh according to their families, to the children of Abiezer, and to the children of Helek, and to the children of Azrael, and to the children of Shechem, and to the children of Hepher, and to the children of Semidah. These are the male children of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, by their kindreds. But Salphaad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, had no sons, but only daughters, whose names are these: Maalah, and Noah, and Heglah, and Milcah, and Tirzah. And they came in the presence of Eleazar the priest, and of Joshua the son of Nun, and of the princes, saying, The Lord commanded by the hand of Moses that a possession should be given us in the midst of our brethren, and he gave them, according to the commandment of the Lord, a possession amongst the brethren of their father. And there fell 10 portions to Manasseh, beside the land of Gilead and Bashan, beyond the Jordan. For the daughters of Manasseh possessed inheritance in the midst of his sons, and the land of Gilead fell to the lot of the rest of the children of Manasseh. And the border of Manasseh was from Aser, Machmethath, which looketh towards Shechem, and it goeth out on the right hand by the inhabitants of the fountain of Tepuah. For the lot of Manasseh took in the land of Tepuah, which is on the borders of Manasseh, and belongs to the children of Ephraim. And the border goeth down to the valley of the reeds, to the south of the torrent of the cities of Ephraim, which are in the midst of the cities of Manasseh. The border of Manasseh is on the north side of the torrent, and the outgoings of it are at the sea, so that the possession of Ephraim is on the south, and on the north that of Manasseh, and the sea is the border of both, and they are joined together in the tribe of Aser on the north, and in the tribe of Issachar on the east. And the inheritance of Manasseh in Issachar and in Aser was Bethshan and its villages, and Jableam with its villages, and the inhabitants of Dor with the towns thereof, the inhabitants also of Endor with the villages thereof, and in like manner the inhabitants of Thanach with the villages thereof, and the inhabitants of Megiddo with their villages, and the third part of the city of Nopheth. Neither could the children of Manasseh overthrow these cities, but the Canaanite began to dwell in his land. But after that the children of Israel were grown strong, they subdued the Canaanites, and made them their tributaries, and they did not kill them. And the children of Joseph spoke to Joshua, and said, Why hast thou given me but one lot and one portion to possess, whereas I am of so great a multitude, and the Lord hath blessed me? And Joshua said to them, If thou be a great people, go up into the woodland, and cut down room for thyself in the land of the Pharazite and the Rephaims, because the possession of Mount Ephraim is too narrow for thee. And the children of Joseph answered him, We cannot go up to the mountains, for the Canaanites that dwell in the lowlands, wherein are situate Bethshan with its towns, and Jezreel in the midst of the valley, have chariots of iron. And Joshua said to the house of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh, Thou art a great people, and of great strength. Thou shalt not have one lot only, but thou shalt pass to the mountain, and shalt cut down the wood, and make thyself room to dwell in, and mayst proceed farther when thou hast destroyed the Canaanites, who, as thou sayest, have iron chariots, and are very strong. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. And all the children of Israel assembled together in Shiloh, and there they set up the tabernacle of the testimony, and the land was subdued before them. But there remained 7 tribes of the children of Israel, which as yet had not received their possessions. And Joshua said to them, How long are you indolent and slack, and go not in to possess the land which the Lord the God of your fathers hath given you? Choose of every tribe 3 men, that I may send them, and they may go and compass the land, and mark it out according to the number of each multitude, and bring back to me what they have marked out. Divide to yourselves the land into 7 parts. Let Judah be in his bounds on the south side, and the house of Joseph on the north. The land in the midst between these mark ye out into 7 parts, and you shall come hither to me, that I may cast lots for you before the Lord your God. For the Levites have no part among you, but the priesthood of the Lord is their inheritance. And Gad and Reuben and the half-tribe of Manasseh have already received their possessions beyond the Jordan eastward, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave them. And when the men were risen up to go to mark out the land, Joshua commanded them, saying, Go round the land, and mark it out, and return to me, that I may cast lots for you before the Lord in Shiloh. So they went, and surveying it, divided it into 7 parts, writing them down in a book. And they returned to Joshua to the camp in Shiloh. And he cast lots before the Lord in Shiloh, and divided the land to the children of Israel into 7 parts. And first came up the lot of the children of Benjamin by their families, to possess the land between the children of Judah and the children of Joseph. And their border northward was from the Jordan, going along by the side of Jericho on the north side, and thence going up westward to the mountains, and reaching to the wilderness of Bethaven, and passing along southward by Luzah, the same is Bethel, and it goeth down into Ataroth Adar, to the mountain, that is, on the south of the nether Beth-horon. And it bendeth thence, going round towards the sea, south of the mountain that looketh towards Beth-horon, to the southwest, and the outgoings thereof are into Kiriath-baal, which is called also Kiriath-jearim, a city of the children of Judah. This is their coast towards the sea westward. But on the south side the border goeth out from part of Kiriath-jearim towards the sea, and cometh to the fountain of the waters of Nephtoah, and it goeth down to that part of the mountain that looketh on the valley of the children of Enam, and is over against the north quarter in the furthermost part of the valley of Rephaim, and it goeth down into Gihon, that is, the valley of Enam, by the side of the Jebusite to the south, and cometh to the fountain of Rogel, passing thence to the north, and going out to Ensemes, that is to say, the fountain of the Sway. And it passeth along to the hills that are over against the ascent of Edomin, and it goeth down to Abenboim, that is, the stone of Ben, the son of Reuben, and it passeth on the north side through the Campaign countries, and goeth down into the plain, and it passeth by Bethhaglah northward, and the outgoings thereof are towards the north of the most salt sea at the south end of the Jordan, which is the border of it on the east side. This is the possession of the children of Benjamin by their borders round about, and their families. And their cities were Jericho, and Bethhaglah, and Valley Cassis, Betharabah, and Samarium, and Bethel, and Avim, and Ephara, and Ophirah, the town Emona, and Ophni, and Gabii, 12 cities, and their villages, Gabam, and Ramah, and Beroth, and Mesphi, and Kephara, and Amosa, and Rechem, Jeriphel, and Tharila, and Selah, Eleph, and Jebus, which is Jerusalem, Gibeath, and Kiriath, 14 cities, and their villages. This is the possession of the children of Benjamin by their families. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. And the second lot came forth for the children of Simeon by their kindreds, and their inheritance was in the midst of the possession of the children of Judah, Bersabee, and Sabi, and Molada, and Hazersua, Bala, and Asem, and Eltholad, Bethel, and Harma, and Sikkeleg, and Beth-Markaboth, and Hazersusa, and Beth-Lebaoth, and Sarahen, 13 cities, and their villages. Ain, and Rimmon, and Ethor, and Esan, 4 cities, and their villages, and all the villages round about these cities, to Baalath-beer-Ramoth, to the south quarter. This is the inheritance of the children of Simeon, according to their kindreds, in the possession and lot of the children of Judah, because it was too great, and therefore the children of Simeon had their possession in the midst of their inheritance. And the third lot fell to the children of Zabulon by their kindreds, and the border of their possession was unto Sarid, and it went up from the sea and from Merilah, and came to Debaseth, as far as the torrent which is over against Jeconim. And it returneth from Sarid eastward to the borders of Keseleth-Tabor, and it goeth out to Debereth, and ascendeth towards Japhai. And it passeth along from thence to the east side of Gethhefer and Thakesen, and goeth out to Rimmon, Amthar, and Noah. And it turneth about to the north of Hanathon, and the outgoings thereof are the valley of Jephtahel, and Keteth, and Neolal, and Semaron, and Jadalah, and Bethlehem, 12 cities, and their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Zabulon by their kindreds, the cities, and their villages. The fourth lot came out to Issachar by their kindreds, and his inheritance was Jezreel, and Keziloth, and Sunem, and Hepharaim, and Sion, and Anaharath, and Reboth, and Kesion, and Abas, and Ramoth, and Enganim, and Ehada, and Bethphases. And the border thereof cometh to Tabor, and Sihesima, and Bethsemes, and the outgoings thereof shall be at the Jordan, 16 cities and their villages. This is the possession of the sons of Issachar by their kindreds, the cities, and their villages. And the fifth lot fell to the tribe of the children of Aser by their kindreds, and their border was Helkath, and Kalai, and Beten, and Akseph, and Elmelech, and Ammead, and Mesal, and it reacheth to Carmel by the sea, and Sehor, and Lebanath, and it returneth towards the east to Bethdagon, and passeth along to Zabulon, and to the valley of Jephthahel, towards the north to Bethemech, and Nahiel, and it goeth out to the left side of Kabul, and to Abaran, and Rehob, and Haman, and Cana, as far as the great Sidon. And it returneth to Hormah, to the strong city of Tyre, and to Hosah, and the outgoings thereof shall be at the sea from the portion of Achzebah, and Ammah, and Ephek, and Rehob, 22 cities, and their villages. This is the possession of the children of Aser by their kindreds, and the cities and their villages. The sixth lot came out to the sons of Naphtali by their families, and the border began from Heleph and Elon to Saananim, and Adami, which is Nekeb, and Jebneel, even to Licum, and their outgoings unto the Jordan. And the border returneth westward to Azenoth-tabor, and goeth out from thence to Hukukah, and passeth along to Zabulon southward, and to Aser westward, and to Judah upon the Jordan towards the rising of the sun. And the strong cities are Asidim, Ser, and Emath, and Rekath, and Kinnereth, and Edema, and Arama, Azor, and Kides, and Edrei, and Hazor, and Jeron, and Magdalel, Hirem, and Bethanath, and Bethsemes, 19 cities and their villages. This is the possession of the tribe of the children of Naphtali by their kindreds, the cities and their villages. The 7th lot came out to the tribe of the children of Dan by their families. And the border of their possession was Saraiah, and Estaol, and Hersemes, that is, the city of the sun, Selabin, and Ayalan, and Jethelah, Elon, and Themna, and Akron, Elthiki, Gabethon, and Belaeth, and Jud, and Bani, and Barak, and Gathrimmon, and Mejarkon, and Arachon, with the border that looketh towards Joppe, and is terminated there. And the children of Dan went up and fought against Lizem, and took it, and they put it to the sword, and possessed it, and dwelt in it, calling the name of it Lizem Dan, by the name of Dan their father. This is the possession of the tribe of the sons of Dan by their kindreds, the cities and their villages. And when he had made an end of dividing the land by lot to each one by their tribes, the children of Israel gave a possession to Josue, the son of Nun, in the midst of them, according to the commandment of the Lord, the city which he asked for, Thamnath-Seraiah, in Mount Ephraim, and he built up the city and dwelt in it. These are the possessions which Eleazar the priest, and Josue the son of Nun, and the princes of the families and of the tribes of the children of Israel, distributed by lot in Silo before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, and they divided the land. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. And the Lord spoke to Josue, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, Appoint cities of refuge, of which I spoke to you by the hand of Moses, that whosoever shall kill a person unawares may flee to them, and may escape the wrath of the kinsman, who is the avenger of blood. And when he shall flee to one of these cities, he shall stand before the gate of the city, and shall speak to the ancients of that city such things as prove him innocent, and so shall they receive him, and give him a place to dwell in. And when the avenger of blood shall pursue him, they shall not deliver him into his hands, because he slew his neighbor unawares, and is not proved to have been his enemy 2 or 3 days before. And he shall dwell in that city, till he stand before judgment to give an account of his fact, and till the death of the high priest, who shall be at that time. Then shall the manslayer return, and go into his own city and house from whence he fled. And they appointed Kides in Galilee of Mount Naphtali, and Sichem in Mount Ephraim, and Kiriath-arbi, the same is Hebron, in the mountain of Judah. And beyond the Jordan to the east of Jericho they appointed Bosor, which is upon the plain of the wilderness of the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth in Gilead of the tribe of Gad, and Gaalon in Basan of the tribe of Manasseh. These cities were appointed for all the children of Israel, and for the strangers that dwelt among them, that whosoever had killed a person unawares might flee to them, and not die by the hand of the kinsman, coveting to revenge the blood that was shed, until he should stand before the people to lay open his cause. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Then the princes of the families of Levi came to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the princes of the kindreds of all the tribes of the children of Israel. And they spoke to them in Shiloh in the land of Canaan, and said, The Lord commanded by the hand of Moses that cities should be given us to dwell in, and their suburbs to feed our cattle. And the children of Israel gave out of their possessions, according to the commandment of the Lord, cities and their suburbs. And the lot came out for the family of Kehath, of the children of Aaron the priest, out of the tribes of Judah, and of Simeon, and of Benjamin, 13 cities. And to the rest of the children of Kehath, that is, to the Levites who remained, out of the tribes of Ephraim, and of Dan, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, 10 cities. And the lot came out to the children of Gershon, that they should take of the tribes of Issachar, and of Aser, and of Naphtali, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh in Bashan, 13 cities. And to the sons of Merari by their kindreds of the tribes of Reuben, and of Gad, and of Zebulun, 12 cities. And the children of Israel gave to the Levites the cities and their suburbs, as the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses, giving to every one by lot. Of the tribes of the children of Judah and of Simeon Joshua gave cities, whose names are these. To the sons of Aaron of the families of Kehath, of the race of Levi, for the first lot came out for them, the city of Arbi, the father of Enoch, which is called Hebron, in the mountain of Judah, and the suburbs thereof round about. But the fields and the villages thereof he had given to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, for his possession. He gave therefore to the children of Aaron the priest Hebron, a city of refuge, and the suburbs thereof, and Lobnah with the suburbs thereof, and Jether, and Estemo, and Holon, and Debir, and Ain, and Jetta, and Bethsemes, with their suburbs, 9 cities out of the 2 tribes, as hath been said. And out of the tribe of the children of Benjamin, Gibeon, and Gabai, and Anathoth, and Almon, with their suburbs, 4 cities. All the cities together of the children of Aaron the priest were 13, with their suburbs. And to the rest of the families of the children of Kehath, of the race of Levi, was given this possession. Of the tribe of Ephraim, Shechem, one of the cities of refuge, with the suburbs thereof, in Mount Ephraim, and Cater, and Kibsaim, and Bethhoron, with their suburbs, 4 cities. And of the tribe of Dan, Elthiko, and Gabathon, and Ayalon, and Gethrimmon, with their suburbs, 4 cities. And of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Thanak, and Gethrimmon, with their suburbs, 2 cities. All the cities were 10 with their suburbs, which were given to the children of Kehath of the inferior degree. To the children of Gershon also of the race of Levi out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Gaalon in Bashan, one of the cities of refuge, and Bozrah with their suburbs, 2 cities. And of the tribe of Issachar, Kezion, and Dabereth, and Jeremoth, and Engannim, with their suburbs, 4 cities. And of the tribe of Aser, Masal, and Abdon, and Helkath, and Rehob, with their suburbs, 4 cities. Of the tribe also of Naphtali, Kedes in Galilee, one of the cities of refuge, and Hamoth Dor, and Carthan, with their suburbs, 3 cities. All the cities of the families of Gershon were 13, with their suburbs. And to the children of Merari, Levites of the inferior degree by their families, were given of the tribe of Zebulun, Jechnam, and Kartha, and Damna, and Neolol, 4 cities with their suburbs. Of the tribe of Reuben, beyond the Jordan over against Jericho, Bosor in the wilderness, one of the cities of refuge, Mizar and Jazer and Jethson and Mephaath, 4 cities with their suburbs. Of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilead, one of the cities of refuge, and Manaim, and Hezebon and Jazer, 4 cities with their suburbs. All the cities of the children of Merari by their families and kindreds were 12. So all the cities of the Levites within the possession of the children of Israel were 48, with their suburbs, each distributed by the families. And the Lord God gave to Israel all the land that he had sworn to give to their fathers, and they possessed it and dwelt in it. And he gave them peace from all nations round about, and none of their enemies durst stand against them, but were brought under their dominion. Not so much as one word which he had promised to perform unto them was made void, but all came to pass. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. At the same time Joshua called the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, You have done all that Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you. You have also obeyed me in all things. Neither have you left your brethren this long time, until this present day, keeping the commandment of the Lord your God. Therefore, as the Lord your God hath given your brethren rest and peace, as he promised, return and go to your dwellings and to the land of your possession, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave you beyond the Jordan. Yet so that you observe attentively, and in work fulfill the commandment and the law which Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you, that you love the Lord your God, and walk in all his ways, and keep all his commandments, and cleave to him, and serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. And Joshua blessed them, and sent them away, and they returned to their dwellings. Now to half the tribe of Manasseh Moses had given a possession in Bashan, and therefore to the half that remained Joshua gave a lot among the rest of their brethren beyond the Jordan to the west. And when he sent them away to their dwellings, and had blessed them, he said to them, With much substance and riches you return to your settlements, with silver and gold, brass and iron, and variety of raiment. Divide the prey of your enemies with your brethren. So the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh returned, and parted from the children of Israel in Shiloh, which is in Canaan, to go into Gilead, the land of their possession, which they had obtained according to the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. And when they were come to the banks of the Jordan, in the land of Canaan, they built an altar, immensely great, near the Jordan. And when the children of Israel had heard of it, and certain messengers had brought them an account that the children of Reuben and of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh had built an altar in the land of Canaan, upon the banks of the Jordan, over against the children of Israel, they all assembled in Shiloh to go up and fight against them. And in the meantime they sent to them into the land of Gilead Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, and 10 princes with him, one of every tribe, who came to the children of Reuben and of Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, into the land of Gilead, and said to them, Thus saith all the people of the Lord, What meaneth this transgression? Why have you forsaken the Lord, the God of Israel, building a sacrilegious altar, and revolting from the worship of him? Is it a small thing to you that you sinned with Beelphegor, and the stain of that crime remaineth in us to this day, and many of the people perished. And you have forsaken the Lord today, and tomorrow his wrath will rage against all Israel. But if you think the land of your possession to be unclean, pass over to the land wherein is the tabernacle of the Lord, and dwell among us. Only depart not from the Lord, and from our society, by building an altar beside the altar of the Lord our God. Did not Achan the son of Zari transgress the commandment of the Lord, and his wrath lay upon all the people of Israel? And he was but one man, and would to God he alone had perished in his wickedness. And the children of Reuben and of Gad and of the half-tribe of Manasseh answered the princes of the embassage of Israel, The Lord, the most mighty God, the Lord, the most mighty God, he knoweth, and Israel also shall understand. If with the design of transgression we have set up this altar, let him not save us, but punish us immediately. And if we did it with that mind, that we might lay upon it holocausts and sacrifice, and victims of peace offerings, let him require and judge, and not rather with this thought and design that we should say, Tomorrow your children will say to our children, What have you to do with the Lord, the God of Israel? The Lord hath put the river Jordan for a border between us and you, O ye children of Reuben, and ye children of Gad, and therefore you have no part in the Lord. And by this occasion your children shall turn away our children from the fear of the Lord. We therefore thought it best, and said, Let us build an altar, not for holocausts, nor to offer victims, but for a testimony between us and you, and our posterity and yours, that we may serve the Lord, and that we may have a right to offer both holocausts and victims and sacrifices of peace offerings, and that your children tomorrow may not say to our children, You have no part in the Lord. And if they will say so, they shall answer them, Behold, the altar of the Lord, which our fathers made, not for holocausts nor for sacrifice, but for a testimony between us and you. God keep us from any such wickedness, that we should revolt from the Lord and leave off following his steps, by building an altar to offer holocausts and sacrifices and victims, beside the altar of the Lord our God, which is erected before his tabernacle. And when Phinehas the priest and the princes of the embassage, who were with him, had heard this, they were satisfied, and they admitted most willingly the words of the children of Reuben and Gad, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh. And Phinehas the priest, the son of Eleazar, said to them, Now we know that the Lord is with us, because you are not guilty of this revolt, and you have delivered the children of Israel from the hand of the Lord. And he returned with the princes from the children of Reuben and Gad out of the land of Gilead into the land of Canaan to the children of Israel, and brought them word again. And the saying pleased all that heard it, and the children of Israel praised God, and they no longer said that they would go up against them and fight and destroy the land of their possession. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad called the altar which they had built, Our Testimony, that the Lord is God. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. And when a long time was past, after that the Lord had given peace to Israel, all the nations round about being subdued, and Joshua being now old and far advanced in years, Joshua called for all Israel, and for the elders, and for the princes, and for the judges, and for the masters, and said to them, I am old and far advanced in years, And you see all that the Lord your God hath done to all the nations round about, how he himself hath fought for you. And now since he hath divided to you by lot all the land, from the east of the Jordan unto the great sea, and many nations yet remain, the Lord your God will destroy them, and take them away from before your face, and you shall possess the land as he hath promised you. Only take courage, and be careful to observe all things that are written in the book of the law of Moses, and turn not aside from them, neither to the right hand nor to the left, lest after that you are come in among the Gentiles, who will remain among you, you should swear by the name of their gods, and serve them and adore them. But cleave ye unto the Lord your God, as you have done until this day. And then the Lord God will take away before your eyes nations that are great and very strong, and no man shall be able to resist you. One of you shall chase 1,000 men of the enemies, because the Lord your God himself will fight for you as he hath promised. This only take care of with all diligence, that you love the Lord your God. But if you will embrace the errors of these nations that dwell among you, and make marriages with them, and join friendships, know ye for a certainty that the Lord your God will not destroy them before your face, but they shall be a pit and a snare in your way, and a stumbling block at your side, and stakes in your eyes, till he take you away and destroy you from off this excellent land which he hath given you. Behold, this day I am going into the way of all the earth, and you shall know with all your mind that of all the words which the Lord promised to perform for you, not one hath failed. Therefore, as he hath fulfilled indeed what he promised, and all things prosperous have come, so will he bring upon you all the evils he hath threatened, till he take you away and destroy you from off this excellent land which he hath given you, when you shall have transgressed the covenant of the Lord your God, which he hath made with you, and shall have served strange gods, and adored them. Then shall the indignation of the Lord rise up quickly and speedily against you, and you shall be taken away from this excellent land which he hath delivered to you. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. And Joshua gathered together all the tribes of Israel in Shechem, and called for the ancients, and the princes, and the judges, and the masters, and they stood in the sight of the Lord. And he spoke thus to the people, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Your fathers dwelt of old on the other side of the river, Thari, the father of Abraham, and Nachor, and they served strange gods. And I took your father Abraham from the borders of Mesopotamia, and brought him into the land of Canaan, and I multiplied his seed, and gave him Isaac, and to him again I gave Jacob and Esau, and I gave to Esau Mount Seir for his possession. But Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. And I sent Moses and Aaron, and I struck Egypt with many signs and wonders. And I brought you and your fathers out of Egypt, and you came to the sea, and the Egyptians pursued your fathers with chariots and horsemen, as far as the Red Sea. And the children of Israel cried to the Lord, and he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and brought the sea upon them, and covered them. Your eyes saw all that I did in Egypt, and you dwelt in the wilderness a long time. And I brought you into the land of the Amorite, who dwelt beyond the Jordan, and when they fought against you, I delivered them into your hands, and you possessed their land, and slew them. And Balak son of Ziphor, king of Moab, arose and fought against Israel, and he sent and called for Balaam son of Beor to curse you. And I would not hear him, but on the contrary, I blessed you by him, and I delivered you out of his hand. And you passed over the Jordan, and you came to Jericho. And the men of that city fought against you, the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Canaanite, and the Hethite, and the Girgasite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, and I delivered them into your hands. And I sent before you hornets, and I drove them out from their places, the 2 kings of the Amorites, not with thy sword, nor with thy bow. And I gave you a land in which you had not labored, and cities to dwell in which you built not, vineyards and oliveyards which you planted not. Now therefore fear the Lord, and serve him with a perfect and most sincere heart, and put away the gods which your fathers served in Mesopotamia and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. But if it seem evil to you to serve the Lord, you have your choice. Choose this day that which pleaseth you, whom you would rather serve, whether the gods which your fathers served in Mesopotamia, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And the people answered and said, God forbid we should leave the Lord and serve strange gods. The Lord our God, he brought us and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, and did very great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the way by which we journeyed, and among all the people through whom we passed. And he hath cast out all the nations, the Amorite, the inhabitant of the land into which we are come. Therefore we will serve the Lord, for he is our God. And Joshua said to the people, You will not be able to serve the Lord, for he is a holy God, and mighty and jealous, and will not forgive your wickedness and sins. If you leave the Lord and serve strange gods, he will turn and will afflict you, and will destroy you after all the good he hath done you. And the people said to Joshua, No, it shall not be so as thou sayest, but we will serve the Lord. And Joshua said to the people, You are witnesses that you yourselves have chosen you the Lord to serve him. And they answered, We are witnesses. Now therefore, said he, Put away strange gods from among you, and incline your hearts to the Lord, the God of Israel. And the people said to Joshua, We will serve the Lord our God, and we will be obedient to his commandments. Joshua therefore on that day made a covenant, and set before the people commandments and judgments in Shechem. And he wrote all these things in the volume of the law of the Lord. And he took a great stone, and set it under the oak that was in the sanctuary of the Lord. And he said to all the people, Behold, this stone shall be a testimony unto you, that it hath heard all the words of the Lord, which he hath spoken to you, lest perhaps hereafter you will deny it, and lie to the Lord your God. And he sent the people away, every one to their own possession. And after these things Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. And they buried him in the border of his possession, in Thamnath-serah, which is situate in Mount Ephraim, on the north side of Mount Gaius. And Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and of the ancients that lived a long time after Joshua, and that had known all the works of the Lord which he had done in Israel. And the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel had taken out of Egypt, they buried in Shechem, in that part of the field which Jacob had bought of the sons of Hemor, the father of Shechem, for 100 young ewes, and it was in the possession of the sons of Joseph. Eleazar also, the son of Aaron, died, and they buried him in Gibeath, that belongeth to Phinehas his son, which was given him in Mount Ephraim. End of chapter 24. Judges, chapters 1 through 10 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. After the death of Josue, the children of Israel consulted the Lord, saying, Who shall go up before us against the Canaanite, and shall be the leader of the war? And the Lord said, Judah shall go up. Behold, I have delivered the land into his hands. And Judah said to Simeon his brother, Come up with me into my lot, and fight against the Canaanite, that I also may go along with thee into thy lot. And Simeon went with him. And Judah went up, and the Lord delivered the Canaanite and the Perizzite into their hands. And they slew of them in Bezek 10,000 men. And they found Adonibezek in Bezek, and fought against him, and they defeated the Canaanite and the Perizzite. And Adonibezek fled, and they pursued after him, and took him, and cut off his fingers and toes. And Adonibezek said, 70 kings, having their fingers and toes cut off, gathered up the leavings of the meat under my table. As I have done, so hath God requited me. And they brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. And the children of Judah, besieging Jerusalem, took it, and put it to the sword, and set the whole city on fire. And afterwards they went down and fought against the Canaanite, who dwelt in the mountains, and in the south, and in the plains. And Judah going forward against the Canaanite that dwelt in Hebron, the name whereof was in former times Kiriath-Arbi, slew Sisai, and Ahiman, and Tholmai. And departing from thence he went to the inhabitants of Debir, the ancient name of which was Kiriath-Sepher, that is, the city of letters. And Caleb said, He that shall take Kiriath-Sepher, and lay it waste, to him will I give my daughter Achsah to wife. And Othoniel, the son of Kenaz, the younger brother of Caleb, having taken it, he gave him Achsah his daughter to wife. And as she was going on her way, her husband admonished her to ask a field of her father. And as she sighed, sitting on her ass, Caleb said to her, What aileth thee? But she answered, Give me a blessing, for thou hast given me a dry land. Give me also a watery land. So Caleb gave her the upper and the nether watery ground. And the children of the Kenite, the kinsmen of Moses, went up from the city of palms with the children of Judah into the wilderness of his lot, which is at the south side of Arad, and they dwelt with him. And Judah went with Simeon his brother, and they together defeated the Canaanites that dwelt in Sephaeth, and slew them. And the name of the city was called Hormah, that is, Anathema. And Judah took Gaza with its confines, and Askelon and Acharon with their confines. And the Lord was with Judah, and he possessed the hill country, but was not able to destroy the inhabitants of the valley, because they had many chariots armed with scythes. And they gave Hebron to Caleb, as Moses had said, who destroyed out of it the 3 sons of Enak. But the sons of Benjamin did not destroy the Jebusites that inhabited Jerusalem, and the Jebusite hath dwelt with the sons of Benjamin in Jerusalem until this present day. The house of Joseph also went up against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. For when they were besieging the city, which before was called Luzah, they saw a man coming out of the city, and they said to him, Show us the entrance into the city, and we will show thee mercy. And when he had shown them, they smote the city with the edge of the sword, but that man and all his kindred they let go, who, being sent away, went into the land of Hithim, and built there a city, and called it Luzah, which is so called until this day. Manasseh also did not destroy Bethsan and Thanak with their villages, nor the inhabitants of Dor and Jablaim and Megiddo with their villages, and the Canaanite began to dwell with them. But after Israel was grown strong, he made them tributaries, and would not destroy them. Ephraim also did not slay the Canaanite that dwelt in Gazer, but dwelt with him. Zabulon destroyed not the inhabitants of Ketron and Naalal, but the Canaanite dwelt among them, and became their tributaries. Aser also destroyed not the inhabitants of Acho, and of Sidon, of Ahaleb, and of Achazib, and of Helba, and of Aphek, and of Rehob, and he dwelt in the midst of the Canaanites, the inhabitants of that land, and did not slay them. Naphtali also destroyed not the inhabitants of Bethshemesh, and of Bethanath, and he dwelt in the midst of the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land, and the Bethshemites and Bethanites were tributaries to him. And the Amorites straitened the children of Dan in the mountain, and gave them not place to go down to the plain. And he dwelt in the mountain Hares, that is, of potsherds, in Ayalon and Selibim, and the hand of the house of Joseph was heavy upon him, and he became tributary to him. And the border of the Amorite was from the ascent of the Scorpion, the rock, and the higher places. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. And an angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal to the place of weepers, and said, I made you go out of Egypt, and have brought you into the land for which I swore to your fathers, and I promised that I would not make void my covenant with you forever, on condition that you should not make a league with the inhabitants of this land, but should throw down their altars, and you would not hear my voice. Why have you done this? Wherefore I would not destroy them from before your face, that you may have enemies, and their gods may be your ruin. And when the angel of the Lord spoke these words to all the children of Israel, they lifted up their voice and wept. And the name of that place was called the place of weepers, or of tears. And there they offered sacrifices to the Lord. And Joshua sent away the people, and the children of Israel went every one to his own possession, to hold it. And they served the Lord all his days, and the days of the ancients that lived a long time after him, and who knew all the works of the Lord, which he had done for Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. And they buried him in the borders of his possession, in Thamnath-seri, in Mount Ephraim, on the north side of Mount Gaius. And all that generation was gathered to their fathers. And there arose others that knew not the Lord, and the works which he had done for Israel. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they served Baalim. And they left the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had brought them out of the land of Egypt. And they followed strange gods, and the gods of the people that dwelt round about them. And they adored them, and they provoked the Lord to anger, forsaking him and serving Baal and Ashtaroth. And the Lord, being angry against Israel, delivered them into the hands of plunderers, who took them and sold them to their enemies that dwelt round about. Neither could they stand against their enemies. But whithersoever they meant to go, the hand of the Lord was upon them, as he had said, and as he had sworn to them, and they were greatly distressed. And the Lord raised up judges to deliver them from the hands of those that oppressed them, but they would not hearken to them, committing fornication with strange gods, and adoring them. They quickly forsook the way in which their fathers had walked, and hearing the commandments of the Lord, they did all things contrary. And when the Lord raised them up judges in their days, he was moved to mercy, and heard the groanings of the afflicted, and delivered them from the slaughter of the oppressors. But after the judge was dead, they returned, and did much worse things than their fathers had done, following strange gods, serving them, and adoring them. They left not their own inventions, and the stubborn way by which they were accustomed to walk. And the wrath of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he said, Behold, this nation hath made void my covenant, which I had made with their fathers, and hath despised to hearken to my voice. I also will not destroy the nations which Joshua left when he died, that through them I may try Israel, whether they will keep the way of the Lord and walk in it, as their fathers kept it, or not. The Lord therefore left all these nations, and would not quickly destroy them, neither did he deliver them into the hands of Joshua. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. These are the nations which the Lord left, that by them he might instruct Israel, and all that had not known the wars of the Canaanites, that afterwards their children might learn to fight with their enemies, and to be trained up to war. The 5 princes of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians, and the Hivites that dwelt in Mount Libanus, from Mount Baal-Hermon to the entering into Emath. And he left them, that he might try Israel by them, whether they would hear the commandments of the Lord, which he had commanded their fathers by the hand of Moses, or not. So the children of Israel dwelt in the midst of the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. And they took their daughters to wives, and they gave their own daughters to their sons, and they served their gods. And they did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they forgot their God, and served Baalim and Ashtaroth. And the Lord, being angry with Israel, delivered them into the hands of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, and they served him 8 years. And they cried to the Lord, who raised them up a Saviour, and delivered them, to wit, Othniel, the son of Kenaz, the younger brother of Caleb. And the Spirit of the Lord was in him, and he judged Israel. And he went out to fight, and the Lord delivered into his hands Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Syria, and he overthrew him. And the land rested 40 years, and Othniel the son of Kenaz died. And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord, who strengthened against them Eglon king of Moab, because they did evil in his sight. And he joined to him the children of Ammon and Amalek, and he went and overthrew Israel, and possessed the city of palm trees. And the children of Israel served Eglon king of Moab 18 years. And afterwards they cried to the Lord, who raised them up a Saviour, called Ahad, the son of Gera, the son of Gemini, who used the left hand as well as the right. And the children of Israel sent presents to Eglon king of Moab by him. And he made himself a 2-edged sword, with a haft in the midst of the length of the palm of the hand, and was girded therewith under his garment on the right thigh. And he presented the gifts to Eglon, king of Moab. Now Eglon was exceeding fat. And when he had presented the gifts unto him, he followed his companions that came along with him. Then returning from Galgal, where the idols were, he said to the king, I have a secret message to thee, O king. And he commanded silence. And all being gone out that were about him, Aod went in to him. Now he was sitting in a summer parlor alone, and he said, I have a word from God to thee. And he forthwith rose up from his throne, and Aod put forth his left hand, and took the dagger from his right thigh, and thrust it into his belly, with such force that the haft went in after the blade into the wound, and was closed up with the abundance of fat, so that he did not draw out the dagger, but left it in his body, as he had struck it in. And forthwith by the secret parts of nature the excrements of the belly came out. But Aod, carefully shutting the doors of the parlor and locking them, went out by a postern door. And the king's servants going in saw the doors of the parlor shut, and they said, Perhaps he is easing nature in his summer parlor. And waiting a long time till they were ashamed, and seeing that no man opened the door, they took a key, and opening, they found their lord lying dead on the ground. But Aod, while they were in confusion, escaped and passed by the place of the idols from whence he had returned. And he came to Searath, and forthwith he sounded the trumpet in Mount Ephraim. And the children of Israel went down with him, he himself going in the front. And he said to them, Follow me, for the Lord hath delivered our enemies the Moabites into our hands. And they went down after him, and seized upon the fords of the Jordan, which are in the way to Moab, and they suffered no man to pass over. But they slew of the Moabites at that time about 10,000, all strong and valiant men, none of them could escape. And Moab was humbled that day under the hand of Israel, and the land rested 80 years. After him was Samgar the son of Anath, who slew of the Philistines 600 men with a plowshare, and he also defended Israel. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord after the death of Aod. And the Lord delivered them up into the hands of Jaban, king of Canaan, who reigned in Azor. And he had a general of his army named Sisera, and he dwelt in Harosheth of the Gentiles. And the children of Israel cried to the Lord, for he had 900 chariots set with scythes, and for 20 years had grievously oppressed them. And there was at that time Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, who judged the people. And she sat under a palm tree, which was called by her name, between Ramah and Bethel in Mount Ephraim. And the children of Israel came up to her for all judgment. And she sent and called Barak, the son of Abinoam, out of Kedes in Naphtali, and she said to him, The Lord God of Israel hath commanded thee, Go and lead an army to Mount Thabor, and thou shalt take with thee 10,000 fighting men of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Zabulon. And I will bring unto thee in the place of the torrent Kison Sisera, the general of Jabin's army, and his chariots, and all his multitude, and will deliver them into thy hand. And Barak said to her, If thou wilt come with me, I will go. If thou wilt not come with me, I will not go. She said to him, I will go indeed with thee, but at this time the victory shall not be attributed to thee, because Sisera shall be delivered into the hand of a woman. Deborah therefore arose, and went with Barak to Kedesh. And he called unto him Zebulun and Naphtali, and went with 10,000 fighting men, having Deborah in his company. Now Heber the Kenite had some time before departed from the rest of the Kenites his brethren, the sons of Hobab, the kinsman of Moses, and had pitched his tents unto the valley which is called Selnim, and was near Kedesh. And it was told Sisera that Barak the son of Abinoam was gone up to Mount Tabor, and he gathered together his 900 chariots armed with scythes, and all his army from Harosheth of the Gentiles to the torrent Kison. And Deborah said to Barak, Arise, for this is the day wherein the Lord hath delivered Sisera into thy hands. Behold, he is thy leader. And Barak went down from Mount Tabor, and 10,000 fighting men with him. And the Lord struck a terror into Sisera, and all his chariots and all his multitude, with the edge of the sword, at the sight of Barak, insomuch that Sisera, leaping down from off his chariot, fled away on foot. And Barak pursued after the fleeing chariots and the army unto Harosheth of the Gentiles, and all the multitude of the enemies was utterly destroyed. But Sisera, fleeing, came to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, for there was peace between Jabin the king of Asur and the house of Heber the Kenite. And Jael went forth to meet Sisera, and said to him, Come in to me, my lord, come in, fear not. He went into her tent, and being covered by her with a cloak, said to her, Give me, I beseech thee, a little water, for I am very thirsty. She opened a bottle of milk, and gave him to drink, and covered him. And Sisera said to her, Stand before the door of the tent, and when any shall come and inquire of thee, saying, Is there any man here? Thou shalt say, There is none. So Jael, Heber's wife, took a nail of the tent, and taking also a hammer, and going in softly and with silence, she put the nail upon the temples of his head, and striking it with the hammer, drove it through his brain fast into the ground, and so passing from deep sleep to death, he fainted away and died. And behold, Barak came pursuing after Sisera, and Jael went out to meet him, and said to him, Come, and I will show thee the man whom thou seekest. And when he came into her tent, he saw Sisera lying dead, and the nail fastened in his temples. So God that day humbled Jabin the king of Canaan before the children of Israel, who grew daily stronger, and with a mighty hand overpowered Jabin king of Canaan, till they quite destroyed him. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. In that day Deborah and Barak son of Abinoam sung, and said, O you of Israel that have willingly offered your lives to danger, bless the Lord. Hear, O ye kings, give ear, ye princes. It is I that will sing to the Lord. I will sing to the Lord, the God of Israel. O Lord, when thou wentest out of Seir, and passedst by the regions of Edom, the earth trembled, and the heavens dropped water. The mountains melted before the face of the Lord, and Sinai before the face of the Lord, the God of Israel. In the days of Samgar the son of Anath, in the days of Jael, the paths rested, and they that went by them walked through byways. The valiant men ceased and rested in Israel, until Deborah arose, a mother arose in Israel. The Lord chose new wars, and he himself overthrew the gates of the enemies. A shield and spear was not seen among 40,000 of Israel. My heart loveth the princes of Israel. O you that of your own good will offered yourselves to danger, bless the Lord. Speak, you that ride upon fair asses, and you that sit in judgment and walk in the way. Where the chariots were dashed together, and the army of the enemies was choked, there let the justices of the Lord be rehearsed, and his clemency towards the brave men of Israel. Then the people of the Lord went down to the gates, and obtained the sovereignty. Arise, arise, O Deborah, arise, arise, and utter a canticle. Arise, Barak, and take hold of thy captives, O son of Abinoam. The remnants of the people are saved. The Lord hath fought among the valiant ones. Out of Ephraim he destroyed them into Amalek, and after him out of Benjamin into thy people, O Amalek. Out of Machir there came down princes, and out of Zabulon they that led the army to fight. The captains of Issachar were with Deborah, and followed the steps of Barak, who exposed himself to danger as one going headlong and into a pit. Reuben being divided against himself, there was found a strife of courageous men. Why dwellest thou between two borders, that thou mayest hear the bleatings of the flocks? Reuben being divided against himself, there was found a strife of courageous men. Gilead rested beyond the Jordan, and Dan applied himself to ships. Aser dwelt on the seashore, and abode in the havens. But Zabulon and Naphtali offered their lives to death in the region of Meromi. The kings came and fought, the kings of Canaan fought in Thanak by the waters of Megiddo, and yet they took no spoils. War from heaven was made against them. The stars, remaining in their order and courses, fought against Sisera. The torrent of Kison dragged their carcasses. The torrent of Kedumim, the torrent of Kisoi. Tread thou, my soul, upon the strong ones. The hoofs of the horses were broken, whilst the stoutest of the enemies fled amain, and fell headlong down. Curse ye the land of Meroz, said the angel of the Lord. Curse the inhabitants thereof, because they came not to the help of the Lord, to help his most valiant men. Blessed among women be Jahel, the wife of Heber the Kenite, and blessed be she in her tent. He asked her water, and she gave him milk, and offered him butter in a dish fit for princes. She put her left hand to the nail, and her right hand to the workman's hammer, and she struck Sisera, seeking in his head a place for the wound, and strongly piercing through his temples. At her feet he fell, he fainted, and he died. He rolled before her feet, and he lay lifeless and wretched. His mother looked out at a window and howled, and she spoke from the dining room, Why is his chariot so long in coming back? Why are the feet of his horses so slow? One that was wiser than the rest of his wives returned this answer to her mother-in-law. Perhaps he is now dividing the spoils, and the fairest of the women is chosen out for him. Garments of divers colors are given to Sisera for his prey, and furniture of different kinds is heaped together to adorn the necks. So let all thy enemies perish, O Lord, but let them that love thee shine, as the sun shineth in his rising. And the land rested for 40 years. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord. And he delivered them into the hand of Madian 7 years. And they were grievously oppressed by them, and they made themselves dens and caves in the mountains, and strongholds to resist. And when Israel had sown, Madian and Amalek and the rest of the eastern nations came up, and pitching their tents among them, wasted all things as they were in the blade, even to the entrance of Gaza. And they left nothing at all in Israel for sustenance of life, nor sheep, nor oxen, nor asses. For they and all their flocks came with their tents, and like locusts filled all places, an innumerable multitude of men and of camels, wasting whatsoever they touched. And Israel was humbled exceedingly in the sight of Madian. And he cried to the Lord, desiring help against the Midianites. And he sent unto them a prophet, and he spoke, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I made you to come up out of Egypt, and brought you out of the house of bondage, and delivered you out of the hands of the Egyptians, and of all the enemies that afflicted you. And I cast them out at your coming in, and gave you their land. And I said, I am the Lord your God, fear not the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. And you would not hear my voice. And an angel of the Lord came, and sat under an oak that was in Ephraim, and belonged to Joaz, the father of the family of Ezri. And when Gideon, his son, was threshing and cleansing wheat by the winepress to flee from Madian, the angel of the Lord appeared to him and said, The Lord is with thee, O most valiant of men. And Gideon said to him, I beseech thee, my Lord, if the Lord be with us, why have these evils fallen upon us? Where are his miracles, which our fathers have told us of, saying, The Lord brought us out of Egypt? But now the Lord hath forsaken us, and delivered us into the hands of Madian. And the Lord looked upon him, and said, Go in this thy strength, and thou shalt deliver Israel out of the hand of Madian. Know that I have sent thee. He answered and said, I beseech thee, my Lord, wherewith shall I deliver Israel? Behold, my family is the meanest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house. And the Lord said to him, I will be with thee, and thou shalt cut off Madian as one man. And he said, If I have found grace before thee, give me a sign that it is thou that speakest to me, and depart not hence, till I return to thee, and bring a sacrifice, and offer it to thee. And he answered, I will wait thy coming. So Gideon went in, and boiled a kid, and made unleavened loaves of a measure of flour, and putting the flesh in a basket, and the broth of the flesh into a pot, he carried all under the oak, and presented to him. And the angel of the Lord said to him, Take the flesh and the unleavened loaves, and lay them upon that rock, and pour out the broth thereon. And when he had done so, the angel of the Lord put forth the tip of the rod which he held in his hand, and touched the flesh and the unleavened loaves. And there arose a fire from the rock, and consumed the flesh and the unleavened loaves, and the angel of the Lord vanished out of his sight. And Gideon, seeing that it was the angel of the Lord, said, Alas, my Lord God, for I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face. And the Lord said to him, Peace be with thee, fear not, thou shalt not die. And Gideon built there an altar to the Lord, and called it the Lord's Peace, until this present day. And when he was yet in Ephraim, which is of the family of Ezri, that night the Lord said to him, Take a bullock of thy fathers, and another bullock of 7 years, and thou shalt destroy the altar of Baal, which is thy father's, and cut down the grove that is about the altar, and thou shalt build an altar to the Lord thy God in the top of this rock, whereupon thou didst lay the sacrifice before, and thou shalt take the second bullock, and shalt offer a holocaust upon a pile of the wood which thou shalt cut down out of the grove. Then Gideon, taking 10 men of his servants, did as the Lord had commanded him. But fearing his father's house and the men of that city, he would not do it by day, but did all by night. And when the men of that town were risen in the morning, they saw the altar of Baal destroyed, and the grove cut down, and the second bullock laid upon the altar, which then was built. And they said one to another, Who hath done this? And when they inquired for the author of the fact, it was said, Gideon the son of Joaz did all this. And they said to Joaz, Bring out thy son hither, that he may die, because he hath destroyed the altar of Baal, and hath cut down his grove. He answered them, Are you the avengers of Baal, that you fight for him? He that is his adversary, let him die before tomorrow light appear. If he be a god, let him revenge himself on him that hath cast down his altar. From that day Gideon was called Jerubbaal, because Joaz had said, Let Baal revenge himself on him that hath cast down his altar. Now all Madian and Amalek and the eastern people were gathered together, and passing over the Jordan, camped in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord came upon Gideon, and he sounded the trumpet, and called together the house of Abiezer to follow him. And he sent messengers into all Manasseh, and they also followed him, and other messengers into Aser, and Zabulon, and Naphtali, and they came to meet him. And Gideon said to God, If thou wilt save Israel by my hand, as thou hast said, I will put this fleece of wool on the floor, if there be dew on the fleece only, and let it be dry on all the ground beside, I shall know that by my hand, as thou hast said, thou wilt deliver Israel. And it was so. And rising before day, wringing the fleece, he filled a vessel with the dew. And he said again to God, Let not thy wrath be kindled against me, if I try once more, seeking a sign in the fleece. I pray that the fleece only may be dry, and all the ground wet with dew. And God did that night as he had requested, and it was dry on the fleece only, and there was dew on all the ground. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Then Jerubbaal, who is the same as Gideon, rising up early, and all the people with him, came to the fountain that is called Harad. Now the camp of Madian was in the valley on the north side of the high hill. And the Lord said to Gideon, The people that are with thee are many, and Madian shall not be delivered into their hands, lest Israel should glory against me, and say, I was delivered by my own strength. Speak to the people, and proclaim in the hearing of all, Whosoever is fearful and timorous, let him return. So 22,000 men went away from Mount Gilead, and returned home, and only 10,000 remained. And the Lord said to Gideon, The people are still too many. Bring them to the waters, and there I will try them. And of whom I shall say to thee, This shall go with thee, let him go. Whom I shall forbid to go, let him return. And when the people were come down to the waters, the Lord said to Gideon, They that shall lap the water with their tongues, as dogs are wont to lap, thou shalt set apart by themselves. But they that shall drink, bowing down their knees, shall be on the other side. And the number of them that had lapped water, casting it with the hand to their mouth, was 300 men, and all the rest of the multitude had drunk kneeling. And the Lord said to Gideon, By the 300 men that lapped water I will save you, and deliver Madian into thy hand, but let all the rest of the people return to their place. So, taking victuals and trumpets according to their number, he ordered all the rest of the multitude to depart to their tents. And he with the 300 gave himself to the battle. Now the camp of Madian was beneath him in the valley. The same night the Lord said to him, Arise, and go down into the camp, because I have delivered them into thy hand. But if thou be afraid to go alone, let Pharaoh thy servant go down with thee. And when thou shalt hear what they are saying, then shall thy hands be strengthened, and thou shalt go down more secure to the enemy's camp. And he went down with Pharaoh his servant into part of the camp, where was the watch of men in arms. But Madian and Amalek and all the eastern people lay scattered in the valley, as a multitude of locusts. Their camels also were innumerable, as the sand that lieth on the seashore. And when Gideon was come, one told his neighbor a dream, and in this manner related what he had seen. I dreamt a dream, and it seemed to me as if a hearth-cake of barley bread rolled and came down into the camp of Madian, and when it was come to a tent it struck it, and beat it down flat to the ground. He to whom he spoke answered, This is nothing else but the sword of Gideon the son of Joash, a man of Israel, for the Lord hath delivered Madian and all their camp into his hand. And when Gideon had heard the dream and the interpretation thereof, he adored, and returned to the camp of Israel, and said, Arise, for the Lord hath delivered the camp of Madian into our hands. And he divided the 300 men into 3 parts, and gave them trumpets in their hands, and empty pitchers, and lamps within the pitchers. And he said to them, What you shall see me do, do you the same. I will go into one part of the camp, and do you as I shall do. When the trumpet shall sound in my hand, do you also blow the trumpets on every side of the camp. And Gideon and the 300 men that were with him went into part of the camp at the beginning of the midnight watch, and the watchmen being alarmed, they began to sound their trumpets, and to clap the pitchers one against another. And when they sounded their trumpets in 3 places round about the camp, and had broken their pitchers, they held their lamps in their left hands, and with their right hands the trumpets which they blew, and they cried out, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon, standing every man in his place round about the enemy's camp. So all the camp was troubled, and crying out, and howling they fled away. And the 300 men nevertheless persisted, sounding the trumpets. And the Lord sent the sword into all the camp, and they killed one another, fleeing as far as Bethseta, and the border of Abel-Maholah in Tebath. But the men of Israel, shouting from Naphtali and Aser, and from all Manasseh, pursued after Madian. And Gideon sent messengers into all Mount Ephraim, saying, Come down to meet Madian, and take the waters before them to Bethbara and the Jordan. And all Ephraim shouted, and took the waters before them and the Jordan, as far as Bethbara. And having taken 2 men of Madian, Oreb and Zeb, Oreb they slew in the rock of Oreb, and Zeb in the winepress of Zeb. And they pursued Madian, carrying the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon beyond the waters of the Jordan. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. And the men of Ephraim said to him, What is this that thou meanest to do? that thou wouldest not call us when thou wentest to fight against Madian? And they chid him sharply, and almost offered violence. And he answered them, What could I have done like to that which you have done? Is not one bunch of grapes of Ephraim better than the vintages of Abiezer? The Lord hath delivered into your hands the princes of Madian, Oreb and Zeb. What could I have done like to what you have done? And when he had said this, their spirit was appeased, with which they swelled against him. And when Gideon was come to the Jordan, he passed over it with the 300 men that were with him, who were so weary that they could not pursue after them that fled. And he said to the men of Succoth, Give, I beseech you, bread to the people that is with me, for they are faint, that we may pursue Zebiah and Salmanah, the kings of Madian. The princes of Succoth answered, Peradventure the palms of the hands of Zebiah and Salmanah are in thy hand, and therefore thou demandest that we should give bread to thy army. And he said to them, When the Lord therefore shall have delivered Zebiah and Salmanah into my hands, I will thresh your flesh with the thorns and briars of the desert. And going up from thence he came to Phanuel, and he spoke the like things to the men of that place. And they also answered him as the men of Succoth had answered. He said therefore to them also, When I shall return a conqueror in peace, I will destroy this tower. But Zebiah and Salmanah were resting with all their army. For 15,000 men were left of all the troops of the eastern people, and 120,000 warriors that drew the sword were slain. And Gideon went up by the way of them that dwelt in tents on the east of Nobi and Jogbeah, and smote the camp of the enemies who were secure, and suspected no hurt. And Zebiah and Salmanah fled, and Gideon pursued and took them, all their host being put in confusion. And returning from the battle before the sun rising, he took a boy of the men of Succoth, and he asked him the names of the princes and ancients of Succoth, and he described unto him 77 men. And he came to Succoth, and said to them, Behold, Zebiah and Salmanah, concerning whom you upbraided me, saying, Peradventure the hands of Zebiah and Salmanah are in thy hands, and therefore thou demandest that we should give bread to the men that are weary and faint. So he took the ancients of the city, and thorns and briars of the desert, and tore them with the same, and cut in pieces the men of Succoth. And he demolished the tower of Phanuel, and slew the men of the city. And he said to Zebiah and Salmanah, What manner of men were they whom you slew in Thabor? They answered, They were like thee, and one of them as the son of a king. He answered them, They were my brethren, the sons of my mother. As the Lord liveth, if you had saved them, I would not kill you. And he said to Jether his eldest son, Arise and slay them. But he drew not his sword, for he was afraid, being but yet a boy. And Zebiah and Salmanah said, Do thou rise and run upon us, because the strength of a man is according to his age. Gideon rose up and slew Zebiah and Salmanah, and he took the ornaments and bosses with which the necks of the camels of kings are wont to be adorned. And all the men of Israel said to Gideon, Rule thou over us, and thy son and thy son's son, because thou hast delivered us from the hand of Madian. And he said to them, I will not rule over you, neither shall my son rule over you, but the Lord shall rule over you. And he said to them, I desire one request of you, give me the earlets of your spoils. For the Ishmaelites were accustomed to wear golden earlets. They answered, We will give them most willingly. And spreading a mantle on the ground, they cast upon it the earlets of the spoils. And the weight of the earlets that he requested was 1,700 sickles of gold, besides the ornaments and jewels and purple raiment, which the kings of Madian were wont to use, and besides the golden chains that were about the camels' necks. And Gideon made an ephod thereof, and put it in his city Ephra, and all Israel committed fornication with it, and it became a ruin to Gideon and to all his house. But Madian was humbled before the children of Israel, neither could they any more lift up their heads. But the land rested for 40 years, while Gideon presided. So Jerubbaal the son of Joaz went, and dwelt in his own house. And he had 70 sons, who came out of his thigh, for he had many wives. And his concubine that he had in Shechem bore him a son, whose name was Abimelech. And Gideon the son of Joaz died in a good old age, and was buried in the sepulchre of his father in Ephra of the family of Ezri. But after Gideon was dead, the children of Israel turned again, and committed fornication with Baalim, and they made a covenant with Baal, that he should be their God. And they remembered not the Lord their God, who delivered them out of the hands of all their enemies round about. Neither did they show mercy to the house of Jerubbaal Gideon, according to all the good things he had done to Israel. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. And Abimelech the son of Jerubbaal went to Shechem to his mother's brethren, and spoke to them, and to all the kindred of his mother's father, saying, Speak to all the men of Shechem, whether is better for you that 70 men, all the sons of Jerubbaal, should rule over you, or that 1 man should rule over you? And withal consider that I am your bone and your flesh. And his mother's brethren spoke of him to all the men of Shechem all these words, and they inclined their hearts after Abimelech, saying, He is our brother. And they gave him 70 weight of silver out of the temple of Baal-berith, wherewith he hired to himself men that were needy and vagabonds, and they followed him. And he came to his father's house in Ephra, and slew his brethren, the sons of Jerubbaal, 70 men, upon 1 stone, and there remained only Joatham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, who was hidden. And all the men of Shechem were gathered together, and all the families of the city of Millo, and they went and made Abimelech king by the oak that stood in Shechem. This being told to Joatham, he went and stood on the top of Mount Gerizim, and lifting up his voice he cried and said, Hear me, ye men of Shechem, so may God hear you. The trees went to anoint a king over them, and they said to the olive tree, Reign thou over us. And it answered, Can I leave my fatness, which both gods and men make use of, to come to be promoted among the trees? And the trees said to the fig tree, Come thou and reign over us. And it answered them, Can I leave my sweetness and my delicious fruits, and go to be promoted among the other trees? And the trees said to the vine, Come thou and reign over us. And it answered them, Can I forsake my wine that cheereth God and men, and be promoted among the other trees? And all the trees said to the bramble, Come thou and reign over us. And it answered them, If indeed you mean to make me king, come ye and rest under my shadow. But if you mean it not, let fire come out from the bramble, and devour the cedars of Libanus. Now therefore, if you have done well and without sin in appointing Abimelech king over you, and have dealt well with Jerubbaal and with his house, and have made a suitable return for the benefits of him who fought for you, and exposed his life to dangers to deliver you from the hands of Madian, and you are now risen up against my father's house, and have killed his sons 70 men upon one stone, and have made Abimelech the son of his handmaid king over the inhabitants of Shechem, because he is your brother. If therefore you have dealt well, and without fault with Jerubbaal and his house, rejoice ye this day in Abimelech, and may he rejoice in you. But if unjustly, let fire come out from him, and consume the inhabitants of Shechem, and the town of Millo, and let fire come out from the men of Shechem, and from the town of Millo, and devour Abimelech. And when he had said thus, he fled, and went into Beerah, and dwelt there for fear of Abimelech his brother. So Abimelech reigned over Israel for 3 years. And the Lord sent a very evil spirit between Abimelech and the inhabitants of Shechem, who began to detest him, and to leave the crime of the murder of the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, and the shedding of their blood upon Abimelech their brother, and upon the rest of the princes of the Shechemites, who aided him. And they set an ambush against him on the top of the mountains, and while they waited for his coming, they committed robberies, taking spoils of all that passed by, and it was told Abimelech. And Gaal, the son of Obed, came with his brethren, and went over to Shechem, and the inhabitants of Shechem, taking courage at his coming, went out into the fields, wasting the vineyards, and treading down the grapes, and singing and dancing. They went into the temple of their God, and in their banquets and cups they cursed Abimelech. And Gaal, the son of Obed, cried, Who is Abimelech, and what is Shechem, that we should serve him? Is he not the son of Jerubbaal, and hath made Zebul his servant ruler over the men of Emor, the father of Shechem? Why then shall we serve him? Would to God that some man would put his people under my hand, that I might remove Abimelech out of the way. And it was said to Abimelech, Gather together the multitude of an army, and come. For Zebul, the ruler of the city, hearing the words of Gaal, the son of Obed, was very angry, and sent messengers privately to Abimelech, saying, Behold, Gaal, the son of Obed, is come into Shechem with his brethren, and endeavoureth to set the city against thee. Arise therefore in the night with the people that is with thee, and be hid in the field, and betimes in the morning at sunrising set upon the city. And when he shall come out against thee with his people, do to him what thou shalt be able. Abimelech therefore arose with all his army by night, and laid ambushes near Shechem in 4 places. And Gaal the son of Obed went out, and stood in the entrance of the gate of the city. And Abimelech rose up, and all his army with him, from the places of the ambushes. And when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, Behold, a multitude cometh down from the mountains. And he answered him, Thou seest the shadows of the mountains, as if they were the heads of men, and this is thy mistake. Again Gaal said, Behold, there cometh people down from the middle of the land, and one troop cometh by the way that looketh towards the oak. And Zebul said to him, Where is now thy mouth wherewith thou saidst, Who is Abimelech, that we should serve him? Is not this the people which thou didst despise? Go out and fight against him. So Gaal went out in the sight of the people of Shechem, and fought against Abimelech, who chased and put him to flight, and drove him to the city, and many were slain of his people, even to the gate of the city. And Abimelech sat down in Rumah, but Zebul drove Gaal and his companions out of the city, and would not suffer them to abide in it. So the day following the people went out into the field, and it was told Abimelech. And he took his army, and divided it into 3 companies, and laid ambushes in the fields. And seeing that the people came out of the city, he arose and set upon them with his own company, assaulting and besieging the city, whilst the 2 other companies chased the enemies that were scattered about the field. And Abimelech assaulted the city all that day, and took it, and killed the inhabitants thereof, and demolished it, so that he sowed salt in it. And when they who dwelt in the tower of Shechem had heard this, they went into the temple of their god Berith, where they had made a covenant with him, and from thence the place had taken its name, and it was exceeding strong. Abimelech also, hearing that the men of the tower of Shechem were gathered together, went up into Mount Salmon, he and all his people with him. And taking an axe, he cut down the bough of a tree, and laying it on his shoulder and carrying it, he said to his companions, What you see me do, do you out of hand. So they cut down boughs from the trees, every man as fast as he could, and followed their leader. And surrounding the fort, they set it on fire. And so it came to pass that with the smoke and with the fire 1,000 persons were killed, men and women together, of the inhabitants of the tower of Shechem. Then Abimelech, departing from thence, came to the town of Thebes, which he surrounded and besieged with his army. And there was in the midst of the city a high tower, to which both the men and the women were fled together, and all the princes of the city, and having shut and strongly barred the gate, they stood upon the battlements of the tower to defend themselves. And Abimelech, coming near the tower, fought stoutly, and approaching to the gate, endeavored to set fire to it. And behold, a certain woman, casting a piece of a millstone from above, dashed it against the head of Abimelech, and broke his skull. And he called hastily to his armor-bearer, and said to him, Draw thy sword, and kill me, lest it should be said that I was slain by a woman. He did as he was commanded, and slew him. And when he was dead, all the men of Israel that were with him returned to their homes. And God repaid the evil that Abimelech had done against his father, killing his 70 brethren. The Shechemites also were rewarded for what they had done, and the curse of Joatham, the son of Jerubbaal, came upon them. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. After Abimelech there arose a ruler in Israel, Thola, son of Phua, the uncle of Abimelech, a man of Issachar, who dwelt in Samir of Mount Ephraim. And he judged Israel 23 years, and he died and was buried in Samir. To him succeeded Jair the Gileadite, who judged Israel for 22 years, having 30 sons that rode on 30 ass colts, and were princes of 30 cities, which from his name were called Havoth Jair, that is, the towns of Jair, until this present day in the land of Gilead. And Jair died, and was buried in the place which was called Camon. But the children of Israel, adding new sins to their old ones, did evil in the sight of the Lord, and served idols, Baalim, and Ashtaroth, and the gods of Syria, and of Sidon, and of Moab, and of the children of Ammon, and of the Philistines. And they left the Lord, and did not serve him. And the Lord, being angry with them, delivered them into the hands of the Philistines, and of the children of Ammon. And they were afflicted and grievously oppressed for 18 years, all they that dwelt beyond the Jordan in the land of the Amorite, who is in Gilead, insomuch that the children of Ammon passing over the Jordan wasted Judah and Benjamin and Ephraim, and Israel was distressed exceedingly. And they cried to the Lord, and said, We have sinned against thee, because we have forsaken the Lord our God, and have served Baalim. And the Lord said to them, Did not the Egyptians, and the Amorites, and the children of Ammon, and the Philistines, the Sidonians also, and Amalek, and Canaan oppress you? And you cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hand. And yet you have forsaken me, and have worshipped strange gods. Therefore I will deliver you no more. Go and call upon the gods which you have chosen. Let them deliver you in the time of distress. And the children of Israel said to the Lord, We have sinned. Do thou unto us whatsoever pleaseth thee, only deliver us this time. And saying these things, they cast away out of their coasts all the idols of strange gods, and served the Lord their God, and he was touched with their miseries. And the children of Ammon, shouting together, pitched their tents in Gilead, against whom the children of Israel assembled themselves together, and camped in Maspha. And the princes of Gilead said one to another, Whosoever of us shall first begin to fight against the children of Ammon, he shall be the leader of the people of Gilead. End of chapter 10. Judges chapters 11 through 21 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. There was at that time Jephthah the Gileadite, a most valiant man and a warrior, the son of a woman that was a harlot, and his father was Gilead. Now Gilead had a wife of whom he had sons, who, after they were grown up, thrust out Jephthah, saying, Thou canst not inherit in the house of our father, because thou art born of another mother. Then he fled, and avoided them, and dwelt in the land of Tob. And there were gathered to him needy men and robbers, and they followed him as their prince. In those days the children of Ammon made war against Israel, and as they pressed hard upon them, the ancients of Gilead went to fetch Jephthah out of the land of Tob to help them. And they said to him, Come thou and be our prince, and fight against the children of Ammon. And he answered them, Are not you the men that hated me, and cast me out of my father's house? And now you are come to me constrained by necessity? And the princes of Gilead said to Jephthah, For this cause we are now come to thee, that thou mayst go with us, and fight against the children of Ammon, and be head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. Jephthah also said to them, If you be come to me sincerely, that I should fight for you against the children of Ammon, and the Lord shall deliver them into my hand, shall I be your prince? They answered him, The Lord who heareth these things, he himself is mediator, and witness that we will do as we have promised. Jephthah therefore went with the princes of Gilead, and all the people made him their prince. And Jephthah spoke all his words before the Lord in Mizpah. And he sent messengers to the king of the children of Ammon to say in his name, What hast thou to do with me, that thou art come against me to waste my land? And he answered them, Because Israel took away my land when he came up out of Egypt, from the confines of the Arnon unto the Jabbok and the Jordan, now therefore restore the same peaceably to me. And Jephthah again sent word by them, and commanded them to say to the king of Ammon, Thus saith Jephthah, Israel did not take away the land of Moab, nor the land of the children of Ammon. But when they came up out of Egypt, he walked through the desert to the Red Sea, and came into Kadesh. And he sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, Suffer me to pass through thy land. But he would not condescend to his request. He sent also to the king of Moab, who likewise refused to give him passage. He abode therefore in Kadesh, and went round the land of Edom at the side, and the land of Moab, and came over against the east coast of the land of Moab, and camped on the other side of the Arnon, and he would not enter the bounds of Moab. So Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and they said to him, Suffer me to pass through thy land to the river. But he also, despising the words of Israel, suffered him not to pass through his borders, but gathering an infinite multitude, went out against him to Jaza, and made strong opposition. And the Lord delivered him with all his army into the hands of Israel, and he slew him, and possessed all the land of the Amorite, the inhabitant of that country, and all the coasts thereof, from the Arnon to the Jabbok, and from the wilderness to the Jordan. So the Lord, the God of Israel, destroyed the Amorite, his people of Israel, fighting against him. And wilt thou now possess this land? Are not those things which thy God Chemosh possesseth due to thee by right? But what the Lord our God hath obtained by conquest shall be our possession. Unless perhaps thou art better than Balak, the son of Sephor, king of Moab, or canst show that he strove against Israel, and fought against him, whereas he hath dwelt in Heshbon and the villages thereof, and in Aroer and its villages, and in all the cities near the Jordan for 300 years. Why have you for so long a time attempted nothing about this claim? Therefore I do not trespass against thee, but thou wrongest me by declaring an unjust war against me. The Lord be judge, and decide this day between Israel and the children of Ammon. And the king of the children of Ammon would not hearken to the words of Jephthah, which he sent him by the messengers. Therefore the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and going round Gilead and Manasseh and Mizpah of Gilead, and passing over from thence to the children of Ammon, he made a vow to the Lord, saying, If thou wilt deliver the children of Ammon into my hands, whosoever shall first come forth out of the doors of my house, and shall meet me when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, the same will I offer a holocaust to the Lord. And Jephthah passed over to the children of Ammon to fight against them, and the Lord delivered them into his hands. And he smote them from Aroer till you come to Meneth, 20 cities, and as far as Abel, which is set with vineyards, with a very great slaughter. And the children of Ammon were humbled by the children of Israel. And when Jephthah returned into Mizpah to his house, his only daughter met him with timbrels and with dances, for he had no other children. And when he saw her, he rent his garments, and said, Alas, my daughter, thou hast deceived me, and thou thyself art deceived. For I have opened my mouth to the Lord, and I can do no other thing. And she answered him, My father, if thou hast opened thy mouth to the Lord, do unto me whatsoever thou hast promised, since the victory hath been granted to thee, and revenge of thy enemies. And she said to her father, Grant me only this which I desire. Let me go, that I may go about the mountains for 2 months, and may bewail my virginity with my companions. And he answered her, Go. And he sent her away for 2 months. And when she was gone with her comrades and companions, she mourned her virginity in the mountains. And the 2 months being expired, she returned to her father, and he did to her as he had vowed, and she knew no man. From thence came a fashion in Israel, and a custom has been kept, that from year to year the daughters of Israel assembled together, and lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite for 4 days. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. But behold, there arose a sedition in Ephraim, and passing towards the north, they said to Jephthah, When thou wentest to fight against the children of Ammon, why wouldst thou not call us, that we might go with thee? Therefore we will burn thy house. And he answered them, I and my people were at great strife with the children of Ammon, and I called you to assist me, and you would not do it. And when I saw this, I put my life in my own hands, and passed over against the children of Ammon, and the Lord delivered them into my hands. What have I deserved that you should rise up to fight against me? Then calling to him all the men of Gilead, he fought against Ephraim, and the men of Gilead defeated Ephraim, because he had said, Gilead is a fugitive of Ephraim, and dwelleth in the midst of Ephraim and Manasseh. And the Gileadites secured the fords of the Jordan by which Ephraim was to return. And when any one of the number of Ephraim came thither in the flight, and said, I beseech you, let me pass, the Gileadites said to him, Art thou not an Ephraimite? If he said, I am not, they asked him, Say then, Skibboleth, which is interpreted an ear of corn. But he answered, Sibboleth, not being able to express an ear of corn by the same letter. Then presently they took him and killed him in the very passage of the Jordan. And there fell at that time of Ephraim 42,000. And Jephthah the Gileadite judged Israel 6 years, and he died and was buried in his city of Gilead. After him Abizan of Bethlehem judged Israel. He had 30 sons, and as many daughters, whom he sent abroad, and gave to husbands, and took wives for his sons of the same number, bringing them into his house. And he judged Israel 7 years, and he died and was buried in Bethlehem. To him succeeded Ahialan, a Zebulunite, and he judged Israel 10 years, and he died and was buried in Zebulun. After him Abdon, the son of Elel, a Pharathonite, judged Israel, and he had 40 sons, and of them 30 grandsons, mounted upon 70 ass colts, and he judged Israel 8 years. And he died and was buried in Pharathon in the land of Ephraim, in the mount of Amalek. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord, and he delivered them into the hands of the Philistines 40 years. Now there was a certain man of Sariah, and of the race of Dan, whose name was Menui. and his wife was barren. And an angel of the Lord appeared to her, and said, Thou art barren and without children, but thou shalt conceive, and bear a son. Now therefore beware, and drink no wine nor strong drink, and eat not any unclean thing, because thou shalt conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall touch his head, for he shall be a Nazarite of God from his infancy, and from his mother's womb, and he shall begin to deliver Israel from the hands of the Philistines. And when she was come to her husband, she said to him, A man of God came to me, having the countenance of an angel, very awful. And when I asked him who he was, and whence he came, and by what name he was called, he would not tell me. But he answered thus, Behold, thou shalt conceive and bear a son. Beware thou drink no wine nor strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing. For the child shall be a Nazarite of God from his infancy, from his mother's womb until the day of his death. Then Menui prayed to the Lord, and said, I beseech thee, O Lord, that the male of God, whom thou didst send, may come again, and teach us what we ought to do concerning the child that shall be born. And the Lord heard the prayer of Menui, and the angel of the Lord appeared again to his wife, as she was sitting in the field. But Menui, her husband, was not with her. And when she saw the angel, she made haste, and ran to her husband, and told him, saying, Behold, the man hath appeared to me whom I saw before. He rose up and followed his wife, and coming to the man said to him, Art thou he that spoke to the woman? And he answered, I am. And Menui said to him, When thy word shall come to pass, what wilt thou that the child should do, or from what shall he keep himself? And the angel of the Lord said to Menui, From all the things I have spoken of to thy wife, let her refrain herself, and let her eat nothing that cometh of the vine, neither let her drink wine or strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing. And whatsoever I have commanded her, let her fulfill and observe. And Menui said to the angel of the Lord, I beseech thee to consent to my request, and let us dress a kid for thee. And the angel answered him, If thou press me, I will not eat of thy bread. But if thou wilt offer a holocaust, offer it to the Lord. And Menui knew not it was the angel of the Lord. And he said to him, What is thy name, that if thy word shall come to pass, we may honor thee? And he answered him, Why askest thou my name, which is wonderful? Then Menui took a kid of the flocks and the libations, and put them upon a rock, offering to the Lord, who doth wonderful things. And he and his wife looked on. And when the flame from the altar went up towards heaven, the angel of the Lord ascended also in the flame. And when Menui and his wife saw this, they fell flat on the ground. And the angel of the Lord appeared to them no more. And forthwith Menui understood that it was an angel of the Lord. And he said to his wife, We shall certainly die, because we have seen God. And his wife answered him, If the Lord had a mind to kill us, he would not have received a holocaust and libations at our hands, neither would he have showed us all these things, nor have told us the things that are to come. And she bore a son, and called his name Samson. And the child grew, and the Lord blessed him. And the Spirit of the Lord began to be with him in the camp of Dan, between Saraiah and Eshtaol. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Then Samson went down to Thamnathleah, and seeing there a woman of the daughters of the Philistines, he came up and told his father and his mother, saying, I saw a woman in Thamnathah of the daughters of the Philistines. I beseech you, take her for me to wife. And his father and mother said to him, Is there no woman among the daughters of thy brethren, or among all my people, that thou wilt take a wife of the Philistines, who are uncircumcised? And Samson said to his father, Take this woman for me, for she hath pleased my eyes. Now his parents knew not that the thing was done by the Lord, and that he sought an occasion against the Philistines, for at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. Then Samson went down with his father and mother to Thamnathah, and when they were come to the vineyards of the town, behold, a young lion met him, raging and roaring. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Samson, and he tore the lion as he would have torn a kid in pieces, having nothing at all in his hand, and he would not tell this to his father and mother. And he went down and spoke to the woman that had pleased his eyes. And after some days returning to take her, he went aside to see the carcass of the lion, and behold, there was a swarm of bees in the mouth of the lion, and a honeycomb. And when he had taken it in his hands, he went on eating. And coming to his father and mother, he gave them of it, and they ate. But he would not tell them that he had taken the honey from the body of the lion. So his father went down to the woman, and made a feast for his son Samson, for so the young men used to do. And when the citizens of that place saw him, they brought him 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said to them, I will propose to you a riddle, which if you declare unto me within the 7 days of the feast, I will give you 30 shirts, and as many coats. But if you shall not be able to declare it, you shall give me 30 shirts, and the same number of coats. They answered him, Put forth the riddle, that we may hear it. And he said to them, Out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness. And they could not in 3 days expound the riddle. And when the 7th day came, they said to the wife of Samson, Soothe thy husband, and persuade him to tell thee what the riddle meaneth. But if thou wilt not do it, we will burn thee and thy father's house. Have you called us to the wedding on purpose to strip us? So she wept before Samson, and complained, saying, Thou hatest me, and dost not love me. Therefore thou wilt not expound to me the riddle which thou hast proposed to the sons of my people. But he answered, I would not tell it to my father and mother, and how can I tell it to thee? So she wept before him the 7 days of the feast, and at length on the 7th day, as she was troublesome to him, he expounded it, and she immediately told her countrymen. And they, on the 7th day, before the sun went down, said to him, What is sweeter than honey? And what is stronger than a lion? And he said to them, If you had not plowed with my heifer, you had not found out my riddle. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ascalon, and slew there 30 men, whose garments he took away, and gave to them that had declared the riddle. And being exceeding angry, he went up to his father's house. But his wife took one of his friends and bridal companions for her husband. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. And a while after, when the days of the wheat harvest were at hand, Samson came, meaning to visit his wife, and he brought her a kid of the flock. And when he would have gone into her chamber as usual, her father would not suffer him, saying, I thought thou hadst hated her, and therefore I gave her to thy friend. But she hath a sister, who is younger and fairer than she. Take her to wife instead of her. And Samson answered him, From this day I shall be blameless in what I do against the Philistines, for I will do you evils. And he went and caught 300 foxes, and coupled them tail to tail, and fastened torches between the tails. And setting them on fire, he let the foxes go, that they might run about hither and thither. And they presently went into the standing corn of the Philistines, which being set on fire, both the corn that was already carried together, and that which was yet standing, was all burnt, insomuch that the flame consumed also the vineyards and the oliveyards. Then the Philistines said, Who hath done this thing? And it was answered, Samson, the son-in-law of the Thamnathite, because he took away his wife and gave her to another, hath done these things. And the Philistines went up and burnt both the woman and her father. But Samson said to them, Although you have done this, yet will I be revenged of you, and then I will be quiet. And he made a great slaughter of them, so that in astonishment they laid the calf of the leg upon the thigh, and going down he dwelt in a cavern of the rock Etam. Then the Philistines, going up into the land of Judah, camped in the place which afterwards was called Lehi, that is, the jawbone, where their army was spread. And the men of the tribe of Judah said to them, Why are you come up against us? They answered, We are come to bind Samson, and to pay him for what he hath done against us. Wherefore 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cave of the rock Etam, and said to Samson, Knowest thou not that the Philistines rule over us? Why wouldst thou do thus? And he said to them, As they did to me, so have I done to them. And they said to him, We are come to bind thee, and to deliver thee into the hands of the Philistines. And Samson said to them, Swear to me and promise me that you will not kill me. They said, We will not kill thee, but we will deliver thee up bound. And they bound him with 2 new cords, and brought him from the rock Etam. Now when he was come to the place of the jawbone, and the Philistines shouting went to meet him, the Spirit of the Lord came strongly upon him, and as the flax is wont to be consumed at the approach of fire, so the bands with which he was bound were broken and loosed. And finding a jawbone, even the jawbone of an ass which lay there, catching it up, he slew therewith 1,000 men. And he said, With the jawbone of an ass, with the jaw of the colt of asses, I have destroyed them, and have slain 1,000 men. And when he had ended these words, singing, he threw the jawbone out of his hand, and called the name of that place Ramathlehi, which is interpreted, the lifting up of the jawbone. And being very thirsty, he cried to the Lord, and said, Thou hast given this very great deliverance and victory into the hand of thy servant. And behold, I die for thirst, and shall fall into the hands of the uncircumcised. Then the Lord opened a great tooth in the jaw of the ass, and waters issued out of it. And when he had drank them, he refreshed his spirit, and recovered his strength. Therefore the name of that place was called the spring of him that invoked from the jawbone, until this very day. And he judged Israel in the days of the Philistines 20 years. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. He went also into Gaza, and saw there a woman, a harlot, and went in unto her. And when the Philistines had heard this, and it was noised about among them that Samson was come into the city, they surrounded him, setting guards at the gate of the city, and watching there all the night in silence, that in the morning they might kill him as he went out. But Samson slept till midnight, and then rising he took both the doors of the gate, with the posts thereof, and the bolt, and laying them on his shoulders, carried them up to the top of the hill which looketh towards Hebron. After this he loved a woman who dwelt in the valley of Sorek, and she was called Delilah. And the princes of the Philistines came to her, and said, Deceive him, and learn of him wherein his great strength lieth, and how we may be able to overcome him, to bind and afflict him. Which if thou shalt do, we will give thee every one of us 1,100 pieces of silver. And Delilah said to Samson, Tell me, I beseech thee, wherein thy greatest strength lieth, and what it is wherewith if thou wert bound, thou couldst not break loose. And Samson answered her, If I shall be bound with 7 cords made of sinews not yet dry, but still moist, I shall be weak like other men. And the princes of the Philistines brought unto her 7 cords, such as he spoke of, with which she bound him. Men lying privately in wait with her, and in the chamber expecting the event of the thing, and she cried out to him, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. And he broke the bands, as a man would break a thread of tow twined with spittle when it smelleth the fire. So it was not known wherein his strength lay. And Delilah said to him, Behold, thou hast mocked me, and hast told me a false thing. But now at least tell me wherewith thou mayest be bound. And he answered her, If I shall be bound with new ropes that were never in work, I shall be weak and like other men. Delilah bound him again with these, and cried out, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson, there being an ambush prepared for him in the chamber. But he broke the bands like threads of webs. And Delilah said to him again, How long dost thou deceive me, and tell me lies? Show me wherewith thou mayest be bound. And Samson answered her, If thou plaitest the 7 locks of my head with a lace, and tying them round about a nail fasteneth in the ground, I shall be weak. And when Delilah had done this, she said to him, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. And awaking out of his sleep, he drew out the nail with the hairs and the lace. And Delilah said to him, How dost thou say thou lovest me, when thy mind is not with me? Thou hast told me lies these 3 times, and wouldst not tell me wherein thy great strength lieth. And when she pressed him much, and continually hung upon him for many days, giving him no time to rest, his soul fainted away, and was wearied even until death. Then, opening the truth of the thing, he said to her, The razor hath never come upon my head, for I am a Nazarite, that is to say, consecrated to God from my mother's womb. If my head be shaven, my strength shall depart from me, and I shall become weak, and shall be like other men. Then, seeing that he had discovered to her all his mind, she sent to the princes of the Philistines, saying, Come up this once more, for now he hath opened his heart to me. And they went up, taking with them the money which they had promised. But she made him sleep upon her knees, and lay his head in her bosom. And she called a barber, and shaved his 7 locks, and began to drive him away, and thrust him from her, for immediately his strength departed from him. And she said, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. And awaking from sleep, he said in his mind, I will go out as I did before, and shake myself, not knowing that the Lord was departed from him. Then the Philistines seized upon him, and forthwith pulled out his eyes, and led him bound in chains to Gaza, and shutting him up in prison made him grind. And now his hair began to grow again. And the princes of the Philistines assembled together to offer great sacrifices to Dagon their god, and to make merry, saying, Our God hath delivered our enemy Samson into our hands. And the people also, seeing this, praised their God, and said the same, Our God hath delivered our adversary into our hands, him that destroyed our country, and killed very many. And rejoicing in their feasts, when they had now taken their good cheer, they commanded that Samson should be called, and should play before them. And being brought out of prison, he played before them, and they made him stand between two pillars. And he said to the lad that guided his steps, Suffer me to touch the pillars which support the whole house, and let me lean upon them and rest a little. Now the house was full of men and women, and all the princes of the Philistines were there. Moreover, about 3,000 persons of both sexes from the roof and the higher part of the house were beholding Samson's play. But he called upon the Lord, saying, O Lord God, remember me, and restore to me now my former strength, O my God, that I may revenge myself on my enemies, and for the loss of my 2 eyes I may take one revenge. And laying hold on both the pillars on which the house rested, and holding the one with his right hand, and the other with his left, he said, Let me die with the Philistines. And when he had strongly shook the pillars, the house fell upon all the princes and the rest of the multitude that was there, and he killed many more at his death than he had killed before in his life. And his brethren and all his kindred, going down, took his body, and buried it between Seraiah and Eshtaol, in the burying place of his father Menuhi. And he judged Israel 20 years. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. There was at that time a man of Mount Ephraim, whose name was Micah, who said to his mother, The 1,100 pieces of silver which thou hadst put aside for thyself, and concerning which thou didst swear in my hearing, behold, I have, and they are with me. And she said to him, Blessed be my son by the Lord. So he restored them to his mother, who said to him, I have consecrated and vowed this silver to the Lord, that my son may receive it at my hand, and make a graven and a molten god, so now I deliver it to thee. And he restored them to his mother, and she took 200 pieces of silver, and gave them to the silversmith, to make of them a graven and a molten god, which was in the house of Micah. And he separated also therein a little temple for the god, and made an ephod and teraphim, that is to say, a priestly garment, and idols. And he filled the hand of one of his sons, and he became his priest. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every one did that which seemed right to himself. There was also another young man of Bethlehem, Judah, of the kindred thereof, and he was a Levite, and dwelt there. Now he went out from the city of Bethlehem, and desired to sojourn wheresoever he should find it convenient for him. And when he was come to Mount Ephraim, as he was on his journey, and had turned aside a little into the house of Micah, he was asked by him whence he came. And he answered, I am a Levite of Bethlehem, Judah, and I am going to dwell where I can, and where I shall find a place to my advantage. And Micah said, Stay with me, and be unto me a father and a priest, and I will give thee every year 10 pieces of silver, and a double suit of apparel, and thy victuals. He was content, and abode with the man, and was unto him as one of his sons. And Micah filled his hand, and had the young man with him for his priest, saying, Now I know God will do me good, since I have a priest of the race of the Levites. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. In those days there was no king in Israel, and the tribe of Dan sought them an inheritance to dwell in. For unto that day they had not received their lot among the other tribes. So the children of Dan sent 5 most valiant men of their stock and family from Saraiah and Eshtaol to spy out the land, and to view it diligently. And they said to them, Go and view the land. They went on their way, and when they came to Mount Ephraim, they went into the house of Micah, and rested there. And knowing the voice of the young man the Levite, and lodging with him, they said to him, Who brought thee hither? What dost thou here? Why wouldst thou come hither? He answered them, Micah hath done such and such things for me, and hath hired me to be his priest. Then they desired him to consult the Lord, that they might know whether their journey should be prosperous, and the thing should have effect. He answered them, Go in peace. The Lord looketh on your way, and the journey that you go. So the 5 men going on came to Lais, and they saw how the people dwelt therein without any fear, according to the custom of the Sidonians, secure and easy, having no man at all to oppose them, being very rich, and living separated at a distance from Sidon, and from all men. And they returned to their brethren in Saraiah and Eshtaol, who asked them what they had done, to whom they answered, Arise, and let us go up to them, for we have seen the land which is exceeding rich and fruitful. Neglect not, lose no time, let us go and possess it. There will be no difficulty. We shall come to a people that is secure, into a spacious country, and the Lord will deliver the place to us, in which there is no want of anything that groweth on the earth. There went therefore of the kindred of Dan, to wit, from Saraiah and Eshtaol, 600 men furnished with arms for war. And going up they lodged in Kiriath-Jearim of Judah, which place from that time is called the camp of Dan, and is behind Kiriath-Jearim. From thence they passed into Mount Ephraim, and when they were come to the house of Micah, the 5 men that before had been sent to view the land of Lais said to the rest of their brethren, You know that in these houses there is an ephod, and teraphim, and a graven, and a molten god. See what you are pleased to do. And when they had turned a little aside, they went into the house of the young man the Levite, who was in the house of Micah, and they saluted him with words of peace. And the 600 men stood before the door, appointed with their arms. But they that were gone into the house of the young man went about to take away the graven god, and the ephod, and the teraphim, and the molten god, and the priest stood before the door, the 600 valiant men waiting not far off. So they that were gone in took away the graven thing, the ephod, and the idols, and the molten god. And the priest said to them, What are you doing? And they said to him, Hold thy peace, and put thy finger on thy mouth, and come with us, that we may have thee for a father and a priest. Whether is better for thee to be a priest in the house of one man, or in a tribe and family in Israel? When he had heard this, he agreed to their words, and took the ephod, and the idols, and the graven god, and departed with them. And when they were going forward, and had put before them the children and the cattle, and all that was valuable, and were now at a distance from the house of Micah, the men that dwelt in the houses of Micus, gathering together, followed them, and began to shout out after them. They looked back, and said to Micus, What aileth thee? Why dost thou cry? And he answered, You have taken away my gods, which I have made me, and the priest, and all that I have. And do you say, What aileth thee? And the children of Dan said to him, See thou say no more to us, lest men enraged come upon thee, and thou perish with all thy house. And so they went on the journey they had begun. But Micus, seeing that they were stronger than he, returned to his house. And the 600 men took the priest, and the things we spoke of before, and came to Lais, to a people that was quiet and secure, and smote them with the edge of the sword, and the city was burnt with fire, there being no man at all who brought them any succor, because they dwelt far from Sidon, and had no society or business with any man. And the city was in the land of Rehob, and they rebuilt it, and dwelt therein, calling the name of the city Dan, after the name of their father, who was the son of Israel, which before was called Lais. And they set up to themselves the graven idol, and Jonathan, the son of Gershom, the son of Moses, he and his sons were priests in the tribe of Dan until the day of their captivity. And the idol of Micus remained with them all the time that the house of God was in Shiloh. In those days there was no king in Israel. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. There was a certain Levite who dwelt on the side of Mount Ephraim, who took a wife of Bethlehem, Judah. And she left him and returned to her father's house in Bethlehem, and abode with him 4 months. And her husband followed her, willing to be reconciled with her, and to speak kindly to her, and to bring her back with him, having with him a servant and 2 asses. And she received him, and brought him into her father's house. And when his father-in-law had heard this, and had seen him, he met him with joy, and embraced the man. And the son-in-law tarried in the house of his father-in-law 3 days, eating with him, and drinking familiarly. But on the 4th day, arising early in the morning, he desired to depart. But his father-in-law kept him, and said to him, Taste first a little bread, and strengthen thy stomach, and so thou shalt depart. And they sat down together, and ate and drank. And the father of the young woman said to his son-in-law, I beseech thee to stay here today, and let us make merry together. But he, rising up, began to be for departing. And nevertheless his father-in-law earnestly pressed him, and made him stay with him. But when morning was come, the Levite prepared to go on his journey. And his father-in-law said to him again, I beseech thee to take a little meat, and strengthening thyself till the day be farther advanced, afterwards thou mayest depart. And they ate together. And the young man arose to set forward with his wife and servant. And his father-in-law spoke to him again, Consider that the day is declining, and draweth toward evening. Tarry with me today also, and spend the day in mirth, and tomorrow thou shalt depart, that thou mayest go into thy house. His son-in-law would not consent to his words, but forthwith went forward and came over against Jebus, which by another name is called Jerusalem, leading with him 2 asses laden, and his concubine. And now they were come near Jebus, and the day was far spent. And the servant said to his master, Come, I beseech thee, let us turn into the city of the Jebusites, and lodge there. His master answered him, I will not go into the town of another nation, who are not of the children of Israel, but I will pass over to Gibeah. And when I shall come thither, we will lodge there, or at least in the city of Ramah. So they passed by Jebus, and went on their journey, and the sun went down upon them when they were by Gibeah, which is in the tribe of Benjamin. And they turned into it to lodge there, and when they were come in, they sat in the street of the city, for no man would receive them to lodge. And behold, they saw an old man returning out of the field, and from his work in the evening, and he also was of Mount Ephraim, and dwelt as a stranger in Gibeah. But the men of that country were the children of Gemini. And the old man, lifting up his eyes, saw the man sitting with his bundles in the street of the city, and said to him, Whence comest thou, and whither goest thou? He answered him, We came out from Bethlehem, Judah, and we are going to our home, which is on the side of Mount Ephraim, from whence we went to Bethlehem. And now we go to the house of God, and none will receive us under his roof. We have straw and hay for provender of the asses, and bread and wine for the use of myself and of thy handmaid. And of the servant that is with me, we want nothing but lodging. And the old man answered him, Peace be with thee. I will furnish all things that are necessary. Only I beseech thee, stay not in the street. And he brought him into his house, and gave provender to his asses, and after they had washed their feet, he entertained them with a feast. While they were making merry and refreshing their bodies with meat and drink after the labor of the journey, the men of that city, sons of Belial, that is, without yoke, came and beset the old man's house, and began to knock at the door, calling to the master of the house, and saying, Bring forth the man that came into thy house, that we may abuse him. And the old man went out to them, and said, Do not so, my brethren, do not so wickedly, because this man is come into my lodging, and cease, I pray you, from this folly. I have a maiden daughter, and this man hath a concubine. I will bring them out to you, and you may humble them and satisfy your lust. Only I beseech you, commit not this crime against nature on the man. They would not be satisfied with his words, which the man seeing brought out his concubine to them, and abandoned her to their wickedness. And when they had abused her all the night, they let her go in the morning. But the woman at the dawning of the day came to the door of the house where her lord lodged, and there fell down. And in the morning the man arose and opened the door, that he might end the journey he had begun. And behold, his concubine lay before the door, with her hands spread on the threshold. He, thinking she was taking her rest, said to her, Arise, and let us be going. But as she made no answer, perceiving she was dead, he took her up and laid her upon his ass, and returned to his house. And when he was come home, he took a sword, and divided the dead body of his wife with her bones into 12 parts, and sent the pieces into all the borders of Israel. And when every one had seen this, they all cried out, There was never such a thing done in Israel from the day that our fathers came up out of Egypt until this day. Give sentence, and decree in common what ought to be done. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Then all the children of Israel went out and gathered together as one man from Dan to Beerzebeh, with the land of Gilead, to the Lord in Mizpah. And all the chiefs of the people and all the tribes of Israel met together in the assembly of the people of God, 400,000 footmen fit for war. Nor were the children of Benjamin ignorant that the children of Israel were come up to Mizpah. And the Levite, the husband of the woman that was killed, being asked how so great a wickedness had been committed, answered, I came into Gibeah of Benjamin with my wife, and there I lodged. And behold, the men of that city in the night beset the house wherein I was, intending to kill me, and abused my wife with an incredible fury of lust, so that at last she died. And I took her and cut her in pieces, and sent the parts into all the borders of your possession, because there never was so heinous a crime, and so great an abomination committed in Israel. You are all here, O children of Israel. Determine what you ought to do. And all the people standing answered as by the voice of one man, We will not return to our tents, neither shall any one of us go into his own house, but this we will do in common against Gibeah. We will take 10 men of 100 out of all the tribes of Israel, and 100 out of 1,000, and 1,000 out of 10,000, to bring victuals for the army, that we might fight against Gibeah of Benjamin, and render to it for its wickedness what it deserveth. And all Israel were gathered together against the city as one man, with one mind and one counsel. And they sent messengers to all the tribes of Benjamin to say to them, Why hath so great an abomination been found among you? Deliver up the men of Gibeah that have committed this heinous crime, that they may die, and the evil may be taken away out of Israel. But they would not hearken to the proposition of their brethren, the children of Israel, but out of all the cities which were of their lot, they gathered themselves together into Gibeah to aid them, and to fight against the whole people of Israel. And there were found of Benjamin 25,000 men that drew the sword, besides the inhabitants of Gibeah, who were 700 most valiant men, fighting with the left hand as well as with the right, and slinging stones so sure that they could hit even a hair, and not miss by the stones going on either side. Of the men of Israel also, beside the children of Benjamin, were found 400,000 that drew swords, and were prepared to fight. And they arose and came to the house of God, that is, to Shiloh, and they consulted God, and said, Who shall be in our army the first to go to the battle against the children of Benjamin? And the Lord answered them, Let Judah be your leader. And forthwith the children of Israel, rising in the morning, camped by Gibeah, and going out from thence to fight against Benjamin, began to assault the city. And the children of Benjamin, coming out of Gibeah, slew of the children of Israel that day 22,000 men. Again Israel, trusting in their strength and their number, set their army in array in the same place where they had fought before. Yet so that they first went up and wept before the Lord until night, and consulted him, and said, Shall I go out any more to fight against the children of Benjamin, my brethren, or not? And he answered them, Go up against them, and join battle. And when the children of Israel went out the next day to fight against the children of Benjamin, the children of Benjamin sallied forth out of the gates of Gibeah, and meeting them made so great a slaughter of them as to kill 18,000 men that drew the sword. Wherefore all the children of Israel came to the house of God, and sat and wept before the Lord, and they fasted that day till the evening, and offered to him holocausts and victims of peace offerings, and inquired of him concerning their state. At that time the ark of the covenant of the Lord was there, and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was over the house. So they consulted the Lord and said, Shall we go out any more to fight against the children of Benjamin, our brethren, or shall we cease? And the Lord said to them, Go up, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hands. And the children of Israel set ambushes round about the city of Gibeah, and they drew up their army against Benjamin the third time, as they had done the first and second. And the children of Benjamin boldly issued out of the city, and seeing their enemies flee, pursued them a long way, so as to wound and kill some of them, as they had done the first and second day, whilst they fled by two highways, whereof one goeth up to Bethel, and the other to Gibeah, and they slew about 30 men. For they thought to cut them off, as they did before, but they artfully feigning a flight, designed to draw them away from the city, and by their seeming to flee, to bring them to the highways aforesaid. Then all the children of Israel, rising up out of the places where they were, set their army in battle array, in the place which is called Baal-Thamar. The ambushes also which were about the city began by little and little to come forth, and to march from the west side of the city. And other 10,000 men chosen out of all Israel attacked the inhabitants of the city. And the battle grew hot against the children of Benjamin, and they understood not that present death threatened them on every side. And the Lord defeated them before the children of Israel, and they slew of them in that day 25,100, all fighting men, and that drew the sword. But the children of Benjamin, when they saw themselves to be too weak, began to flee, which the children of Israel, seeing, gave them place to flee, that they might come to the ambushes that were prepared, which they had set near the city. And they that were in ambush arose on a sudden out of their coverts, and whilst Benjamin turned their backs to the slayers, went into the city, and smote it with the edge of the sword. Now the children of Israel had given a sign to them, whom they had laid in ambushes, that after they had taken the city, they should make a fire, that by the smoke rising on high they might show that the city was taken. And when the children of Israel saw this in the battle, for the children of Benjamin thought they fled and pursued them vigorously, killing 30 men of their army, and perceived as it were a pillar of smoke rise up from the city, and Benjamin looking back saw that the city was taken, and that the flames ascended on high, they that before had made as if they fled, turning their faces, stood bravely against them, which the children of Benjamin seeing, turned their backs, and began to go towards the way of the desert, the enemy pursuing them thither also. And they that fired the city came also out to meet them. And so it was that they were slain on both sides by the enemies, and there was no rest of their men dying. They fell and were beaten down on the east side of the city Gibeah. And they that were slain in the same place were 18,000 men, all most valiant soldiers. And when they that remained of Benjamin saw this, they fled into the wilderness, and made towards the rock that is called Rimmon. In that flight also, as they were straggling and going different ways, they slew of them 5,000 men. And as they went farther, they still pursued them, and slew also other 2,000. And so it came to pass, that all that were slain of Benjamin in divers places were 25,000 fighting men, most valiant for war. And there remained of all the number of Benjamin only 600 men that were able to escape and flee to the wilderness. And they abode in the rock Rimmon 4 months. But the children of Israel returning put all the remains of the city to the sword, both men and beasts, and all the cities and villages of Benjamin were consumed with devouring flames. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Now the children of Israel had also sworn in Maspah, saying, None of us shall give of his daughters to the children of Benjamin to wife. And they all came to the house of God in Shiloh, and abiding before him till the evening, lifted up their voices, and began to lament and weep, saying, O Lord God of Israel, why is so great an evil come to pass in thy people, that this day one tribe should be taken away from among us? And rising early the next day, they built an altar, and offered there holocausts and victims of peace. And they said, Who is there among all the tribes of Israel that came not up with the army of the Lord? For they had bound themselves with a great oath when they were in Maspah, that whosoever were wanting should be slain. And the children of Israel, being moved with repentance for their brother Benjamin, began to say, One tribe is taken away from Israel. Whence shall they take wives? For we have all in general sworn not to give our daughters to them. Therefore they said, Who is there of all the tribes of Israel that came not up to the Lord to Maspah? And behold, the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead were found not to have been in that army. At that time also, when they were in Shiloh, no one of them was found there. So they sent 10,000 of the most valiant men, and commanded them, saying, Go and put the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead to the sword, with their wives and their children. And this is what you shall observe. Every male and all women that have known men you shall kill, but the virgins you shall save. And there were found of Jabesh Gilead 400 virgins that had not known the bed of a man, and they brought them to the camp Shiloh into the land of Canaan. And they sent messengers to the children of Benjamin that were in the rock Rimmon, and commanded them to receive them in peace. And the children of Benjamin came at that time, and wives were given them of the daughters of Jabesh Gilead, but they found no others whom they might give in like manner. And all Israel was very sorry, and repented for the destroying of one tribe out of Israel. And the ancients said, What shall we do with the rest that have not received wives? For all the women in Benjamin are dead. And we must use all care, and provide with great diligence that one tribe be not destroyed out of Israel. For as to our own daughters, we cannot give them, being bound with an oath and a curse, whereby we said, Cursed be he that shall give Benjamin any of his daughters to wife. So they took counsel and said, Behold, there is a yearly solemnity of the Lord in Shiloh, which is situate on the north of the city of Bethel, and on the east side of the way that goeth from Bethel to Shechem, and on the south of the town of Lebonah. And they commanded the children of Benjamin, and said, Go and lie hid in the vineyards. And when you shall see the daughters of Silo come out, as the custom is, to dance, come ye on a sudden out of the vineyards, and catch you every man his wife among them, and go into the land of Benjamin. And when their fathers and their brethren shall come, and shall begin to complain against you, and to chide, we will say to them, Have pity on them, for they took them not away as by the right of war or conquest, but when they asked to have them, you gave them not, and the fault was committed on your part. And the children of Benjamin did as they had been commanded, and according to their number they carried off for themselves every man his wife of them that were dancing, and they went into their possession, and built up their cities, and dwelt in them. The children of Israel also returned by their tribes and families to their dwellings. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every one did that which seemed right to himself. End of chapter 21.